Sichin was no longer the kind of ordinary student anyone could look at and understand at a glance. Behind his young face, he carried the memories of another lifetime, memories of surviving the world's ending that no normal person should ever have been forced to bear. He had come back from a future that had already rotted into ruins, a timeline drowned in hopelessness, where the last traces of humanity had been pushed to the edge and nearly everything precious had already been taken away. In that broken future, demons had completely taken control of the world. Cities, nations, and every piece of civilization humans once relied on had all been trampled down beneath their terrifying power. And when everything finally reached its cruelest ending, Si-chun was the only one still alive, standing by himself in the remains of a world that had already fallen apart. For countless years, he dragged himself through battle after battle, surrounded by blood, death, and despair, until he finally fought his way to the Demon King and forced that monster into a corner. But even defeating the Demon King did not come without a cost. In that final moment, Si-chun chose a desperate explosion that destroyed both the Demon King and his own body together. Then, just when everything should have faded into complete darkness, an intense white light suddenly burst across his vision, swallowing everything in front of him until nothing else could be seen. When Si-chun finally opened his eyes again, he was no longer on that ruined battlefield. Instead, he found himself lying in the past, inside the dorm room he remembered from his university days. At first, his thoughts were completely tangled. He stared around the room in stunned confusion, unable to understand where he was, even wondering whether this familiar place might be some strange afterlife after death. But then, still trying to steady himself, he slowly turned his gaze toward the nearby window and looked outside. There, he saw ordinary people moving around as if nothing had ever gone wrong. Their figures passed through the sunlight naturally, living their normal lives like the nightmare of the apocalypse had never existed. That simple, peaceful scene helped Si-chun's chaotic thoughts calm down little by little. As he kept staring outside, the impossible situation in front of him slowly began to make sense. After a long moment of silent shock, the truth finally hit him with full force. The final wish he had made before dying had not disappeared into nothingness. Somehow, it had actually been granted. Si-chun had truly been sent 10 whole years back in time, returning to the days when he was still only a university student, before everything had collapsed. But before he could even fully absorb the weight of this second chance, a strange holographic screen suddenly flickered into existence right in front of him. The glowing interface hovered in the air and announced that Chun had fully integrated the power of gluttony, each word shining in front of him like a message from some otherworldly system. As Si-chun stood near the window, staring out at the peaceful world beyond the glass, he remembered one terrifying fact. There were only 3 years left before the first demon lord, Wrath, descended. Just thinking of that name made his expression darken. No one understood better than Si-chun that Wrath was the one who triggered the chain of disasters that followed. Wrath was the monster who first ripped open the gates of hell. And once those gates appeared, the other demon lords poured into the human world one after another, dragging all of mankind into a catastrophe they could not escape. So at that moment, Si-chun made his decision. Before Wrath ever had the chance to open those gates, he needed to locate the place where that demon lord would descend and kill him first. Forcing himself away from those brutal memories, Chun shifted his focus back to the floating interface beside him, where lines of glowing text were displaying his personal status. He stared at the panel with a slight frown, trying to figure out whether this was some kind of game-like menu or an unknown system, because in his previous life, he had never seen anything like it. Back then, the only thing he could depend on was his awakened ability, a rare power so uncommon that only one person in 10,000 ever had the chance to possess it. The National Awakener University existed for that exact reason, to gather people with awakening potential and train them properly. But in Shin's first life, he failed to awaken while studying there, and because of that, he gradually became someone others could bully and push around. That was also why he had just woken up inside the infirmary. Suddenly, the system unfolded another panel before his eyes, and a lightning-type assassin card appeared within it. The instant Shin saw that card, he recognized it immediately as the very same class he had used in his previous life. His eyes widened in disbelief. For a brief second, he could not help wondering whether, in this new timeline, he had somehow awakened much earlier than he was supposed to. Shin wanted to test the class right away and see exactly what had changed, but before he could switch anything or try it out, his roommate and close friend Ma Long suddenly showed up. Ma Long was an E-rank flower chanter, and among awakeners, that class already placed him painfully close to the very bottom. The poor guy still had bandages stuck across his cheek, clearly injured himself, yet he had still rushed over to check on Chun and make sure his friend was all right. Luckily, Ma Long did not react at all to the glowing panels floating nearby. Seeing that, Chun immediately understood that this strange system was something only he could see. Ma Long leaned closer and carefully looked Chen over, only to realize that every injury on Chen's body had somehow disappeared. He was completely confused, unable to understand how someone who had not awakened could heal even faster than him, an awakened student. The moment Chen looked at Ma Long's familiar face again, memories from his previous life surfaced in his mind, including the tragic fate this friend had once suffered. In that first timeline, Ma Long had successfully awakened during their university days, but even then, he remained one of the weakest awakeners. After wrath descended, he was brutally killed on only the third day. Now, seeing his old roommate alive and standing right in front of him once more, Chen could not stop a quiet smile from appearing, a small warmth hidden beneath his calm expression. Ma Long then reminded him that their rank test was already scheduled for tomorrow, so they could not keep wasting time and needed to start preparing as quickly as possible. It was obvious that Ma Long felt bad for Chen, still believing his friend had failed to awaken. Even so, he seriously reminded him that this test was incredibly important if Chen wanted any chance of graduating. Later, as the two of them walked through the busy, lively streets together, Chen casually said that it had been such a long time since he had seen this many people gathered in one place. The strange comment came out so naturally that it nearly scared Ma Long out of his mind. But deep inside, Chen's thoughts were far heavier than his calm tone suggested. If he did nothing in this life, every single person walking through these streets would eventually be swallowed by the same miserable future all over again. Because of that, Chen silently made another firm decision. He had to train with everything he had, push himself as hard as possible, and raise his level at the fastest speed he could manage. There was only one serious obstacle standing in his way. At this point in the timeline, an awakener could gain experience and level up only by killing monsters inside demon lairs. And those demon lairs were already under the tight control of powerful guilds. For weak students and outsiders like Chen, getting inside one to grow stronger was almost impossible. Chen opened his status window once again and examined every stat carefully, trying to measure where he stood, not only compared with other awakeners, but also against the monsters he knew he would eventually have to fight. In this world, the government officially separated awakeners into ranks, starting from E rank at the bottom and moving step by step all the way up to the powerful S class. Chen understood the university's situation very clearly. Most of the students there were still stuck at E rank, and only a very small number had barely managed to reach D rank. He glanced over at Ma Long walking beside him and quietly laughed to himself, feeling at least a bit reassured that his current rank should already be higher than his friends. But right at that moment, a ball suddenly came flying toward them without warning and smashed straight into the poor nerd, knocking his glasses off his face and shattering them on impact. When they turned to look, they realized they had crossed paths with Gong Chung and his lackeys once again, the very same bullies who had beaten them up just yesterday. Gong Chung stood there wearing a smug, arrogant grin, looking down on them as he mocked them. He asked why they had not brought crates of drinks when they already knew his group would be playing there. Ma Long instantly panicked and began apologizing, already preparing to spend his own money to buy the drinks just to avoid trouble. But before he could lower his head any further, Chen stepped forward, stopped him, and calmly said that the person who should be apologizing was actually Gong Chung. The instant Chen's eyes landed on that familiar bully standing there once again, a cold wave of memory crashed over him, dragging him back into every humiliating, terrifying moment he'd tried to bury deep inside. It was as if the past had come alive, pressing down on him in vivid detail, each flash of memory sharp and unrelenting. He remembered all too clearly how, in his previous life, these same cruel figures had shoved him to the floor without a second thought and tried to drown him in the sink, as if it were the most ordinary, insignificant prank. The fear, the helplessness, it all came rushing back like a tide that refused to recede. And worse, after committing such cruelty, they had worn the casual mask of innocence, claiming with brazen audacity that their actions were meant to awaken him. Not a trace of guilt, not a shred of remorse. Just arrogant justification draped over pure malice. That day had not ended because anyone had mercy on him. No, the torment had only ceased once Chen's body went completely limp, utterly unconscious, leaving him utterly at their mercy until they finally let go. Ma Long had darted forward in panic to check on him, desperation etched across his face. But the moment Gong Chung caught Chen's voice again, his expression twisted into cruel anticipation, and he pivoted back, ready to escalate the attack with even more vicious intent. Snapping back into the present, Chen's gaze hardened, eyes glinting with resolve. A silent decision formed in his mind. This time, these bullies would face real consequences they could never shrug off. As Chen dared to stand his ground, Gong Chung and his entourage stepped forward in unison, their faces darkened with menace, as though they were prepared to silence him with brute force. Chen didn't flinch. He met Gong Cheng's eyes head-on, fully aware that the bully's arrogance was only possible because his older brother wielded the power of the student council presidency. a shield behind which Gong Chung hid his cruelty. With a cocky stride, Gong Chung closed the distance, and slowly, the crowd of onlookers began to swell. Whispers ran through the gathered students, all sensing the electric tension of an impending clash. Many of the students already felt a pang of pity for Chun, certain he was about to endure the same brutal treatment as before, their minds replaying the echoes of past bullying. Finally reaching Chun, Gong Chung leaned in with a threatening glint in his eyes, demanding he repeat what he had just said, voice sharp and full of challenge. But Chun didn't waver. His gaze remained steady, his stance unwavering, as he calmly repeated that from this moment onward, Gong Chung and his clique would no longer harass him. That defiance ignited Gong Cheng's fury instantly. His face contorted with rage, and without a hint of restraint, he threw a punch aimed directly at Chun, the motion sharp and merciless. Yet this time, Chun merely raised his own fist, intercepting the blow with terrifying precision. The impact barely slowed him, and with a controlled push, he sent Gong Chung staggering backward. For a heartbeat, the entire crowd fell silent. Eyes widened, jaws slackened. Everyone was frozen in disbelief at what they were witnessing. All of them knew Chun hadn't officially awakened yet, and yet here he was, effortlessly halting a strike that should have devastated him. The impossibility of it left them breathless. The stunned expressions only fueled Gong Cheng's anger further. He lunged forward again, desperation clawing at him as he sought to finally crush Chun without mercy. Chun remained calm, a composed predator readying himself. In a silent shift, he activated his electric assassin form, the change almost imperceptible yet brimming with lethal intent. Nearby, Ma Long's eyes widened in awe, his body frozen in shock at the sheer transformation unfolding before him. Simultaneously, Gong Chung activated his indestructible demon armor. Power radiated off his body like heat from molten steel as he surged forward, each movement heavy with the promise of destruction. But before he could close the distance, Chun vanished into motion, his punch crackling with lightning as it slammed into Gong Chung, sending him hurtling through the air like a rag doll. The students surrounding them could barely comprehend the scene that had just erupted before their eyes. The so-called weakling, the one everyone had scorned and underestimated, had just sent the school bully flying with a single, electrifying strike. Even after such a blow, Gong Chung refused to accept defeat. Gritting his teeth, he barked orders to his lackeys, demanding they intervene and avenge him immediately. But upon witnessing Chen's effortless dominance, the lackeys' courage crumbled. Their knees shook, faces pale, and they realized the true gap separating them from this seemingly ordinary student. Gong Chung forced himself upright, humiliation and fury igniting in tandem, and charged at Chen once more, a storm of rage embodied in every step. The outcome, however, remained unchanged. Chen struck him down again, sending him crashing back with the same ease, denying him even the faintest chance to retaliate. Watching their leader fall repeatedly, the lackeys finally understood the insurmountable difference between him and Chen. Without hesitation, they spun around and fled, abandoning any thought of confrontation. Ma Long stood frozen, mouth agape, his mind struggling to reconcile the terrifying transformation of the roommate who had been beaten so effortlessly just the day before. Meanwhile, Chun processed a crucial realization. Just as in his previous life, he could enter his assassin state at will, a hidden strength always at his fingertips. Even at level 1, his stats were already formidable, sufficient to dominate low-level awakeners with relative ease. By all measures, his current strength had reached at least the threshold of a D-class awakener, a staggering revelation for someone previously underestimated. Still, Chen noticed a detail that couldn't be ignored. He needed confirmation for himself. Despite dispatching Gong Chung, the system had yet to signal a level up. The absence of recognition was odd, and it sparked a flicker of curiosity within him. Stepping forward as if prepared to finish the confrontation entirely, Chen's posture and intent sent a ripple of panic through the surrounding students. At that critical moment, Ling Yu, the vice president of the student council, intervened, her presence authoritative as she urged Chen to halt. She reminded him that although Gong Chung had provoked the conflict, the punishment had already gone far enough. Ling Yu reassured Chen that after today's events, Gong Chung would not dare challenge him again. Hearing her words, Chen finally stepped back, choosing to let Gong Chung live, for now. As he moved away, Chen's mind churned with questions. Why was the student council so intent on shielding someone like Gong Chung? Even though he hadn't truly intended to kill the bully, he still believed such people needed to be held accountable. He knew that if bullies like Gong Chung were allowed to escape unscathed, they would inevitably prey on weaker students, repeating their tyranny endlessly. With the immediate danger over, Chen turned and left, Ma Long by his side, leaving the chaos of the scene behind them. From a safe distance, Gong Cheng's trembling lackeys whispered amongst themselves, swearing they would never provoke Chen again. That evening, Ma Long excitedly tried to relay the events to their other roommates, proclaiming that Chun had awakened into an unbelievably powerful lightning assassin. Yet, disbelief hung heavy in the air. No one seemed to take him seriously. Despite Ma Long's earnestness, Xiangzhua, an E-ranked nucleus mage, treated the account as nothing more than a ridiculous exaggeration. He questioned why Chun was still running basic physical drills if he had truly become a formidable awakener, asserting that someone of real power would no longer need such mundane exercises. Even as Ma Long insisted with intensity, their gamer roommate, Xiang Yu, merely shrugged, casually suggesting that Ma Long must have suffered a serious bump to his head to believe such a story. Xiangzhua pressed on, bluntly claiming that the four of them were placed in the same dorm precisely because they were the weakest, and no effort could change that established hierarchy. He went further, boldly declaring himself the strongest among them, labeling Ma Long and Xiang Yu as mere support chanters. Then, puffing himself up with self-assured pride, Xiangzhua flexed slightly, utterly convinced that there was no way Chun had truly evolved into a lightning assassin. With his confidence growing stronger by the second, Xiangzhua started letting his imagination run wild. He pictured himself stepping into tomorrow's final graduation test, and maybe even breaking through on the spot, raising his rank in front of everyone and proving that he was far above the others in their dorm. Meanwhile, inside an E-ranked demon lair, Student Council President Gong Ting had just wrapped up his own training. With his expression calm and controlled, he walked out of the lair entrance, while Ling Yu followed closely at his side. But the moment Gong Ting stepped outside, his eyes caught sight of his younger brother still hanging around nearby. He turned his gaze toward Gong Chung and asked, in a steady voice, what exactly he was doing there. Gong Chung immediately poured out his complaints, his face full of resentment. He said that as long as the person who beat him was still freely walking around, he couldn't even sleep peacefully, and he kept urging Gong Ting to step in and get revenge for him. Gong Ting, however, didn't show the slightest trace of surprise or anger. He only responded with calm confidence, telling his younger brother that he would take care of the mess Gong Chung had stirred up. Later, as they sat together at the dining table, Ling Yu looked across at Gong Ting with a serious expression and asked how he intended to deal with the situation from here. Gong Ting didn't give her a direct answer right away. Instead, he shifted the question back to her, asking whether the boy Gong Chung mentioned was really as powerful as his brother made him sound. Ling Yu reminded him that there were fewer than 10 D-ranked students in the entire school, and every one of those rare talents had already been pulled into Gong Ting's club. She then pointed out that ordinary students didn't have access to demon lairs like Gong Ting did. So under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be any regular student capable of standing against him. Outside, rain poured down in heavy sheets, blurring the world into streaks of gray. But through that storm, Chen kept running like someone possessed, his clothes soaked completely through and water dripping from every part of his body. The training goal he had set for himself was almost brutal. He had to run a full 20 kilometers while carrying a bag loaded with 100 kilos, a weight that was nearly twice as heavy as his own body. Chen knew better than anyone that basic physical training was not something an awakener could ignore. Without a body strong enough to endure pressure, even the most powerful abilities would eventually become impossible to control. As his feet slammed again and again against the wet ground, memories of his sister, his only remaining family, began to rise in his mind. And among them, the clearest was the day she died, when Demon King Wrath descended into the human world. Back then, that demon lord had slaughtered countless humans in the blink of an eye. Chen could do nothing but stand there and watch as his sister was killed right in front of him. From that day forward, defeating that demon king became the one goal carved deepest into Chen's heart. To him, Wrath's arrival was the starting point of every nightmare and every disaster that came afterward. Chun understood that even though there were still 3 years before Wrath would descend, the demon lord was already growing stronger somewhere beyond his reach. So if Chun wanted even a tiny chance at victory, he had to become stronger at an even faster speed. Right then, while Chun was still forcing himself through the rain, his sister Si Yun suddenly called him, her voice cutting through the storm from the other end of the line. The moment Chun heard that familiar voice again after so many years, his entire body seemed to stop. For a brief moment, he stood in silence, unable to say a single word. Si Yun explained that she hadn't been able to call earlier because she had been busy with the competition. Then, with a cheerful tone, she added that if she managed to win a prize, their rent problem might finally be taken care of. As she kept talking on the other end of the call, Chun simply listened without interrupting. Little by little, a gentle smile appeared on his face, softening the cold determination he had carried through the storm. Deep inside, Chun made a promise that was firmer than any words he could say aloud. This time, no matter what happened, he would protect her and give her the peaceful life she truly deserved. After the call ended, Chun didn't slow down or give himself an excuse to rest. He returned straight to his training and forced his body through 3 more laps around the university. When he finally completed the run, Chun headed directly for the shower. As the exhaustion settled into his muscles, he could feel his younger body gradually adapting again, and he sensed the incredible growth potential hidden within it. After that, Chun sat alone and began thinking seriously about demon lairs. Those dangerous places were packed with opportunities, but in this world, only people with enough money and influence could enter them freely. He knew he had to find a way to kill monsters somehow. Without monster kills, he wouldn't gain the experience he needed, and without that, there was no path for him to keep getting stronger. While that problem kept turning over in his mind, Chun eventually drifted into sleep. But instead of falling into ordinary rest, he suddenly felt himself being pulled into the gluttony system. When Chun opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in a strange and unfamiliar space. Looking around at the unknown surroundings, his first thought was whether he had somehow slipped into some bizarre dream. Back in the real world, Ma Long started looking around for Chun, clearly confused. One moment his roommate had been there, and now he seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Inside that mysterious space, Chun lifted his gaze and saw an enormous tower rising in front of him. Its massive outline stood in the distance like a dark wall, silent and oppressive. But before Chun could properly study the tower, a group of rank cloud warriors known as Death Hounds suddenly appeared before him, almost as if they had been waiting there to greet his arrival. Chun's expression immediately sharpened with caution. Wondering whether he had somehow entered a demon lair, he wasted no time and quickly switched into his combat class. Since the monsters had already shown up out of nowhere, Chun decided there was no use standing there and overthinking it. He would defeat them first, then figure out the truth of this place afterward. The Death Hounds, however, turned out to be far weaker than their appearance suggested. They made plenty of noise but offered no real threat, and Chun cut them down with ease before collecting the items they dropped. Before long, Chun successfully reached level 2. A small smile crossed his face as he wondered whether he had somehow gotten lucky and stumbled into a demon lair completely by chance. Soon after that, a boss monster appeared in front of him, but even though it was stronger than the ordinary enemies before, it still couldn't give Chun much trouble. Chun sliced straight through the boss with clean precision, ending the fight almost immediately. The moment the battle was over, his level rose once again. The experience points from that boss were clearly on a completely different level from what he had received from the ordinary monsters earlier. Then something strange happened. The boss monster's body was suddenly marked as something that could be devoured, making Chun narrow his eyes as confusion flickered across his face. He remembered the gluttony skill he had seen earlier on his system panel. Curious and cautious at the same time, he reached out his hand to test what this ability could actually do. The devouring process ended almost instantly. Right before Chun's eyes, the monster's body was absorbed and transformed into a card. Chun was stunned as he realized what this meant. Defeated monsters weren't just disappearing. They could be turned into new classes that he himself was able to use. Very quickly, Chun understood the terrifying truth behind this power. It was the exact same ability that had once belonged to the demon Lord Lanyu. The realization made Chun's heart tremble with unease. The fact that he now possessed a power identical to a demon lord's was something far too abnormal to ignore. In this world, almost everyone was born with only one class. Even the rare geniuses who possessed two classes were already considered extraordinary talents. But Chun was different now. With this ability in his hands, it meant he could potentially hold as many classes as he wanted. He couldn't stop wondering how he had obtained such an absurd power in the first place. And at the same time, his eyes returned to the dark tower before him, questioning what that massive structure truly was. While those thoughts were still racing through his mind, a crushing presence suddenly descended around him. Then a new demon appeared before him, gripping two S-rank blades in its hands. Just from the pressure radiating from that demon, Chun could immediately tell it was clearly S-rank. That meant if he fought it directly, his chances of winning were almost non-existent. Even knowing he was badly outmatched, Chun refused to stand there helplessly. He summoned a lightning sword into his hand, preparing himself to risk everything in a fight for survival. But then, something completely unexpected happened. The demon standing before him fixed its gaze on Chun and somehow called him by name. The demon collided with Chun again and again inside that bizarre space, their weapons crashing together in sharp, violent bursts. But anyone watching would have understood one thing immediately. That monster was nowhere near using its full strength. Whenever its blades swept down toward him, the demon clearly shifted the angle at the last instant, avoiding Chun's fatal spots on purpose and instead smashing him down again and again, almost like it was measuring how much punishment he could endure. It was only after Chun had been beaten until his body was nearly pushed past its limit that the demon finally eased its assault, slowing its movements and opening its mouth to speak. In a cold, almost casual tone, it told Chun that if he truly wanted to keep breathing, then he could stay in this place and guard the tower alongside it. Chun did not even take a moment to consider the offer. He refused it on the spot, and the demon answered that defiance by carving a vicious slash across his arm. The demon then reminded him that it could kill him whenever it wished, making it clear that Chun had only survived until now because he was the very first person who had ever managed to reach this place. It warned him to think carefully one last time, but even as blood streamed down Chin's wounded arm, the look in his eyes never dimmed for a second. Even with that terrifying pressure bearing down on him, Chin refused to back down and rejected the demon once again, making it clear that he would never become some guard trapped here with it. Then, with every bit of strength still left in his body, Chin shouted out and charged straight ahead again, determined to swing back even if the difference between them seemed completely impossible. But all throughout that brutal fight, Chin had not simply been taking one beating after another. While enduring every strike, he had been observing the demon with frightening focus, tracking each movement it made. Through that careful observation, he noticed something incredibly small. Before every single swing, the demon's motion lagged for exactly 0.4 seconds. That tiny gap was all Chin needed. In that instant, he could read the bend of the demon's wrist, predict the direction of the incoming blade, and move his body just in time to dodge cleanly. And that was not the only flaw he caught. After each attack finished, the demon also froze for 0.2 seconds before its body could fully recover. Chin decided to bet everything on that almost invisible opening, slipping through the demon's guard and driving his next strike straight toward its heart. Even after pulling off such a reckless and precise move, Chin understood the situation better than anyone. As a D rank, he had no real chance of defeating an S rank monster, so his true goal was only to paralyze it long enough to get away. His attack landed exactly the way he had planned, and the moment it connected, Chin turned without wasting even a breath and sprinted toward the only light he could see, desperately hoping it marked the exit. But just as Chin finally reached that glow, the light vanished right before his eyes, disappearing as if it had never existed in the first place. The demon calmly told him that the light had been nothing more than an illusion, and in this place, no matter how far he ran, there was no true way out. It then explained that this palace was not actually a demon lair, though it still admitted that Chun had done well by identifying the weaknesses in its attack so quickly. Only then did the demon reveal its real name, Purgatory Rakshasa, and after saying that, it told Shin that he truly was the one who could bring hope. When Shin looked more carefully at Purgatory Rakshasa's body, studying its shape and presence, his expression suddenly shifted as shock flashed across his face. He realized that this exact appearance was not unfamiliar at all. He had seen it before, and the one who had used it was Demon King Lanyu. Shin's mind instantly snapped back to the final battle before he returned to the past, when the enemy standing in front of him had been something far beyond an ordinary demon. During that desperate fight, the creature had first changed into an enormous dragon, its massive form overwhelming the battlefield with terrifying force. And after that transformation, it continued shifting into one high-level monster after another, each new form looking more dangerous and harder to survive than the last. It had unleashed scorching magma, deadly poisonous vines, and lightning so fierce that it even surpassed the power of Chin's own lightning. But out of every monstrous form Chun had witnessed back then, the one that burned itself deepest into his memory looked exactly like the demon now standing in front of him. In that moment, Chin suddenly understood the terrifying truth. Every transformation he had seen during that battle must have been part of Demon King Lanyu's ability. And because that very power had now been absorbed into his own body, the Purgatory Rakshasa before him was actually a manifestation of gluttony existing inside Chun himself. Purgatory Rakshasa seemed genuinely impressed by how quickly Chun had connected the pieces, calmly saying that he was indeed worthy of inheriting the power of this entire dimension. Chun frowned as soon as he heard that, confusion tightening across his face, because he could not understand what the demon meant by inheriting an entire dimension. At that moment, a golden void key appeared in Purgatory Rakshasa's hand, glowing with a strange light, as the only object capable of opening the path in and out of the giant tower behind it. Purgatory Rakshasa explained that Demon King Lanyu had once devoured countless powerful monsters, and its sacred duty had always been to guard the tower where the strongest of those monsters were imprisoned. Now, Purgatory Rakshasa chose to place that key in Chin's hands, wanting him to devour the demons sealed within, become stronger through their power, and inherit the mission it had protected for so long. Still unable to fully understand what was happening, Chin could not stop himself from asking why a demon would ever go this far to help a human. The creature answered that even within the demon world, there were both good beings and evil ones, and one cruel monster had once slaughtered its entire clan for nothing more than amusement. From that day on, Purgatory Rakshasa had been waiting for a chance to take revenge. Now, it believed Chun was the one who could finally make that wish come true, adding that someone had been right to call him their greatest hope. Chun immediately caught on to that strange detail, his attention sharpening as he asked who that person was. But Purgatory Rakshasa did not answer him directly. Instead, it spoke in a mysterious voice, telling Chun that every answer he wanted was waiting for him inside the tower. Then, as if speaking its final words, Purgatory Rakshasa offered all of the energy it had left to Chun. In return, it told Chun that he had to become the strongest human on the planet, because devouring every wild beast sealed within that tower would never be a simple task. Every intelligent creature inside would be a massive challenge to defeat, and before disappearing, Purgatory Rakshasa gave him one final warning. Only someone with an unshakable hunger for strength deserved to receive its power. That hunger, it said, was the drive Chun would need if he truly intended to hunt down and kill every demon king in existence. After saying this, Purgatory Rakshasa's body began to transform, burning into a blazing sphere of energy that shone fiercely as it moved toward Chun to be absorbed. The instant Chun absorbed that energy, his level surged upward 8 times in a row, and along with that overwhelming increase, he also obtained 2 of Purgatory Rakshasa's swords. Without even the slightest hesitation, Chun accepted the mission placed before him and promised that he would carry out the fallen warrior's final wish. Together with the massive rise in his stats, Chun also awakened new powers, gaining the ability to control gravity and absorb strength from the bodies of dead humans and demons. The next morning, Chun slowly opened his eyes, only to find himself lying back inside his dorm room, as if everything had returned to another completely ordinary school day. A loud voice suddenly burst through the room and startled him awake. His roommates were already getting ready, urging him to hurry up if he did not want to end up late for school. When Shin looked down and saw that his body was completely unharmed, without a single trace of the wounds from before, he could not help wondering if everything he had just experienced had only been some bizarre dream. But the moment Shin sees his newly updated stats, there is no longer any room left for doubt. What he went through was not a dream, not a hallucination, and definitely not some illusion created by his exhausted mind. Every impossible scene he witnessed had truly happened. After jumping all the way from level 2 to level 10 in just one night, Chun can only stare at his own status screen with growing curiosity. If his level has risen that dramatically overnight, then he can't help wondering what rank he would be considered now. Just as Chun is lost in that thought, one of his roommates suddenly starts teasing him from the side, clearly unwilling to let this perfect chance to mess with him slip by quietly. His roommate brings up how, only last night, someone had been shamelessly praising Chun non-stop, loudly bragging about how cool he looked and how frighteningly strong he had suddenly become. On the other side of the room, Ma Long quietly sneaks a glance over with the most innocent expression he can possibly put on, acting as if this embarrassing conversation has nothing to do with him at all. Either way, his roommate keeps pushing Chun to prove himself during the ranking test. After all, that assessment will decide who actually has the strength to keep calling himself the Dorm King. On the road to school, the self-proclaimed Dorm King walks proudly with his chest puffed out, explaining to everyone around him that each rank is actually divided into 3 separate levels. So even though all of them are technically still E rank, he makes a point of reminding everyone that he is at least a respectable mid-E rank. In his head, that alone already places him far above those bottom-level weaklings, and he struts forward as if the gap between each small level is some enormous wall no one can cross. The more he talks, the more fired up he becomes, until he confidently announces that he feels unbelievably powerful today. He is almost certain that since the last assessment, he must have broken through and climbed up another level. Ma Long, already annoyed from listening to all that bragging, tells Chun to stop fooling around and go all out today. At the very least, he wants Chun to secure AD rank, if only to finally shut that noisy Dorm King up. Before long, the boys arrive at school, where large groups of students have already gathered for the ranking ceremony. Everyone stands around with tense faces, and the nervous energy in the air is almost impossible to ignore. Then the bullies make their entrance, swaggering through the campus as if they own the entire place, casually throwing insults at anyone unlucky enough to cross their line of sight. The Dorm King's proud expression disappears almost instantly the moment he spots them. All the confidence he had been showing off earlier drains from his face, like someone suddenly flipped a switch. But strangely, those bullies don't manage to keep their fearless attitude for long either. The instant they notice who is standing in front of them, their own courage seems to vanish just as quickly. Without even the slightest hesitation, they lower their heads and bow respectfully toward Big Brother Chun, acting as if they have just run into someone they absolutely cannot afford to offend. Seeing that shocking reaction, Chin's roommates slowly start putting the pieces together. Maybe all those ridiculous stories Ma Long had been telling them were not complete nonsense after all. Chin himself barely gives the bullies any attention. He simply ignores the commotion around him and continues minding his own business, as if their sudden respect means nothing to him. But right then, another student steps directly into Chin's path. It is Jian, a student council officer who carries himself like the school's personal enforcer, and he warns Chun in a tone that sounds polite on the surface, but is clearly full of threat. Jian makes it perfectly clear that the student council president personally sent him here to punish the person who dared to lay hands on his precious younger brother. The second Chen's friends hear that. They scatter almost immediately, slipping away to the side and hiding like they want absolutely no part in whatever is about to happen next. They are obviously terrified of Jian, the enforcer known for taking care of the president's dirty work. Chen's roommates cannot understand why such a dangerous D-rank monster would suddenly aim his hostility at Chen. Jian steps in close without any restraint, invading Chen's personal space with a smug look on his face. Then the president's loyal follower boasts that his sense of smell is so sharp, he can judge someone's exact level of strength just by standing near them. And according to Jian, what he smells from Chen right now is nothing impressive at all. To him, it is only the scent of a weak, miserable loser who has no real power. But instead of getting angry, Chen looks more amused than offended. Without even taking a moment to hesitate, he casually throws the insult right back in Jian's face. The instant Jian is called a dog, his expression twists in rage. His face darkens immediately, and he completely loses his temper right there in front of everyone. Before the tension can erupt into an actual fight, the overgrown pup's master orders him to stand down, making it clear that they are not going to cause a public scene in front of the whole school. After looking into what happened, the president has already discovered that his younger brother was actually the one who started the conflict in the first place. So in the end, his brother getting beaten up was simply the natural result of picking a fight with someone far beyond what he could handle. Even so, after saying all of that, the president still fixes Chen with a cold, piercing glare, sharp enough to feel like daggers cutting straight through the air. But Chen does not shrink back even a little. He calmly meets that pressure head-on, showing no trace of fear despite the obvious threat hidden in the president's eyes. Just then, a professor steps forward and announces that the rank assessment ceremony is officially about to begin. He instructs every student to come forward once their name is called. After hearing the announcement, the president tells his lapdog that they are leaving. In his mind, this was only a one-time incident, and after receiving a warning, Chen surely would not dare cause trouble again. High above the crowd, a man observes the ceremony with clear interest and asks the vice president why she has come to watch the rankings today. With a curious look, he wonders whether some particular rookie has managed to catch her attention. The woman only responds with a faint, knowing smile, calmly saying that this year's assessment is going to be rather interesting. Before long, Xiang's name is called out, instantly drawing the dorm king's attention as his own turn finally arrives. The dorm king suddenly looks a bit nervous as he walks toward the door, and the confidence he had been showing off earlier no longer seems quite as steady. The moment he passes through that doorway, the atmosphere on the other side changes completely, almost as if he has stepped out of the school and entered an entirely different world. The assessment is carried out one student at a time inside a special demon lair. Deep within that strange space sits a demon heart connected to wires, and by absorbing an awakener's energy, it measures both their current rank and their future potential. Once the awakener releases their full power inside that space, the signal is transmitted back to Earth, and only then are the official assessment results shown for everyone outside to see. When the Dorm King's result finally appears, his rank turns out to be exactly the same as it was during the last test, without even the tiniest sign of improvement. However, the professor soon frowns in confusion when the potential score does not appear right away, and that strange delay makes the entire room feel unexpectedly tense. Ma Long locks his eyes onto the shifting numbers, watching every flicker on the display as if the next second might completely change the result. But after all that suspense, Xiang's maximum potential finally appears, and the result is only C rank. He walks out looking completely deflated, finally realizing that the progress he had imagined was nothing more than his own wishful thinking. His roommates quickly try to comfort him, telling him not to take it too hard since, in the end, they are all stuck in the same situation. After all, every single one of them is still trapped at E rank, and even if they push themselves to their best possible future, their potential only reaches C rank. A short while later, the president's lapdog walks out with his head held high. His current rank is still lower D, but his potential is high enough to reach a rank, and that alone gives him more than enough reason to look proud. Chen's roommates begin to lose hope as they look around the assessment area, because by now they have already seen nearly 10 students reach D rank. Even the professors are visibly shocked by these results. For students who barely have any real combat experience, breaking past E rank should be extremely rare, yet today, far too many of them have already done it. Filled with excitement from the unexpected results, the professors call the next student forward. This time, it is the president himself, the one carrying almost everyone's expectations on his shoulders. In an instant, every gaze shifts toward Gong Ting, the student who is already strong enough to be considered a guild master, as he calmly walks onto the stage. Chan, however, stays completely calm in the middle of all the noise, standing there with a steady expression and not even the faintest sign of panic as he quietly waits for his own assessment results to appear. Everyone in the academy already knows Gong Ting's reputation. 2 years ago, he was still only a lower D rank, And since the highest record in the school's entire history had never passed middle D rank, the whole crowd is now wondering if the president is about to shatter that record once and for all. Inside the demon lair, the demon heart immediately reacts the moment Gong Ting steps in. Its closed eyes slowly open, almost as if the creature has sensed a powerful presence entering its territory. Even then, Gong Ting still cannot fully release every ounce of power hidden inside him, and a portion of his true strength remains locked beneath the surface, held back and unrevealed. But deep in his heart, the president has no intention of leaving the academy quietly. He wants his graduation result to be so dazzling that his name will be permanently carved into the academy's history as the undisputed #1. The moment the professors see his potential grade light up with a brilliant golden glow, their eyes widen in disbelief, and for a brief second, they can barely trust what is appearing in front of them. But their doubts vanish almost immediately when Gong Ting's high D rank is officially confirmed. The result lands like a thunderclap, leaving even the experienced professors stunned where they stand. And somehow, that is not even the most shocking part. The instant the crowd realizes that Gong Ting has recorded the first S-rank potential in history, excitement erupts through the entire ceremony like a tidal wave. The president's followers completely lose control of their emotions, shouting praise for their boss again and again, as if they are watching an untouchable genius rise right before their eyes. Even Chen's roommates cannot hide the jealousy burning in their eyes, because standing there and watching Gong Ting's result feels like witnessing a living legend being born on the spot. The professors quickly exchange serious looks with one another, and in just a few silent glances, they all reach the same conclusion. A result this important has to be reported to the academy administration immediately. A precious S-rank candidate like Gong Ting must be protected, guided, and nurtured with the greatest care, and they absolutely cannot allow someone with that level of potential to leave the country. On top of that, Gong Ting is also the youngest student in the academy to become connected with a guild, meaning the academy's name is almost guaranteed to dominate every headline after this. Watching the scene unfold from above, Principal Yuan Long finally understands why Vice President Ling Yu came here in person. She must have already known about Gong Ting's astonishing potential before the results were even announced. That would explain why she chose to personally observe the ceremony today, instead of simply sitting back and waiting for the official report like everyone else. But then Ling Yu makes the situation even more intriguing, because she calmly reveals that Gong Ting is not actually the only student she came here to watch. Aside from the dazzling student council president, there is another student in this assessment who has caught her attention even more deeply. And almost as if the timing has been arranged on purpose, that exact student is the very next person called forward onto the stage. Jin suddenly gets a nasty idea, turning his attention toward the so-called mysterious urban legend with a mocking grin. Then he tells Chen not to embarrass himself by ending up as E-rank trash just like his roommates. He sneers that if Chun really produces such a pathetic result, their whole group will become a complete joke, adding that people like them are already a disgrace just for appearing at a prestigious event like this. Long immediately steps forward for his friend, refusing to let Jin's insults slide. With complete confidence, he boldly declares that Chun is about to shock every single person watching. The entire crowd falls into tense silence, their eyes locking onto Chun as everyone waits to see whether the rumors surrounding him are real, or whether they were nothing but empty noise. Chen finally steps into the demon lair, and the instant he approaches, the demon heart seems to sense a terrifying pressure closing in, as if something far beyond normal has just entered its range. At that moment, Chen remembers something important. For an awakener, the safest path toward a stable future is to join a powerful, high-ranking guild. And he knows very clearly that the only real way to reach that kind of future is by performing exceptionally well during the graduation combat assessment. During that assessment, every candidate has to choose their own teammates and form a complete 10-person squad. The squad that takes first place will be recruited directly into the nation's top-tier Imperial Guild, which makes the true purpose of this test obvious to every student standing there. Meanwhile, Jin is already busy putting their team together, proudly bringing over another low-tier D-rank student and introducing him to his boss. He confidently announces that their party is now complete, explaining that they have gathered all the D ranks along with the president's brother, so in his mind, there is no possible way they can lose first place. Jin understands the harsh reality of this assessment better than most. The strongest students will naturally gather together to form the most powerful party, while the weakest students can only cling to one another for survival. That turns the entire assessment into a cruel battlefield ruled by survival of the fittest, where anyone without enough strength can be pushed aside and eliminated without a shred of mercy. After some time passes, Long begins to grow uneasy, because the display screen still has not changed at all, and the longer the result stays silent, the heavier the atmosphere becomes. The crowd quickly jumps to the worst possible conclusion, whispering among themselves that Chun must be so weak that the system cannot even detect his presence properly. Jian then turns toward Ting and says there is no point in staying any longer, claiming that the remaining students are nothing but trash and that continuing to watch them would only waste their time. But just as they are about to leave, the screen suddenly flickers, and the words High D rank appear before everyone, instantly throwing the entire crowd into chaos. Shock spreads through the room like a wave, with students and teachers alike staring wide-eyed at the screen, unable to believe the unexpected result that has just appeared. Even the president and the members of the student council are visibly shaken, their faces filled with clear disbelief as they try to process what the machine has just revealed. But before anyone can fully recover from that shock, the system suddenly detects another strange shift in the evaluation results. It turns out Chun is using the assessment system to test something for himself, checking exactly how his level 10 base stats in his ordinary physical form are measured by the machine. After confirming that his normal state is enough to place him at D rank, he switches his class to the Infernal Death King, the weakest class among all the ones he has devoured so far. The result changes instantly, shooting from high D straight up to mid C, and that sudden leap leaves the entire crowd completely blown away. The student council can barely accept what they are seeing, their expressions tightening as they struggle to believe that the assessment machine is still functioning properly. Even the scientists begin questioning the situation, staring at the unstable readings in confusion and wondering why the results keep changing so wildly. Before long, they start suspecting that the machine may already be damaged beyond repair. At that exact moment, the demon heart itself becomes unstable, and the displayed results begin to shift strangely once again, as if the entire system is being pushed past its limit. Chun notices the abnormal reaction right away, but instead of stopping, he decides to push even further and switches into an even stronger class, transforming into the Purgatory Rakshasa. The demon heart grows more and more anxious as violent energy surges around it, and outside the demon lair, a terrifying storm begins to gather with overwhelming force. Jian shouts in complete confusion, treating the storm like some kind of heavenly omen, as if history itself is being rewritten and their dorm has somehow produced a divine monster. In the very next moment, Chin's potential suddenly flickers to S rank, leaving both the scientists and President Ting frozen in stunned silence. But just when everyone thinks the shock has finally reached its limit, the system abruptly flashes a warning across the display. The warning states that the user's potential has exceeded the system's maximum load, meaning the machine can no longer detect Chin's true limits under its current settings. Jian's mind feels like it's shattering into 1,000 pieces, his thoughts frozen mid-flight, as if his brain itself has succumbed to a sudden system crash. The sheer intensity of the shock makes it seem like his very soul is trembling on the edge of leaving his body entirely. Around him, the system begins to fracture under a pressure so terrifying it's almost tangible. The scientists, sensing the imminent danger, dash forward in sheer panic, their focus no longer on the machinery, but on the student trapped inside, worried, desperate, and frantic to prevent any harm. But as their feet hit the testing area, every single one of them freezes. Their faces harden in disbelief, eyes wide and mouths slightly agape, unable to process the scene unfolding before them. Where the demon heart should have pulsed with life, there's now nothing but a desiccated husk, shriveled and wrinkled like a withered raisin. The device itself lies in ruin, utterly incinerated, having been pushed far beyond its limits. It seems, in the end, that Chin's sheer presence and power were enough to terrify the demon heart beyond endurance, overwhelming it completely. Yet, without hesitation, Chun devours the remnants of the demon heart. In return, a new ability awakens within him. He can now perceive others' ranks directly, and his senses alert him whenever danger approaches, subtle yet impossible to ignore. Stepping out of the demon lair, Chin's eyes widen with quiet amusement. Before him, every person's rank now floats clearly in the air, almost like luminous labels hovering over their heads, instantly readable to him. Then, an even more astonishing discovery catches his attention. The president, whose presence had commanded respect and awe, has been concealing his true capabilities. Beneath the impressive facade, he's revealed to be no more than a mediocre C rank, a revelation that sends subtle ripples of disbelief through Chin's mind. The scientists emerge shortly after, their faces awkward and apologetic. They explain that the demon heart endured what could only be described as a cardiac overload, essentially a heart attack from extreme stress, and that testing must be paused immediately. Chin's extraordinary stats are tentatively labeled as an anomaly, a potential error. A full report will be sent to the higher-ups for evaluation. Meanwhile, the other students are instructed to return the following day, when a replacement testing device will be ready. On the way back, Chin's roommates can barely contain their excitement. In the wake of his astonishing feat before the entire academy, they treat him like he's already become a living legend, voices buzzing with exhilaration. Jian, by contrast, cannot hide his envy. His jaw tightens, his fists clench, and the frustration is etched deeply across his face. He lashes out, calling Chen a fraud and demanding recompense for the ruined machine and wasted council time, acting like a bitter sore loser who refuses to acknowledge the truth of what just happened. Just as Chen's patience seems ready to snap, Ting steps in with measured authority, instantly confronting Jian and cutting through the tension like a blade. The president's words strike Jian like a hammer. He is warned not to show disrespect toward a teammate, and the sheer weight of that admonishment leaves him stunned, frozen mid-breath. Turning to Chun, Ting extends his hand in a genuine invitation, openly welcoming the newly revealed powerhouse to join his team. With calm confidence, Ting assures him that if they unite, they will undoubtedly achieve the highest score the Academy has ever seen, an unspoken promise of glory and dominance. Behind them, Jian begins to panic. If Chun accepts, someone on the team will have to step aside, a decision that threatens to ignite conflict among the brothers. Jian knows better than anyone that joining Ting's team practically guarantees first place. This makes him question just how extraordinary Chun must be, especially when so many others have tried and failed to secure a spot through every means possible. Swallowing his pride for the sake of appearances, Jian forces a shaky, begrudging welcome. He places a tentative hand on Chen's shoulder, though the gesture is anything but sincere. Chun immediately swats Jian's hand away, unwavering, signaling loud and clear that he has no interest in joining their team. Jian breaks into a cold sweat, his anxiety mounting, while Ting remains silent, his gaze fixed on Chun, analyzing every subtle movement without speaking. Unable to hold back, Jian snaps, warning Chun that he doesn't understand the magnitude of the opportunity he's rejecting. Their team is the strongest in the school, everyone knows it. Chun turns his back, dismissing them with a calm, almost casual air, declaring that their noisy, overbearing group is of no concern to him. Before leaving, he delivers one final message: do not bother him again. Jian is left seething, humiliated by such a blunt, public rejection. The news spreads through the academy like wildfire, and soon, the entire student body is buzzing with gossip over Chen's defiance. Most students assume that, after revealing a C rank, Chen intends to pursue first place on his own. A new drama erupts, captivating the school as everyone watches the story unfold in real time. Meanwhile, Chen's roommates bask in the spectacle. Witnessing Jian and Ting's frustrated, humiliated expressions after such a public snub is nearly irresistible, and they savor every moment. The president, however, keeps his composure. Calmly, he tells Jian not to worry, noting that if Chun has his own plans, they should allow him to pursue them freely. From above, the principal observes the scene, sighing with quiet disappointment. He had hoped for teamwork, imagining the record they might have shattered together. Yet, Ling sees a different kind of intrigue. She points out that the unfolding situation is far more interesting than a straightforward alliance. She explains that Ting, having been raised in wealth and privilege, is used to getting his way. There's no way he will see Chen's refusal as a minor annoyance. It will provoke a reaction. Ling reminds the principal that when someone hurts the president's pride, he is never one to let it slide quietly. Jian continues to grumble, insisting that Chen's audacity comes only from the testing error revealing a C rank. Ting, however, hints that Chen's displayed abilities might be genuine. Even if the probability is slim, he cannot allow anyone to threaten his position at the top. Jian assumes Chun is just an ordinary student, untrained in combat, while the student council members are elites who hone themselves in demon lairs. He suggests teaching Chen a lesson for his insolence. Ting cuts him off sharply, asking in a cold, cutting tone whether Jian truly believes their president petty enough to act on such a notion. Jian immediately realizes his misstep and apologizes. Ting cancels their karaoke plans and leaves Jian to handle the matter alone. He adds icily that whatever Jian decides from this point onward has nothing whatsoever to do with him. Chun, perceptive as ever, understands the implication instantly, seeing through the president's intentions without a single word spoken. Soon after, a spy approaches Jian with news. Chun has already departed the school, seemingly heading home for some time. The spy adds that Chun didn't even pause to eat, making the timing perfectly convenient for any plans that might follow. For Jian, this is a windfall. Excitement courses through him as he imagines confronting Chun outside the academy, far from teachers or students who could intervene. Meanwhile, Chun strides across the street, when a sharp memory from his past life resurfaces, yanking him back to a disaster he cannot forget. In that life, a top guild had attempted to clear a demon lair in the Saint He country region. Inside, they encountered a terrifying new monster known as Wrath, a creature so lethal that it obliterated the elite team before they could even react. The monster escaped into the human world, leaving a trail of devastation and destruction that terrified everyone in its path. Though Chen's memory of the events is hazy, his objective is crystal clear. He must locate that same demon lair in this life before history repeats itself. To kickstart this plan, he first needs substantial funds, prompting him to head straight for the Mithril Monster Exchange Center. He recalls vividly that, in the future, This exchange center will rise to become the largest trading hub in the country, a perfect launchpad for his ambitions. In this world, an awakener's true combat power is not judged by strength alone. Their weapons, armor, and equipment can completely change how far they can go in battle, which is exactly why the Mithril Monster Exchange Center holds such an important position. For fighters, this place is the main crossroads for buying, selling, and upgrading the gear that can decide life or death. But Chen does not walk into this place with some grand desire to show off or admire legendary weapons. To him, the exchange center is simply a convenient stop, a fast way to turn monster materials into money before he moves on to plans that matter far more. After stepping inside, Chen calmly walks up to the broker's counter and places several monster fangs down in front of him. The broker immediately leans closer, narrowing his eyes as he examines the items, his suspicious stare making it obvious that he doubts a student could have gotten his hands on anything like this. The broker looks Chun up and down before asking where a student like him even found these fangs. Chun answers without any panic, simply saying they dropped from a monster he defeated earlier. Hearing that, the broker's expression shifts, his eyes widening slightly because even he has never seen fangs with this exact appearance before. At that moment, Chen's assistant steps forward and gives a clearer explanation. She identifies the fangs as materials from an E-class monster called a Sang Sin beast. She continues by saying that these fangs are not useless at all. They can either be forged into an E-grade weapon or crushed into powder for different practical uses. But before she can finish properly, the rude broker cuts her off, flicking the fang back onto the counter with a mocking smirk and scoffing that anything E-grade is basically trash. He then starts bragging about how their shop only deals with VIP clients, the kind of high-status awakeners who trade in D-grade materials or better. In his mind, that makes it perfectly reasonable that he would not recognize some low-tier E-grade monster fang. Deep down, the broker is already irritated. He complains to himself that rich customers have been scarce lately, and helping some ordinary low-level student will not benefit him at all. Since it will do nothing for his promotion, he sees no reason to waste his time being helpful. Annoyed by the whole situation, he dismisses Chun as nothing more than a troublesome customer. Then, without even trying to hide his attitude, he pushes the transaction onto his assistant Li and walks away like the matter is beneath him. Li, however, handles the matter with much more professionalism. She remains polite, prepares an envelope of cash, hands it over to Chun, and gently asks whether there is anything else she can help him with. Chun opens the envelope and quickly checks the amount inside. When he sees that it contains 18,000 in currency, a faint smile appears on his face, because that is already enough to cover his rent for the moment and take one worry off his shoulders. After that, Chun reaches out and brings out the glowing greatsword he had obtained from the Purgatory Rakshasa. The instant the blade appears, Li's eyes are drawn straight to it. She stares at the weapon in complete focus, unable to stop herself from leaning in closer as curiosity takes over her expression. Although Li has never personally seen a weapon like this before, the aura surrounding it is impossible to ignore. Judging from that faint but powerful glow, she guesses that the sword has to be at least B grade, and it might even reach A grade. Just then, the broker returns and immediately laughs at her judgment. He mocks the idea of it being A grade, saying that weapons like that cost around $1 million, and even after working here for years, he has never once seen an A grade item with his own eyes. At that exact moment, the shop owner walks in with a calm, composed expression. He takes one glance at the greatsword and quietly states that the weapon is neither A grade nor B grade. The broker instantly seizes the chance to flatter him. With a smug look, he praises his boss's sharp eye and agrees that there is no way a mere student could possibly own such an expensive weapon. But the owner's next words completely destroy that smug confidence. He explains that the greatsword comes from the Purgatory lands, and its true classification is not A grade at all, but an S grade item. The moment those words leave his mouth, both the broker and Li go completely still. Their bodies freeze in place, their faces locked in disbelief as the weight of that revelation sinks in. The owner immediately steps forward with a much warmer attitude. He reaches out, shakes Chen's hand, and personally welcomes him as an honored VIP guest of the Mithril Monster Exchange Center. Then he gestures toward the VIP room and politely tells Chun that if he needs anything, he only has to ask. His meaning is clear. From this point on, Chun is allowed access to the best service and finest items the center can provide. Chun feels a quiet wave of satisfaction as he watches the situation shift in his favor. Everything is moving exactly according to the path he expected. Because the person who has just appeared is none other than the guild boss, Qingzhu, arriving right on time just as Chun had planned. After they move into the VIP room and settle down, Qingzhu turns his attention back to the greatsword. With a businesslike calmness, he asks Chun how much he wants for the weapon. Chun does not hesitate for even a second. He directly names the price as $1 million, and that answer leaves the green-haired guild boss briefly stunned. Qingzhu explains that a weapon of this level could easily be sold for tens of millions because of its rarity and power. His words make it clear that the greatsword's real value is far beyond the price Chen just mentioned. But Chen calmly corrects the misunderstanding. He explains that he is not planning to sell the weapon outright. Instead, he only wants to use the greatsword as collateral for a 1-month loan of 1 million. That answer surprises Qingzhu even more than the price itself. He immediately realizes that Chen is not acting recklessly, but thinking several steps ahead, which makes him wonder who this young man really is. Chen then lays out the rest of his terms in a steady voice. He will repay the principal within 30 days, and then cover the interest in the month after that. Before giving his answer, Qingzhu turns toward Li and politely asks her to leave the room for a moment. Clearly, he wants the next part of the conversation to happen privately between him and Chen. Once Li steps outside, Qingzhu calmly points out that he already knows Chen is a student at the National Awakener University, where the senior students are preparing to graduate soon. He also mentions that the graduation test will take place in 30 days, and the prize for taking first place is exactly 1 million. In other words, the amount Chen wants to borrow matches the reward far too perfectly to be a coincidence. Then Qingzhu looks directly at Chen, his gaze sharp but not hostile, and asks whether Chen is truly confident that he can win first place in the upcoming test. From the situation alone, Qingzhu quickly pieces together Chen's position. He can tell that Chen must urgently need money, and that he would not risk using an S-grade weapon as collateral unless he had no easier option. After thinking it over, Qingzhu makes a surprising offer. Instead of 1 million, he is willing to lend Chen 1.5 million immediately, and he will not charge a single bit of interest. With a friendly smile, Qingzhu extends his hand again, and says that this deal can be considered the beginning of a beautiful partnership between the two of them. For a moment, Chen simply stands there in silence. Even he is briefly caught off guard by how generous and direct the offer is. Qingzhu reassures him that everything discussed in this room will remain completely confidential. The only thing he asks in return is that whenever Chen has something to trade in the future, he comes to Qingzhu's guild first. Chen thinks to himself that Qingzhu really saw through the entire situation almost instantly, yet instead of taking advantage of him, the man offered a fairer deal. At that moment, Chen begins to understand why Qingzhu is able to become such a powerful and influential figure in the future. With that realization in mind, Chen reaches out and shakes the guild boss's hand. He knows that if he wants to stand against the Demon Lord one day, building reliable allies like this will be absolutely necessary. A short while later, the contract is completed and signed. The money is transferred directly into Chen's account, making the agreement official on the spot. After the deal is finished, Qingzhu asks whether Chen needs to borrow a weapon for the upcoming test, since the greatsword he had planned to use is now being held as collateral. Qingzhu admits that the guild does not currently have any S-rank weapons available. Even so, they still possess a strong collection of high-quality A-rank equipment that Chen can choose from if he needs it. Chen simply shakes his head and tells Qingzhu that there is no need to worry about that. Then, without any dramatic explanation, he summons the other great sword he had obtained earlier. The sight of yet another powerful weapon instantly leaves the guild members staring in complete awe. With the money secured and the arrangement finished, Chen finally leaves the Mithril Monster Exchange Center. Right after Chen departs, Qingzhu rewards the pink-haired girl for helping bring in such an important high-level client. As recognition for her contribution, he promotes her directly to supervisor. But before Chen fully leaves the area, he suddenly remembers that there is still something he forgot to pick up. So he turns back toward the counter for a brief moment. A few hours later, Chen is standing quietly at a bus stop, waiting patiently as the city moves around him. While he waits, his thoughts begin drifting back toward the hardships of his previous life. He remembers how brutally he had to struggle back then, fighting with everything he had just to climb toward the top. And even after all that effort, the world still looked down on him, treating him like nothing more than worthless trash. Back in those days, Chen worked tirelessly, shift after grueling shift, barely catching a breath between the endless hours. Every effort was a struggle to scrape together enough money just to survive. Month after month, he and his younger sister were forced to live on the knife's edge, cutting costs wherever possible, until life felt like a constant walk along a razor-thin line between existence and destitution. At that time, his sister Si-Yun had finally been accepted into the university she had dreamed about for years. Yet when the opportunity arrived, she quietly declined, brushing it off with a casual remark that the school was simply too far away from her brother. But Chen knew the truth in his heart. Si-Yun wasn't worried about the distance at all. She feared that pursuing her own dreams would place an even heavier burden on his already strained shoulders, adding yet more weight to his endless struggle. Now, standing in the present, Chen waits with a careful eye on his surroundings. Unease grows within him as he scans the people passing by, his mind turning over a single nagging thought. Why hasn't Si-Yun appeared yet? He begins to scrutinize the area more closely, searching for any sign of her arrival. Then, a familiar voice cuts sharply through the ambient noise, scolding him with merciless precision. Chun is called an idiot for wandering near the entrance when he should have been waiting at the exit, and the tone carries that unmistakable blend of affection and reprimand. It is Si-yoon. She drags a massive suitcase behind her, her hands straining against the weight. Exhaustion radiates from her every movement, and she immediately complains that they are broke once again, lamenting that the rent has devoured nearly every last coin they had left. Chun, however, does not respond immediately. He stands frozen, his eyes fixed on her face. For him, 7 long years have passed since he last saw his sister alive and in front of him, and that single moment floods him with overwhelming emotion. Si-yoon, oblivious to the storm raging inside him, casually tells him to stop standing around and help her carry the bags, her tone light and practical, as if expecting no other response. When Chun remains motionless, she leans closer and waves her hand in front of his face, trying to snap him out of his daze, puzzled at his uncharacteristic stillness. Then, before she can say another word, Chun suddenly lunges forward, wrapping his arms tightly around her. The hug is so firm that Si-yoon is caught completely off guard, her eyes wide with surprise. A few stiff, awkward seconds pass before Si-yoon starts poking him relentlessly in the sides, grumbling that he is squeezing too hard and making it difficult to breathe. Frowning, she comments on how strangely he's been acting lately, teasing that perhaps the girl he liked finally rejected him. Chun, however, simply brushes off the remark, choosing not to reveal the depths of the emotions stirring within him. Soon, the two begin walking side by side, Si-yoon rolling her suitcase behind her while talking nonstop about exams and the recent happenings in her life, her words spilling out in a rapid, lively stream. Chun listens quietly, a subtle smile softening his features. Each word brings him quiet happiness. In his heart, he silently vows that in this life, no matter what trials may come, he will never allow anything terrible to touch his sister again. Meanwhile, in a dark alley elsewhere in the city, silence hangs heavy. Shadows ripple as several thugs crouch low, watching, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Their leader, Jian, having confirmed that Chun will indeed pass through this alley, orders his men to remain hidden and patient. The plan is simple. Wait until the target is fully within their grasp, then all at once, strike together in a coordinated ambush. A twisted grin spreads across Jian's face as he thinks of Chun. In his mind, he swears that this time, he will make him pay dearly for every slight, every humiliation, every moment of defiance. One of the thugs hesitates, nervously asking whether they might get into serious trouble if things escalate too far. The Cloud Assassin's reply is cold and merciless. At first, he had only intended a small lesson for Chun, but after the recent encounter, his anger has ignited into something far more consuming. Jian recalls the bitter humiliation Chun forced upon him and snarls that he will not let his men have all the fun. This time, he wants to personally deal with Chun and deliver a lesson that will haunt him forever. Bragging to himself, Jian imagines Chun's face twisting with fear and despair as he corners him, confident that no one could rival his skill as the greatest cloud assassin alive. As Chun and Si-yoon walk together, she glances at him sideways, noticing that his demeanor seems off. She wonders aloud whether the stress from exams has begun weighing too heavily on him. Almost immediately, she waves off her own concern with a playful jab, teasing that someone as weak as him shouldn't trouble himself with thoughts too heavy for his little brain. Then she recalls and reminds him of her favorite advice from years ago. No matter what trouble comes their way, they simply need to keep moving forward and leave the rest to fate. To lift his spirits, Si-yoon bursts into a bright, playful song as they step deeper into the alley, her voice echoing lightly off the walls. A small warmth fills Chen's chest at the gesture, a surprising comfort that his sister can sense even the slightest shifts in his mood. Yet he also knows she is completely unaware of the powers he has recently awakened or the wealth he now commands. When Chen answers her with calm confidence that he is perfectly fine, Si-yoon narrows her eyes slightly, unsure whether she is hearing reassurance or merely his stubborn pride. Shaking her head with a faint, amused smile, she thinks quietly to herself that perhaps her brother is finally starting to grow into the man he was meant to become. Behind them, one of the thugs follows carefully at a distance. He leans in toward Jian and reports that their target isn't alone. Chun is walking with a girl. Jian's anticipation only intensifies. A gleam lights his eyes as he recalls that the alley has no surveillance cameras, giving them freedom to act without fear of being caught. But Chun, ever perceptive, immediately senses the malice creeping toward them from behind. Without even fully turning, he recognizes them, the same trash from the student council. Keeping his expression calm and unreadable, Chun reaches into his pocket and pulls out a pair of wireless earbuds, gently placing them into Si-yoon's ears. He casually tells her to listen to a song he's recently started enjoying, his voice deliberately light so as not to reveal the danger closing in behind them. Si-yoon, slightly surprised because Chun rarely listens to music, accepts them anyway, seeing it as a small chance to understand a new, mysterious side of her brother. Only after the music begins does Chen slowly turn around. His eyes sharpen like blades as he locks onto the approaching scumbags, assessing their every move. With the music filling Si-Yun's ears, the thugs suddenly charge from the shadows, and the alley erupts into chaos in an instant. Chen immediately activates his lightning class, energy crackling over his skin. 7 long years of loss flash through his mind, and he swears that now, with his sister by his side, no one will ever threaten her again. Rage floods him as he wonders how these lowlifes even dared to attack them. Then, like a streak of lightning, Chen rockets forward, tearing through the alley with terrifying speed. The first thug barely reacts before Chen's kick connects, sending him flying. The others immediately break into a cold sweat, realizing how outclassed they are. Without slowing even a fraction, Chen channels power into his fists, striking 3 attackers in rapid succession before finishing a 4th with a vicious knee, leaving no room for retaliation. One of the remaining goons gathers a shred of courage to rush him, but Chen casually catches his hand. With almost no effort, Chen crushes it like dry spaghetti, the sound of breaking bones echoing faintly in the alley. The thug screams in agony, clutching the ruined hand, but Chen immediately follows with a brutal punch to the nose, leaving him no chance to recover. Jian watches in disbelief as his men are tossed aside like nothing. His confidence falters, replaced by shock and dread as he realizes just how strong Chen has become. Chen does not pause. He continues striking left and right, knocking down anyone foolish enough to step in his path, steadily closing in on the cloud assassin himself. When Chen reaches him, Jian stiffens, desperately clinging to the thought that he is still the strongest assassin alive. Jian shouts defiantly that he cannot lose, but Chen answers not with words, but with action, a devastating punch that shatters Jian's illusions and sends him flying. Chen pursues him relentlessly, delivering a relentless chain of punches that knocks several teeth loose, leaving Jian reeling. The cloud assassin rolls violently across the alley ground, scraping his body along the walls, before finally crashing hard into the brick with a sickening thud. Struggling to lift his head, Jian's first sight is Chen standing directly above him, eyes burning with a demon's terrifying presence, leaving him utterly paralyzed in fear. Chen stands above the defeated Jian, his shadow falling over him as if Jian is nothing but discarded trash lying on the floor. Looking down with a cold, almost emotionless stare, Chen reminds this worthless piece of garbage that he had already warned him once before, and that warning had been very clear: stay away. His eyes cut straight through Jian like a blade, sharp and heavy enough to make it feel as though he is staring directly into the man's soul. Then, with icy contempt in his voice, Chen asks if brainless scum like him cannot even understand the simplest words when another human being speaks to his face. By now, Jian has been beaten so badly that he barely resembles the proud, arrogant assassin who showed up earlier. His legs have gone completely numb beneath him, and every breath sends pain through his body, as if more than half of his bones have been smashed beyond any hope of repair. Only at this moment does Jian finally realize the truth. Out of everyone he could have provoked, he chose the absolute worst person possible. Broken, terrified, and barely able to move his lips, he forces out a weak apology that sounds more pathetic than sincere. Chen gives him no chance to keep begging or explaining himself. He grabs Jian hard by the collar, drags him in close with one sharp pull, and presses a cold dagger right against his face, instantly cutting off whatever desperate excuse Jian was trying to spit out. As Jian is forced to stare into Chen's eyes from that terrifying distance, the so-called top assassin finally sees the situation for what it really is, with nowhere left to hide from the truth. There is not a trace of fear in Chen's eyes, not even the smallest flicker of hesitation toward killing him. That kind of calm, suffocating pressure is something no ordinary high school student should ever be able to carry. Jian's mind begins to shake as the realization sinks in, and he can only wonder what kind of nightmare a person must have survived to turn into someone as frightening and monstrous as Chen. With cold malice dripping from every word, Chen tells the broken boy to burn this warning deep into his memory, unless he wants to experience this nightmare all over again for a second time. He makes it perfectly clear that if they ever try anything stupid again, he will not hesitate for even a heartbeat before tearing them apart. And then, as if that warning still is not enough, Chen adds one final condition in a voice even colder than before. If they dare come even within a mile of his sister, Chen will personally hunt down every single person connected to them and erase them one by one, without mercy and without regret. Once the message has been delivered, Chen lowers the dagger as if the whole thing was nothing more than a minor interruption. Then he calmly turns away and walks back towards Si-Yun, returning to her side before the background song even has enough time to end. Meanwhile, Si-Yun is completely absorbed in the music, her heart getting pulled deeper into the melody with every passing second. The lonely, heartbreaking lyrics hit her so strongly that tears begin gathering in her eyes, and she can barely keep herself together. She cries softly, her chest aching with sadness and confusion as she wonders what her brother must have suffered through all these years to change so much. For one painful moment, she even starts questioning whether the support she gave him back then was never truly enough. After wiping away the tears clinging to her face, Si-Yun suddenly turns around with a fresh burst of determination. She is ready to give Chin a proper scolding for making her worry so badly and acting like everything is fine. But before she can get the words out, they catch in her throat. The instant her eyes fall on the gift Chun is holding, her whole body freezes in place. Right there in front of her is the shiny gold-plated pen she has dreamed about for so long, gleaming beautifully under the light, as if Chin somehow pulled it straight out of her imagination and placed it in his hand. Si-Yun's face turns bright red in an instant, and excitement rushes through her so quickly that she almost forgets how to form words. Her eyes stay locked on the pen, shining with disbelief and pure joy. She can hardly believe that Chun actually bought her the newest holographic magic pen, especially when that single item costs more than their entire monthly rent. The price alone makes it feel completely impossible. Her adorable reaction immediately softens Chin's heart. Just from the way she is looking at it, anyone can tell she does not want to give the pen back at all, even though returning it would be the sensible choice when they are still so far behind on rent. Chin quietly clenches his fist behind his back, making another promise deep inside his heart. In this life, no matter what it takes, he will protect that smile, and he will make sure Si-Yun gets into the dream school she had once been forced to give up. Later, when they return home, Si-Yun spends hours happily playing with the pen. She traces glowing holographic drawings through the air, and soft light dances around the room as her excitement fills the quiet space. Chin sits nearby, quietly eating a bowl of homemade ramen that she prepared for him. As he watches how much she loves the gift, a genuine warmth settles in his chest, gentle and comforting in a way he has not felt for a long time. Still, reality eventually catches up with Si-Yun. Even though she absolutely loves the pen, she cannot stop worrying that Chin spent so much money on her when they still have not even handled next month's rent. Chin only gives her a proud, reassuring smile, as if the problem has already been solved. Then he reveals something she never saw coming. Their rent for the entire year has already been paid in full. He casually claims that he started a small business venture with a friend, and that the profits have been coming in pretty well lately. But Si-Yun is much too sharp to swallow that explanation so easily, and she immediately narrows her eyes at him with a suspicious glare. From the look on her face, it is obvious she does not believe this unbelievably convenient business story for even a single second. Every bit of her expression says that Chun is hiding something. Even so, she decides not to push him any further. After all, she can barely remember the last time she saw her big brother laughing this openly, this freely, and with so little weight on his shoulders. So instead of interrogating him and ruining the moment, Si-Yun gently pats him on the shoulder. Then, in a much softer voice, she gives him just one simple request. Whatever secret side hustle he has managed to get himself involved in, he simply needs to promise her one thing. He will not push himself so hard that he burns out and destroys his own body. Meanwhile, in the quiet, dim atmosphere of an aquarium, Student Council President Ting stands beside his cousin and shares a piece of news with her that is shocking enough to change the balance around them. According to the best doctors in the entire city, their top assassin has been injured so severely that there is basically no hope of him ever making a proper recovery. More than half of Jin's bones have been shattered beyond repair. The fact that he ended up fighting Chun at all was already unexpected, but the horrific condition he was left in afterward is even harder to believe. His cousin reacts with a chilling lack of concern, showing no real interest in whether Jin lives, recovers, or falls apart. Instead, her only disappointment is that the number of elite graduate students joining Ting's team has now been reduced. But President Ting is every bit as ruthless. He brushes the loss aside without the slightest trace of pity, saying that he will probably perform even better without some useless NPC dragging him down. At that moment, their uncle also speaks up, stepping into the conversation with the calm authority of someone used to being obeyed. This man is not only their uncle, but also the Academy's Director of Employment. Director Gong Xian begins giving his official report in a steady, composed tone, carefully laying out the results of his investigation into Chin's recent actions. His detailed investigation into the chaos that erupted at the ranking ceremony has finally reached a clear conclusion, and according to the evidence he has gathered, there is no room left for argument. The result is undeniable. Chin's true ranking is actually higher than Student Council President Ting's. That revelation strikes the former top student like a sudden shock. For a brief moment, Ting is caught completely off guard, and even his usual confidence seems to freeze in place. Director Gong Xian then gives him a stern warning. He reveals that Ting's father has personally asked the vice chairman of the alliance to evaluate Ting's performance during the upcoming combat exam. Because of that, Ting must make sure he shines brighter than everyone else when the exam begins. Still, in case he somehow fails to secure the spotlight on his own, the director presents a backup plan. The green-haired girl, who also happens to be his uncle's favorite niece, will join Ting's team to help guarantee that they take first place overall. But the arrogant student council president rejects the offer immediately, without pausing to consider it for even a second. To him, the suggestion itself seems unnecessary. He proudly claims that during the initial assessment, he did not even use a fraction of his true strength. What everyone saw back then was nowhere near his full ability. Completely convinced of his own superiority, President Ting assures them that he alone is more than enough to dominate the entire academy and crush anyone who tries to stand above him. Back at the academy dorms, Chen washes himself off after completing another brutal round of daily training. This time, it was a grueling 100-mile run while carrying a heavily weighted backpack that pushed his body to its limit. His mind is now locked onto one goal above everything else. He has to win the $1 million prize waiting at the end of the upcoming graduation exam. That prize is his only realistic chance to keep his agreement with Qingji from the Mithril Guild and build a profitable trade relationship that can benefit both sides going forward. With only a few short weeks left before the major exam arrives, Chen finally lies down in bed. His exhausted body begins to rest, but his focus remains fixed firmly on what comes next. But even as Chen finally lays down, he does not close his mind to rest. Sleep for him is just another tool, a chance to push further, grind harder, and sharpen every skill without wasting a single moment. His resolve is unyielding in slumber as it is in waking life. As his consciousness drifts deeper, Chen finds himself standing before the massive and foreboding void tower of Demon King Lanyu. Its dark, jagged silhouette looms above him like a monument torn from another world, exuding an aura of pure, oppressive power. Without hesitation, he strides forward, each step deliberate, climbing the tower's long, seemingly endless staircase that winds skyward toward its entrance, the air thick with tension and anticipation. In the past, when Chun had tested his Gravehound King class during his first assessment, his results had been respectable, a mid-sea rank that reflected steady, moderate power. But with his Abyssal Fiend class, everything changes. The sheer, raw strength it commands is overwhelming, so immense that it completely overwhelms the Academy's conventional rating systems. Even the Demon Heart, designed to measure extraordinary power, struggles to register it properly, as if the class's true potential exists far beyond the boundaries of any known scale. Faced with this reality, Chen understands there is only one reliable way to truly test the might of his remaining classes. He must unlock the Void Tower and put them to the test in real combat, where no numbers, no rankings, and no artificial measurements can hide the absolute truth of his strength. As Chen steps across the tower's threshold, a spark of curiosity ignites in his eyes. He wonders what twisted, merciless trial awaits him beyond this point, what nightmare challenges will demand every ounce of his skill. The instant he glimpses what lies beyond, shock freezes him in place. His eyes widen as reality twists around him in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he is transported into a surreal dimension, standing on the vast surface of a white planet that floats in the endless void of space, an alien landscape both mesmerizing and terrifying. The moment he attempts his first step, his body collapses under the crushing pressure. He drops to one knee, straining to keep from being completely flattened by the unrelenting weight pressing down into his very bones. This place is known as the Fallen Star Wastes, a realm where gravity crushes at 10 times the force of Earth, making every movement an ordeal, every breath a test of endurance. When Shin glances back, the tower's entrance has vanished, leaving him trapped. He immediately understands. The only way to reopen it is to defeat the boss ahead, and he must adapt quickly before any lurking monsters seize the opportunity to ambush him. No time is given to adjust. A phantom lion prowls nearby, eyes gleaming, moving with predatory intent. It has no intention of letting him prepare. With danger closing in and no options left, Chen instantly shifts into his lightning class, his reflexes firing in perfect synchronization with the threat. The phantom lion lunges with terrifying speed, a blur of claws and fangs, but Chen slips just in time, driving his blade straight into the creature's shoulder. The beast roars, a thunderous sound of fury and pain, but Chen quickly realizes the strike barely scratches its strength. The vital points were missed, the attack insufficient. Under this oppressive gravity, even his normally precise attacks are sluggish and clumsy, his movements heavy and awkward. Every strike feels slowed, every dodge strained. Before he can recover, the phantom lion forces him to the ground with ease, pinning him, jaws snapping dangerously close, intent on tearing him apart. The moment delivers a painful truth. These monsters have already adapted perfectly to the extreme gravity, while Chun is still struggling just to move without faltering. Chun endures the bite briefly, feeling his arm jar under the teeth, long enough to make a critical decision. he switches into his Abyssal Fiend class. The instant the transformation completes, an entirely different surge of power floods his body, reshaping his strength and resilience in ways perfectly suited to the brutal environment. By sacrificing some of his speed, he gains immense raw power and stamina, exactly what is needed for relentless, close-range combat under this oppressive pressure. The shift is immediate. Chun seizes control of the battle, slamming the Phantom Lion down with enough force to flip the momentum entirely, asserting dominance over the encounter. Rakshasa's gravity manipulation proves devastatingly effective here. On a planet already 10 times heavier than Earth, adding a threefold multiplier to each strike turns every blow into a weapon of crushing destruction. The lion roars, thrashing beneath him, but Chun is merciless, driving it down into the surface until it struggles in vain, its strength overwhelmed. When the fight finally ends, Chun collapses, sprawling across the floor, gasping for air beneath the crushing force of the planet, every breath a struggle against the immense weight. Then, just as he begins to recover, Gluttony rewards his survival with a level-up notification, a small but vital acknowledgement for enduring the ordeal. Through this, Chun begins to grasp an important fact. Every class he possesses carries its own star rating. These stars indicate the magnitude of stat boost he receives whenever switching into that class. Currently, Purgatory Rakshasa holds the highest rating among all his options. Yet, even with such an advantage, he had to fight tooth and nail just to survive against a single B-rank Phantom Lion. The realization hits him hard. He is still far from unlocking the full potential of his SSS rank talent. Adding to the frustration, he notices that Gluttony does not even offer him the chance to absorb the defeated lion, a crucial missed opportunity. With the exit still absent, Chun understands the truth. This creature was never the floor boss, only a preliminary threat. Then, without warning, a massive, foreboding door swings open behind him. From the darkness beyond, dozens of glowing eyes emerge, each one fixed on him, unblinking and ominous. Reality crashes down with full force. The struggle against one Phantom Lion is nothing compared to the relentless nightmare that is about to unfold. Countless B-rank monsters surge out from the doorway, a tidal wave of fangs, claws, and fury, closing in from every direction as they descend upon him. Only now does Chun truly understand Rakshasa's warning. The tower is a merciless gauntlet, each step forward soaked in pain, suffering, and relentless challenge. The demon had warned him. Only by enduring this endless onslaught could he adapt, survive, and grow stronger. And Chun, gritting his teeth, finally comprehends the brutal truth of the path ahead, where each battle is both punishment and opportunity. He jolts awake from his sleep, body snapping upright as though ripped from a nightmare, heart pounding from the horrors he has just endured in the demonic trial. Everyone else in the room sleeps peacefully, oblivious to the torment that just played across Chun's mind and spirit. Finally, he sees it clearly. Purgatory's Void Tower is no shortcut, no instant ladder to power. He stands only at the beginning of a long, grueling road, one paved with relentless trials and pain. Weeks pass, and at last, the day of the Academy's graduation exam arrives, carrying with it tension and anticipation in equal measure. VIPs and spectators fill the stands, eyes glued to the promising young students who may soon ascend to prominence, their gazes heavy with expectation. Before the exam commences, a new rule is declared. Each team must include at least one student who has achieved a high E rank, ensuring balance and opportunity. Then, another announcement follows. From this point forward, all students will have visibility into each other's ranks, removing uncertainty from their team selections. With everyone's strength now transparent, students can make strategic decisions, quickly judging who is worth recruiting and forming their teams accordingly. The student rankings are laid out in perfect order, starting from the top with the highest-ranked students and cascading all the way down to the very bottom, where the weakest names cling to the list. Each name seems to scream its place in the hierarchy, a visual reminder of power, skill, and reputation. But as Ma Long's eyes scan over the board, his expression shifts almost instantly. Something doesn't add up. A detail jumps out at him, nagging and impossible to ignore, like a single thread threatening to unravel the entire display. Chun feels the same confusion. When his gaze finally lands on his own name, shock strikes him cold. It sits at the very bottom of the list, as if every previous accomplishment, every hard-earned point, had been erased from memory entirely. In an instant, all eyes turn toward him. Whispers ripple through the room, disbelief painted across every student's face. How could a high-grade awakener, a name known and respected, appear in the lowest position as though he were a complete novice? Jealous students seize the moment immediately. Quiet murmurs grow into pointed whispers, mocking him, convincing themselves that his original ranking was nothing more than a fluke, a clerical mistake in the testing system. Even so, no amount of gossip or ridicule can completely erase the truth. Deep down, they all know Chen's skill is undeniable. If he were on their team, their final results would skyrocket beyond imagination. Student Council President Ting remains silent as the whispers swell around him. The students chatter about the supposed fool who, at this very moment, must be regretting having turned down the president's invitation to join his team. Yet the real mastermind behind this subtle sabotage is none other than President Ting's own uncle, Gong Xian, pulling strings from behind the scenes with calculated precision. Gong Xian had already anticipated every move. If Chen's name ended up at the bottom, no student would dare approach him. And without even qualifying, he would be barred from ever challenging the president's team, effectively neutralizing a threat before it could manifest. Only a few hours earlier, the classroom had been practically crawling with students swarming around President Ting, begging, pleading, and offering flattery just for a chance to join his team. They showered him with praise, each trying a different angle of charm, but Ting shut them down coldly, leaving no room for negotiation. Only one spot remained, and it was already reserved in his mind. Now, back in the present, nearly every other student has already secured a team, leaving only the weakest dorm standing alone, abandoned, with no one willing to join their ranks. Ma Long explains grimly that they had tried asking everyone, yet each attempt ended in rejection. No one would step forward to join their group. At present, only 4 members remain in the dorm team, falling short of the minimum requirement to participate in the graduation test, their opportunity slipping away by the second. He complains bitterly about the timing, how suspicious it all seems. Chen's ranking suddenly plummeted to the lowest position, rendering him apparently unqualified at the precise moment the team needed him most. With rules now mandating that each group include at least one high-level E-rank student, the targeting of their dorm feels deliberate, almost personal. This is no ordinary school event. The graduation test is the pinnacle stage where talent is proven and attention from powerful guilds can make or break a student's future. For the final test, team size determines the number of monsters a group faces. But having more members does not automatically translate into advantage. It's strategy, not sheer numbers, that matters. That explains why no one wants to risk joining weaker students. To the rest, these recruits would increase danger while dragging down the team's overall performance. To make matters worse, the 3 lowest-ranked students all hail from the same dorm, isolating Chen's group completely from any external support. At that moment, another student calls out to Zhua, hinting that their own team is missing only one final member. He applies subtle pressure with a deceptively friendly tone, suggesting that Zhua wouldn't want to fail the graduation test by remaining loyal to weaker dormmates. Chen observes all this carefully and quickly grasps the danger. If the situation continues unchecked, his entire dorm could be excluded before the competition even starts. Yet the dorm king stands firm. Without hesitation, he declares he will never abandon his roommates, refusing to save himself at the expense of others. The other group storms off in anger after being rejected, but Zhua's parting words carry a warning. Never look down on others so easily. Ma Long checks the student list again, his face grim. Almost everyone has already finalized their teams, leaving only a single vacant slot standing open. Their group needs only one more person to qualify, yet no matter where they turn, no one is willing to take that spot, the dorm's fate hanging by a thread. Chen's eyes drift toward the director, and a detail catches his attention. The man shares the same last name as the student council president. With that single clue, Chen instantly sees through the orchestrated manipulations, the hidden hand shaping events from behind the curtain. He wonders whether Gong Xian truly perceives him as such a formidable threat that he would go to these lengths, bending rules and reputations to block him. But Chen does not falter. With resolve sparking in his eyes, he declares his intent to participate no matter what, and electricity begins to crackle around him, a visible aura of unstoppable power. Now that the hostility is obvious, Chen tells himself there is no reason to hold back further. Every hidden reserve, every ounce of energy is brought to bear. As his energy bursts outward, he steps forward confidently, drawing astonished looks even from the officials in charge, surprised by the sudden, undeniable display of raw power. Even his dorm mates stare in stunned amazement, faces filled with a mixture of confusion and awe, trying to understand the audacious move he is making. Chen recalls the unique rule each Awakener school enforces. Students may challenge anyone at any time to demonstrate strength. Though it might appear to outsiders as mere showboating, in reality, such a challenge is one of the fastest ways to display skill and earn recognition among peers. In most cases, many would refuse, avoiding confrontation entirely to stay safe. Chen knows one absolute truth. The student council president's pride will never allow him to back down in front of witnesses. As long as Chen defeats that blonde opponent publicly, every student will immediately reconsider and seek to have him on their team, drawn by undeniable talent. But before the confrontation can even start, a girl appears at the doorway, calling out to Chen and asking if his team still needs one more member. She speaks calmly, as though joining them is the most natural decision in the world, completely unflustered by the chaos around her. The vice president clarifies that she already reached D rank back in middle school, so there is no need to worry about her dragging the team down. Chen's dorm mates are flabbergasted, eyes wide with disbelief, struggling to comprehend how Chun has managed to secure such an impressive and beautiful ally. Chung and Ting are equally baffled, their expressions frozen in surprise, while director Gong Xian nearly chokes on his drink, stunned by the unexpected development. The surrounding students erupt into whispers and gossip once again, murmuring amongst themselves and questioning why an exchange student would willingly join the lowest-ranked team in the entire graduation test. Most know little about her, but rumors are already spreading that she hails from the prestigious Saint Kingdom. Gong Xian's face darkens with rage. He immediately declares that exchange students are not permitted to participate in the school's graduation test. He presses further, insisting that Ling has never officially taken any rank tests at this academy, meaning she has never proven her rank here, a clear violation of the rules. Just then, the principal appears calmly, confirming that the director's assessment is correct. The moment Gong Xian lays eyes on the principal, his expression shifts dramatically. Shock and disbelief ripple across his face as the presence of the school's head changes everything in an instant. The principal kept his gaze on Ling, calm on the surface but clearly weighing every little detail. Then, in an even voice, he asked why she was so determined to join this test when everyone already knew she would only remain at the school for a very short period of time. Chun instantly stiffened, frozen in place for a brief second as the scene caught him completely off guard. His eyes moved toward the principal, and one shocked thought flashed through his mind. How had someone at the warrior class suddenly crossed the distance so fast that it looked almost like teleportation? The old man did not raise his voice. He simply explained, steady and composed, that allowing Ling to participate would create an unfair situation for the other students. And Ling, rather than pushing back or arguing, only followed along with his reasoning, as though she had already accepted what he was saying. A line of cold sweat slowly slid down Chen's face as the truth began to settle in. No matter how carefully he observed them, no matter how hard he tried to judge their strength, he still could not sense the real rank of either of these two people. After holding his tongue for as long as he could, the director finally forced himself to speak up. Gathering his courage, he stepped forward and supported the principal's decision, saying that a school could never function properly if it started ignoring the rules it had created. But just when the atmosphere seemed firm, the principal's voice suddenly softened. He began to explain that the school's true purpose was not merely to enforce regulations, but to provide awakeners with a place where they could study, grow stronger, improve themselves, and one day achieve something worthwhile with their lives. He went on, reminding everyone that although the graduation test had always been seen as an old-school tradition, it was far more than just a formal event. For many students, this test was one of the most important turning points they would ever face. Then the principal posed a question that made the room grow heavier. If a student was suddenly denied the right to participate just because the rules had been changed, then how could the school ever compensate that student for losing such an important opportunity? The director's confidence immediately began to shake. Sweat gathered across his forehead and ran down in thick beads as panic crept into his expression, and he could not stop wondering whether his small scheme had finally been exposed. His thoughts spun faster and faster as he stared at the principal. Deep down, he silently questioned whether all this invisible pressure was actually being directed at him because of Chun. After quickly weighing the situation in his mind, the director realized that if he kept forcing the issue, he would only invite even more trouble onto himself. So instead of pushing further, he decided it was smarter to retreat for the moment. He tried to calm himself by thinking that the strongest students had already gathered into their own team anyway. Because of that, no matter how the rules were adjusted now, they should still be able to dominate the test without any real difficulty. The director lowered his head slightly toward the principal and apologized in front of everyone. He admitted that they had not thought things through properly, especially when it came to how this system might stop certain students from getting a fair chance to develop. Then he lifted his voice so the entire room could hear him clearly. In order to maintain fairness in the graduation test, he announced that even lower-ranked teams, as well as groups with fewer than 5 members, would now be permitted to take part. With that announcement, the 4 dorm mates finally received the chance they had been fighting for. Their expressions brightened all at once, and they could barely hide their excitement as they celebrated the fact that their team had truly earned a place in the graduation test. Sitting toward the back, the principal quietly shifted his eyes toward Ling. With a casual tone, he remarked that she seemed to be showing just a little too much interest in Chun. On one side of the test stood the student council president, surrounded by a lineup packed with the school's strongest players. On the other side, Chun stood with the 3 students everyone else had already written off as the weakest. That sharp contrast only made the old man even more intrigued. He found himself wondering which devil's cave these 2 completely different teams would choose, and just how many points each of them could actually earn by the end. Not long after that, the official stepped forward and addressed the room. He announced that all team captains could now begin selecting the Devil's Cave their team would enter for the graduation test. Almost the instant the announcement finished, a sharp ding rang out from his tablet. The sudden sound made him pause in surprise, because one of the captains had already made their selection and locked it in. The second everyone saw which Devil's Cave Chun had chosen, the whole room seemed to freeze in disbelief. Then, a wave of shocked voices burst out from every direction, filling the classroom with confusion and alarm. Even Chen's own dorm mates panicked right on the spot. They hurried toward him and urged him to change his choice immediately, asking if he actually understood the meaning of the option he had just selected. But Chen gave them no answer. He remained silent, his eyes locked on the screen in front of him, looking as if his decision had already been settled long before anyone else could react. In the graduation test, every student team would enter one of the Devil's Caves, fight against the monsters waiting inside, and collect points according to the enemies they managed to defeat. If a team managed to defeat monster lords, they would receive additional points on top of their normal score. And if they cleared the dungeon quickly, they would also gain a separate bonus based on their completion speed. After all of that was calculated, the dungeon's difficulty level would then determine the final multiplier applied to the team's total score, making the choice of cave incredibly important. An F-rank dungeon could provide a maximum score of 75 points. But if a team challenged an E-rank dungeon, the highest possible score would rise to 100 points. The team that finished with the highest final score would draw the attention of the Imperial Guild. And beyond that, the single student with the best individual performance would be awarded a prize of 1 million yuan. Inside the selection room, the students started whispering and talking among themselves. They mentioned that the highest score ever recorded in the test was 90 points, a legendary result set by the current leader of the Imperial Guild. They also understood that even clearing an E-rank dungeon normally required at least 3 dependable D-rank fighters. Because of that, many of them believed Ting's team had a real chance to break that historic record this year. Just as the discussion around the room became louder and louder, the display suddenly let out another clear ding. The sound immediately announced to everyone that someone had already chosen a Devil's Cave. One student stared up at the screen with wide eyes, barely able to believe what he was seeing. Chen had not picked a safe option at all. He had actually selected a D-rank dungeon. Throughout the entire history of the graduation test, no team had ever successfully cleared a D-rank dungeon. So the moment everyone saw Chen's choice, they immediately wondered if he had simply pressed the wrong button by mistake. Long turned toward Chun and asked him bluntly whether he had hit his head. Meanwhile, the dorm king nearly lost control in front of the screen, staring at the selection like he could not accept what his own eyes were showing him. The nerd quickly stepped in and tried to reason with Chun, clearly hoping he could still talk him out of this insane choice. But Chen only answered calmly, revealing that he had considered this decision for a long time before finally making it. Before the room had any chance to calm down, the system rang out with another sharp ding. This time, the student council president had also selected the D-rank cave. Ting's teammates showed no hesitation whatsoever. The moment their leader made his decision, they accepted it right away, locking in their selection and officially securing their team's qualification for the test. The classroom exploded with noise after the announcement, students shouting and reacting from every corner of the room. Yet Ting's group kept their composure, trying to look calm and untouched by the chaos, as if this result was only to be expected. A blonde goth girl shifted her gaze toward Chun and mocked him with a sharp expression. In her eyes, he was not truly fearless at all. He was only acting bold because he wanted everyone in the room to look at him. A bald student quickly joined in as well, sneering that Chen's weak teammates would never agree to follow him into such a reckless challenge. According to him, Chen's team would collapse before the graduation test even had a chance to begin. Long, however, did not laugh along with the others. He kept watching Chen's face closely, studying his expression, and the longer he looked, the clearer it became that Chen was not joking in the slightest. He could not stop himself from wondering when his friend had become so bold. Somehow, without Long fully noticing it, Chen seemed to have changed far more than he had realized. After hesitating for only a short moment, the nerd finally settled his own thoughts. He reached out, pressed the confirm button, and chose to place his trust in his friend's decision. Yeo followed immediately after him. He hit the green button as well, thinking that since things had already reached this point, there was nothing left for him to lose anyway. When the dorm king saw that the others had already made their choices before him, irritation showed across his face. With a frustrated look, he finally pressed the button too, refusing to be the only one left behind. And just like that, with all 4 members confirming the same selection, the system officially recognized their team and granted them qualification for the graduation test. Chen turned his attention to his dorm mates and apologized to them sincerely. He admitted that the reason he chose this dungeon was because he wanted to become the top scorer. He understood very clearly that he was pulling them into his own dream and making them share the risk with him. Even so, His voice remained firm as he reassured them that they would climb all the way to the top together. After hearing Chen's words, the president slowly rose from his seat. His voice was cold and filled with confidence as he declared that the number one position belonged to him, and him alone. Chen slowly turned around to face him directly. Without lowering his gaze or stepping back, he met the president's challenge head-on. Ting's face instantly sharpened, his calm expression giving way to a fierce pressure that rolled out from him and seemed to weigh down the entire room. With overwhelming confidence in his voice, he made it clear that inside this school, there was room for only one student to stand at the very top. Ling stood toward the back, watching him closely, and surprise flickered clearly through her eyes. In all the time she had known Ting, this was the first time she had ever seen him expose such intense emotion so openly in front of everyone. And with that single moment, the tension that had been building between them could no longer be covered up or ignored. Chen and Ting's rivalry had finally surfaced in front of the entire room, making it impossible for anyone to pretend they had not seen it. The principal looked at these fearless students and felt a quiet sense of pride rising in his chest. But Ling could not feel that same ease, because Chun had chosen a D-rank cave, a terrifying place so dangerous that even a C-rank fighter would have a hard time clearing it alone. Of course, everyone knew the reward for clearing a D-rank cave was enormous. A team could earn as many as 150 points from it, but behind that tempting score was a level of danger that no one could afford to underestimate. And what made the situation look even worse was Chin's team itself. His teammates were not exactly the kind of fighters people expected to send into a challenge like that, which made his decision seem even more reckless to everyone watching from the outside. The principal also pointed out that there was only 1 month left before the test officially began. With so little time remaining, it would be nearly impossible for Chen's team to grow strong enough to handle a dungeon of that level. Even so, despite understanding better than anyone how small their chances really were, the old man still chose to hold on to a quiet hope. Somewhere deep down, he wanted to believe they might somehow survive the odds and pull through. 2 weeks later, the scene had shifted to the training grounds, and the atmosphere was completely different. Everyone was collapsed across the floor, panting heavily, their limbs trembling from exhaustion as if their bodies had been pushed far beyond what they could endure. Long lay there on the ground, drained and frustrated, unable to hold back his complaint any longer. He asked why they had to suffer through this brutal physical training when the other students were comfortably improving themselves through simulation training instead. Chen had been dragging them through one exhausting drill after another without letting up. Their bodies had been pushed non-stop, and after so much pain and fatigue, frustration was naturally starting to build inside every one of them. But Chen stayed calm, as if he had expected their complaints from the beginning. He explained that for what they were about to face, simulation training was practically useless and would not prepare them for the real danger ahead. He told them that when someone stepped into a devil's cave for the very first time, fear would hit harder than they could imagine. The shock could wipe their thoughts clean, and once their mind went blank, only instinct would be able to keep them alive. That was the reason he kept forcing them through physical training. Their bodies had to become stronger, faster, and more responsive, so that when terror closed in on them, they could still move and react before fear swallowed them completely. In truth, the best kind of preparation would have been to enter a real dungeon and build actual battle experience. But for ordinary students like them, getting that kind of opportunity was so far out of reach that it might as well have been a dream. Only the elite students were ever given chances like that. It was as though real combat experience was treated like a privilege reserved only for those who were already standing far above everyone else. And the unfairness did not end there. Those elites worked hard to keep ordinary people from ever catching up, carefully preserving the gap between them so they could remain at the top without being seriously challenged. They had access to better training resources, real dungeon opportunities, and powerful support systems that regular people could chase for their entire lives and still never manage to touch. After hearing all of that, the dorm king frowned, his expression tightening with frustration. He asked the most obvious question. If the entire system was already stacked against them from the start, then what were ordinary people even supposed to do? Chen answered by finally laying out the real goal behind everything he was doing. If they could enter the Imperial Guild, then they would gain the influence, strength, and position needed to begin changing the entire system from the inside. And at this moment, the graduation test was their only true opening. It was the one chance placed in front of them, the one path that could let them break through the wall of elites and stand above the people who had always looked down on them. With that dream burning fiercely in his heart, Chen silently vowed that he would do absolutely everything in his power to keep the promise he had made. Then, with unwavering conviction, he guaranteed that they would win. With only half a month left before the graduation exam, Chen drove himself even harder than before. Every single night, while everyone else was resting, he entered the Void Tower again and again to continue pushing his limits. Defeating the Phantom Lions was anything but easy. They attacked him relentlessly and knocked him down over and over, But no matter how badly Chun was beaten, he refused to stay on the ground or give up. Then, when there were only 5 days remaining before the exam, his roommates were also throwing themselves into training with everything they had. Even with their bodies exhausted, they kept forcing themselves to move forward. But Chun had already stepped into a completely different level of intensity. The training he put himself through was so extreme that even the hardest routine his teammates could imagine looked almost like a simple warm-up beside it. With only 2 days left before the exam, his rival was clearly not wasting a single moment either. Ting continued training seriously, sharpening himself as the final countdown to the graduation test drew closer and closer. Even then, Chen's progress was moving at an even more terrifying speed. By this point, he could stand beneath crushing gravity and still face an entire pack of lions head-on without losing his nerve. Blood ran down Chen's face, streaking across his battered features, but his eyes were sharper and more focused than ever. Covered in wounds yet burning with determination, he looked more prepared to win than he had at any point before. On the day of the exam, a small drone floated near the gathered students, hovering quietly in the air. It waited above them like an official guide, ready to lead them into the test that would decide everything. The boys arrived together, all wearing matching outfits that gave them a much sharper and cleaner appearance than usual. As they walked in side by side, they looked far more serious and prepared than they ever had before. After every student had put on their wristband, the signal was finally given. In that moment, the waiting ended, and the graduation exam officially began. Outside the exam area, the academy principal stepped forward with a warm and respectful smile. He personally greeted Gong Lin, making it clear from his manner that this visitor was no ordinary guest. This sharp-looking man was none other than President Ting's father. More than that, he was also one of the co-founders of the Imperial Guild, a name that carried enormous weight in front of everyone present. The students could not stop staring at him from a distance. To them, a co-founder of the Imperial Guild was so famous, powerful, and unreachable that they looked at him almost like a rare creature being displayed right in front of their eyes. Their curiosity only became stronger when they saw both the principal and the Imperial Guild co-founder shift their attention toward a luxurious white limousine that was arriving nearby. The door of the white car opened, and a red-haired man named Carl Cavendish stepped out calmly. His posture was relaxed, but every movement carried the confidence of someone who was already used to being the center of attention. The instant the students recognized who he was, they completely lost their composure. Standing before them was none other than the vice chairman of the World Guild Alliance. Someone with a status that Hai would normally never bother coming to a place like this. That was exactly why his sudden appearance felt so unbelievable, making the students wonder what could have drawn him there. Inside the VIP room, the director stood before the special guests and gave his report. He explained that 23 teams had chosen F-rank demon lairs, several groups had selected E-rank lairs, and only 2 especially daring teams had gone as far as choosing D-rank lairs. Alliance Secretary Sigrid looked genuinely surprised when she heard that information. From her perspective, even a real D-rank team would normally need careful preparation before attempting to enter a D-rank lair. Because of that, she turned her attention toward the academy officials and questioned them directly. Had they truly considered the students' safety before allowing such a dangerous choice? When the director heard her concern, he remained composed and answered without panic. He explained that the students fully understood the danger of the lairs they had personally chosen to challenge. He made it clear that awakeners who lacked real combat experience often struggled even against F-rank monsters. No matter how confident they appeared before entering, actual battle could break that confidence very quickly. But the true danger inside any lair was always the boss. Compared to the ordinary monsters wandering through the dungeon, the boss was far stronger, far more vicious, and far more capable of wiping out an unprepared team. That was exactly why so many teams ended up failing in the end. They could survive the weaker monsters along the way, only to fall apart completely once they finally reached the boss. E-rank lairs, however, were already on an entirely different level. Even the basic monsters inside were as strong as an F-rank boss, a harsh reality most students only understood after experiencing it firsthand. Hearing this, the Alliance Secretary immediately asked whether any safeguards were prepared in case the situation became too dangerous. The director responded without hesitation, assuring her that the academy placed great importance on protecting its top students and would not treat their safety carelessly. To make sure nothing spiraled out of control, a warrior from the Imperial Guild had been stationed outside every lair. If anything went wrong, that warrior would be ready to rush inside at the first sign of danger. On top of that, every student's wristband had been equipped with an emergency function. If a student chose to surrender, or if their life was truly at risk, the device could instantly teleport them out of the lair and bring them back to safety. Even after hearing all the safety protocols, Alliance Secretary Sigrid could not completely relax. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she surveyed the teams, quietly doubting that the Academy's students were truly capable of conquering a D-rank lair. In her mind, she wondered just how long these two daring teams could survive once they were plunged into the dungeon's freezing, dangerous depths. The director, meanwhile, already had his own grim prediction. He leaned back slightly, confident that the young E-rank students wouldn't last long inside the lair. In his mind, he pictured them panicking and rushing back out in tears before they had even come close to understanding the true peril waiting inside. Deep within the D-rank dungeon, the environment itself seemed to loom like a warning. Gigantic frozen trees stretched skyward, their branches sharp and glinting in the dim light like jagged ice spears. Chen's teammates hesitated, visibly shaken, as their eyes adjusted to the chilling darkness stretching ahead of them. And the monsters lurking in the shadows only heightened their fear. These nightmarish creatures were an unsettling hybrid of bats and monkeys, their twisted limbs and unnatural shapes sending shivers down the spine of anyone unfortunate enough to look at them too long. Chen immediately called out, his voice sharp and controlled. He warned the others to stay alert, explaining that these monsters could strike in the blink of an eye, and even a single lapse in attention could result in serious injury, or worse. Hardly had the words left his mouth when a swarm of ghost monkey bats dropped from above. They sliced through the frigid air with terrifying speed, diving directly at the group like a sudden, living hailstorm. To everyone's astonishment, the boys somehow managed to evade the attacks. Their dodges were frantic and far from graceful, but they moved just enough to avoid the claws and fangs of the lightning-fast creatures. For a brief moment, a sense of relief washed over them. Just realizing they had survived an encounter with a D-rank monster gave them a thrill, but that fleeting victory was immediately overshadowed by an even more incredible sight. Chen stood calmly in the center of the battlefield, a sword crackling with lightning in his hand. Around his feet, the bodies of dead monsters littered the ground, evidence of his unflinching efficiency. Without wasting time on words or speeches, he instructed his teammates to prioritize their own safety. They were not yet strong enough to handle the monsters alone, but he would take care of the rest. Another ghost monkey bat lunged from the shadows with terrifying speed. The boys barely had time to react, diving aside and avoiding the deadly strike by the skin of their teeth. At that instant, Xiangzhou finally understood Chen's purpose. All the brutal reflex drills and intense speed training had been preparing them for moments exactly like this, life or death encounters where instinct mattered more than skill alone. Xiangzhou clenched his teeth in frustration. For so long he had considered himself the dorm king, yet now, facing real danger, he realized he had no choice but to rely on his unpredictable roommate. While those thoughts raced through his mind, Chen moved with fluid precision, eliminating ghost monkeys one after another with swift, decisive strikes. The monsters attacked in relentless waves, but before they could even register the threat, Chen's blade was already through them, each strike precise and devastating. The dorm king muttered under his breath, recalling how Ma Long had often praised Chen's strength. But hearing about it and seeing it firsthand were entirely different experiences, leaving him awestruck. At that moment, Chen no longer looked like an ordinary student. To Xiangzhou, he resembled a battle-hardened veteran, someone who had survived countless real combat scenarios. As the fight continued, a twinge of envy crept into the dorm king's chest. With every swing of Chen's sword, his reputation seemed to rise even higher, and Xiangzhou couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. Suddenly, another monster appeared from behind the group. Xiangzhou barely reacted in time, raising a defensive block just before its attack could connect. He grabbed the creature's leg with both hands, which were ablaze with fiery energy, and shouted at his teammates. His voice rang with urgency and authority. "Stop dragging your feet and get your act together now." After all, Chen wasn't the only one whose future depended on this test. Every single member of the team had something to lose if they failed here. The others stared at Xiangzhou in surprise, caught off guard by the fire in his voice and the resolute determination etched into his expression. Galvanized by the dorm king's stubborn will, Xiangyu finally acted. He cast his vine lock spell, wrapping the monster tightly and managing to pin it, if only for a brief moment. But the relief was fleeting. The creature ripped free almost immediately and, with a sudden kick, sent Xiangyu flying before he could react. Long jumped in with his frostbite breeze spell, the icy wind slowing the monster slightly. Yet it was clear that alone, none of them could manage it. They needed to combine their efforts to gain any control. By coordinating perfectly, they finally managed to hold the creature in place long enough for the dorm king to prepare his next move. With a synchronized shout, they urged him to take the shot. The dorm king channeled all his fiery energy, compressing it into a powerful explosive flame bullet, and fired directly at the monster. But when the flames dissipated, the attack barely left a mark. The creature seemed almost untouched, with only a few scorched hairs hinting at the strike's impact, as though shrugging off the assault. Undeterred, he launched several more flame bullets in rapid succession. No matter how many times he struck, the monster refused to go down, its resilience testing their limits. By now, Xiang Yu and Long were straining to the brink of exhaustion, their bodies screaming as they tried desperately to keep the creature contained. Seeing their weakening grip, the Dorm King knew he could no longer hold back. Saving any energy was no longer an option. He poured every ounce of his power into one massive, concentrated flame attack. The resulting explosion engulfed the battlefield in fire and smoke, an overwhelming display of destructive force. When the smoke cleared, all that remained was a charred skeleton where the monster had stood. The drone's voice confirmed the victory. They had successfully eliminated a D-class ghost monkey bat. Exhausted and gasping for breath, the three teammates collapsed to the ground. Despite their fatigue, their faces glowed with excitement. They had actually defeated a D-class monster using only their own strength. Chen approached them, his expression showing mild surprise. The moment they noticed him, they eagerly asked whether he had seen them take down the monster. The creature had left behind only a single finger bone as loot. Xiang Zhua, trying to maintain his composure, casually claimed that dispatching it had been a simple task, a piece of cake. Chen didn't tease or mock them. Instead, he offered a straightforward congratulations, acknowledging the victory they had earned through their own effort. Shortly afterward, the drone's voice rang out again, announcing that every monster within the Devil's Cave had now been cleared, marking a complete victory for the team. Back in the viewing area, Director Gong stared at the live feed in disbelief, his face slack with shock, as if the sight in front of him was defying all reason. He simply could not process what he was seeing. These students, supposedly weak and lacking real combat experience, had just overcome a D-level threat that no one expected them to survive. The rest of the staff could only sit in stunned silence, their mouths tight, eyes wide, completely unable to find words for the impossible scene unfolding before them. Meanwhile, Vice Chairman Cavendish's assistant maintained his composure, calmly praising Chen's performance and calling it truly outstanding. As he watched the boy on the screen, he felt a strange familiarity emanating from Chen, a sense that reminded him of an old friend long ago, stirring a memory he hadn't expected. Vice Chairman Cavendish then spoke Chen's name aloud, deciding to remember him. That single decision immediately made President Ting's father and Director Gong exchange uneasy glances, the weight of recognition settling over them. Desperate to divert attention from Chen as quickly as possible, the director hurriedly redirected everyone's focus toward the student council team inside the other D-rank cave. He pointed out that Ting's team had already reached the midsection of the dungeon. The chairman's aide praised their coordination, noting that their teamwork was nearly flawless, almost like a professional guild raid team in action. Chairman Carl smiled at the report, clearly pleased, and remarked that this year's graduates were far more impressive than any previous classes he had seen pass through the academy. Director Gong lowered his voice to a whisper, reminding himself that the real battle was just beginning. The most thrilling moments, he knew, had not even started yet. Inside the D-rank Toxic Vine Cavern, the president's team suddenly found themselves surrounded. Poisonous mushroom monsters erupted from all directions, converging on them in a coordinated, deadly attack. In response, a girl stepped forward, her guitar in hand. Her fingers danced across the strings, weaving a decay spell into the music that spiraled outward to strike the advancing monsters. At that exact moment, a star mage lifted his hand, channeling his unique attraction ability. Slowly but deliberately, he drew every scattered mushroom monster toward a single, tight cluster, creating the perfect setup for a coordinated combo. The creatures, confused and stumbling over each other, had no idea they were walking straight into a trap meticulously orchestrated by the team. The instant the monsters were corralled, the mage's voice rang out, calling urgently for the captain. Right on cue, the president surged forward, sword gleaming in the ambient light, his posture radiating lethal precision. Every step he took exuded absolute confidence, ready to end the encounter in a single, decisive strike. In a heartbeat, the president swung his sword, unleashing the blazing sky technique. His blade tore through the tightly packed mushroom monsters with surgical accuracy, each slash scattering them into pieces. The air itself seemed to tremble from the force of the attack, leaving no doubt about the sheer dominance of his skill. His teammates quickly recognized the familiarity of the monsters. They were identical to those faced during their rigorous training sessions. Knowing the attack patterns in advance, the team moved with seamless coordination, their movements fluid and confident, feeling virtually no real pressure as they executed their maneuvers. It became clear to them that the school officials had designed this test specifically with their team in mind. With support quietly positioned behind them, every obstacle seemed to dissolve effortlessly, turning what could have been a tense battle into a near-routine performance. Realizing this strategic advantage, the team's morale soared, and celebration began prematurely. Laughter and teasing remarks filled the air even before the fight was fully concluded, their confidence unshakable. They knew, without a shadow of a doubt, that first place this year would be theirs. Meanwhile, deep within the final level of the Cloud Forest, The boys stared in disbelief at how far they had come. Against all odds, they had survived the gauntlet and reached the lair of the boss monster itself, their hearts pounding with a mix of fear and awe. Amid the frozen wasteland, a colossal ghost ape crouched silently in the snow, calmly devouring its meal as though it had been waiting there for this very moment. Its sheer size and composed demeanor sent a chill down the boys' spines, marking it as a predator that could end them in an instant. The dorm king broke into a cold sweat at the sight alone. The monster's presence was suffocating. Even a single strike from its massive limbs could easily mean instant death. His hands trembled involuntarily, betraying the instinctive fear coursing through him. As if reading the fear in their eyes, the creature slowly lifted its gaze, fixing its piercing eyes on the group's weakest member. The air thickened with tension, and a dreadful anticipation settled over the frozen ground. Ma Long's scream tore through the cold air, a pure, unbridled terror that immediately provoked the beast into action. The creature responded to his panic, lunging forward with a terrifying, earth-shaking leap. The giant ape hurtled through the air, its massive frame slicing through the cold wind as it closed in on them. Every instinct screamed to flee, and the boys scattered in a desperate scramble, their feet barely finding purchase on the icy ground. They sprinted with all the strength they could muster, desperate to put as much distance between themselves and the beast as possible. Snow and ice sprayed behind them, marking their frantic retreat across the barren wasteland. Chun, however, did something completely unexpected. With unshakable resolve, he charged straight at the monster, moving with a speed and confidence that defied reason. There was no hesitation in his eyes, only the determination to confront the beast head-on. He launched himself at the ape's face with a brutal, bone-shaking kick, following it immediately with a relentless flurry of punches. Each strike lifted the massive creature into the air, slamming it repeatedly, as Chin's ferocity left no room for recovery. Before the monster could regain its footing, Chin ended the battle with shocking finality. His strikes shredded the creature's body apart, tearing it into pieces with a feral intensity that left the forest echoing with the remnants of its destruction. Witnessing this savage display left the boys frozen, their minds struggling to process the sheer brutality and overwhelming strength they had just seen. Shock and awe gripped them simultaneously, rendering them unable to speak. Even after annihilating the beast, Chin's expression remained unsatisfied. His annoyance was palpable. These D-rank monsters provided barely any experience points, and the trivial gains felt almost insulting to his capabilities. The loot they dropped was equally underwhelming, leaving Chin's frustration mirrored in the meager rewards strewn across the snow. Every collected item seemed almost comically insufficient for the effort exerted. Suddenly, the excited shouts of his teammates pierced the tension. They had discovered giant mana stones hidden nearby, their voices tinged with awe and triumph. It turned out the ghost ape had concealed the glowing stones inside a hollow tree trunk, as if guarding a secret treasure meant for those bold enough to claim it. His friends stared at the radiant crystals in disbelief, their hands reaching instinctively to grasp the unexpected bounty. Greed and wonder danced in their eyes, unable to resist the allure of the loot. Chin shouted for them to stop, his voice sharp with authority, but it was too late. In an instant, a blinding flash erupted from the hollow trunk, illuminating the entire area with a stark, icy brilliance. Within seconds, the freezing energy spread like wildfire, encasing everything in a thick, solid layer of ice. The landscape transformed into a crystalline prison, trapping every living being within its frozen grasp. Chun, Xiangyu, Xiangzhua, the dorm king, and even the hovering camera drones were immobilized, frozen solid before they could even react to the sudden, brutal trap. High above, in the VIP viewing room, the live feed sputtered and died, leaving the screen blank and the spectators in stunned silence. The director's lips curved into a faint, sinister smile. This was exactly the outcome he had anticipated. He knew that high-rank monsters often employed cunning traps, and Shin's rookie team had predictably fallen right into it. Vice Chairman Cavendish's face clouded with concern as he realized the students were in peril. The director feigned regret, claiming they had no choice but to immediately extract the team from danger. But the principal stood firm, refusing to intervene. He reasoned that their wristbands would automatically activate if their health fell too low, and since no team member had surrendered, there was no immediate threat. He emphasized that the decision to retreat or persevere belonged to the students themselves, not the adults observing from a safe distance. Back in the icy dungeon, Ma Long trembled violently, each breath visible in the frigid air, his entire body shaking as frost formed around him. Remarkably, he was the only one in the group to avoid complete immobilization. This was due to his character class, which naturally endowed him with strong resistance to ice magic, allowing him to survive the trap that ensnared everyone else. A chilling laugh echoed across the frozen landscape, and Ma Long looked up to see a skeletal ice monster staring directly at him, its eyes devoid of mercy. He immediately recognized it as the Lord of the Lair, a terrifying creature documented in the Monster Compendium. From his recollection, it was a cloud mage capable of commanding both offense and defense by effortlessly manipulating ice and snow to deadly effect. Its name rang ominously in his mind. The Bone King of Remains, notorious for savoring the slow, deliberate torture of its prey before delivering the final, fatal blow. Realizing the ice blast was merely a trap, Ma Long turned on his heels and sprinted without hesitation. There was no way he could defeat a C-class Lord Monster on his own. He charged toward Chun, determined to free him, but an icy projectile shot forward, piercing straight through his leg and halting his desperate advance. The Bone King laughed cruelly at his suffering, while Ma Long's wristband instantly triggered a warning that his leg had been critically impaled. The device offered him the option to abandon the exam, but even through the searing pain, Ma Long refused to yield. Instead, he pressed on, striving to thaw Chen's frozen body, knowing that losing their strongest fighter would erase their only real advantage. Before he could complete the rescue, another ice shard tore through the air, embedding itself in his arm and halting his efforts with brutal precision. The Bone King reveled in Ma Long's torment, while the bracelet issued another urgent alert, reporting severe injury. It detected the arm wound and an elevated heart rate, once again presenting him with the option to quit the trial. But Ma Long's mind drifted to his past hardships. Every time life became challenging, he had fled, only to fall further behind. He recalled the bullying, mockery, and neglect he endured. He and his friends had fought too hard to reach this moment, and surrender now would render it all meaningless. Seeing this as his final chance to seize control of his fate, Ma Long summoned every ounce of strength, forcing his trembling body to rise through the pain, and finally succeeded in freeing Chun from the ice. The weight of the moment hung heavy in the air as Chun emerged, gasping but free, the frozen battlefield around them a testament to both their peril and unyielding determination. He plants his feet firmly into the frozen ground, standing tall and unwavering despite the Bone King unleashing a merciless hail of icy spikes. Each jagged shard tears through the air with deadly intent, slicing a cold wind directly toward him, yet he remains resolute, his gaze locked on the threat ahead. As the barrage is about to descend upon him, Long summons a powerful, guttural roar, a sound that shakes the very air. In that same heartbeat, Chen's eyelids snap open, piercing through the tension like a sudden flash of lightning across the frozen battlefield. The thick ice encasing him shatters violently, scattering frozen fragments in every direction. Without a moment's hesitation, Chun lunges forward with blinding speed, scooping Long up and whisking him out of danger in one seamless, lightning-fast motion that leaves no room for error. The escape is so sudden and precise that even the Bone King is caught entirely off guard, its deadly attack missing the mark entirely, crashing uselessly into the snow behind them. Long stares at Chun, disbelief etched across his face. His mind races as he realizes the truth. Chun had freed himself from the icy prison entirely on his own, relying on nothing or no one else. Chun glances at Long with a subtle nod, acknowledging his earlier attempt to help, before his expression hardens with focused concern. He asks about Long's injuries, his voice carrying a genuine, urgent care that cuts through the chaos around them. Long steadies his breathing, assuring Chun that the bleeding has temporarily stopped and that he can hold on. He quickly warns him of the Bone King's true nature, a cloud-type C-rank lord whose close-range power is unimaginably lethal. Any lapse, he warns, could mean there is no second chance for survival. Turning their attention back to the battlefield, they see the Bone King beginning to amass a massive cluster of ice shards above its skeletal form, a harbinger of the destruction it plans to unleash. Long's eyes widen in horror as he realizes the sheer magnitude of what's coming. This isn't ordinary ice magic, it's an enormous frozen bomb, poised to obliterate anything in its path. In the next heartbeat, the ice bomb crashes down, and the area is instantly swallowed by a blinding explosion of white frost and flying shards. The world seems to collapse into a frozen chaos, with snow and ice whipping violently through the air. The Bone King lets out a triumphant laugh, certain of its victory. But the sound abruptly cuts off when it sees both boys still standing, unharmed, their defiance mocking its power. Chun has already shifted into the Doomflame King class, activating his Cloud Warrior Frostbody. Completely immune to the Bone King's cold attacks, he now turns the icy battlefield itself into an advantage, his resistance stats soaring and his presence commanding the frozen terrain. The Bone King recoils, a terrified shriek escaping its mouth as it realizes its ice can no longer harm him. Its confidence crumbles instantly. Even Long freezes, stunned beyond words. Chun, previously a Volt assassin, now stands with the aura and form of a cloud-type warrior, a transformation that defies all expectations. For a moment, Long can only marvel, wondering if Chun might be one of those exceedingly rare prodigies capable of awakening two entirely different classes simultaneously. Chun, however, does not boast or explain. He quietly apologizes for misjudging the situation earlier, admitting that his mistake had inadvertently dragged his friends into a far more dangerous battle than intended. Without missing a beat, Chun shifts classes again, transforming his body into the terrifying abyssal fiend, his presence now radiating overwhelming menace. He draws the Purgatory Warrior's sword, planting his stance firmly, facing the Bone King head-on, signaling his intent to end this fight here and now, leaving no room for negotiation. Long's jaw drops, utterly incapable of processing the transformation unfolding before him. The sheer audacity and power displayed is beyond anything he has ever witnessed. For most awakeners, mastering a single class is a lifelong pursuit. Only in the rarest cases can someone wield two classes simultaneously, making dual-class individuals almost mythical. People with dual classes are so rare that major guilds treat them as priceless assets, willing to go to extraordinary lengths to recruit them. But this alone doesn't explain Long's shock. Upon closer inspection, he realizes Chun isn't merely switching between one or two classes. He is manipulating three entirely different classes at once. Even more astonishing, each of these classes is extraordinary. In abyssal fiend form, Chen's stats surge with alarming speed, his raw power radiating an aura that can't be ignored. His physical strength explodes beneath him, launching him skyward with the force of a rocket, leaving the ground trembling under the sheer intensity of his movement. With unstoppable momentum, Chun charges straight toward the Bone King, closing the distance in a violent, explosive burst of speed that leaves no margin for error. The Bone King's smug grin vanishes instantly, as it senses the lethal energy emanating from Chun. With one precise swing, Chun slices through the bony monster as easily as a knife cutting through soft butter, obliterating it in a single, devastating strike. The kill catapults Chun to level 17 instantly, while a rare, shimmering loot drop materializes, rewarding his skill and audacity. Long gazes at the shattered skeleton, frozen in disbelief. He cannot comprehend how Chun just annihilated a C-rank boss with such ease. Chun, casually composed despite the chaos, reminds him of the rest of the team still trapped in the ice, a reality Long had completely overlooked in the heat of the fight. Panic surges through Ma Long. He bolts without hesitation, determined to thaw the others before the deadly cold can claim them, his movements fueled by pure adrenaline. Once Ma Long disappears into the frozen chaos, Chun glances at the fallen Bone King and notices a new opportunity, the chance to devour the defeated Frostlich King. Seizing the moment while no one is watching, Chun absorbs the boss's power, unlocking a brand new class, Cloud Mage, adding yet another layer of versatility to his already formidable arsenal. Thanks to the earlier ice attack that blinded all cameras and drones, no outside observer can detect Chun's hidden transformation, keeping his new power a closely guarded secret. Just as he thinks the surprises have ended, a notification appears, signaling that his Lightning Assassin class has leveled up, granting him the opportunity to enhance one of his stats. Meanwhile, in the distant D-rank zone known as Gloomvine Grotto, the council president's team is struggling, pushed to the brink and overwhelmed by a seemingly insurmountable foe. No matter how hard they strike, their spells barely scratch the D-rank boss. Each attempt feels trivial, as if their attacks are mere whispers against a mountain of raw power. The mage attempting to restrain the monster with magical chains trembles under the pressure, barely maintaining control as the boss's raw might threatens to crush him. The lightning archer's arrows land with almost no effect, bouncing off the boss as though it were untouchable, making their efforts feel laughably inadequate. The beast swats them aside effortlessly, tossing their bodies like toys, each strike a reminder of their utter vulnerability. Humiliation washes over the team as they realize that all their training, drills, and simulations have left them unprepared for such overwhelming power. They have never faced an opponent of this caliber, and the mage quickly recognizes that only the president has the power and presence to possibly turn the tide of the battle. Far behind the front line, the president stands in a dramatic pose, radiating absolute confidence, as though the entire battle had been waiting for this single moment of intervention. He begins charging his ultimate skill, the support mages layering buffs and enhancements into him, amplifying his strength to unprecedented levels. Finally, gathering every ounce of energy, the president launches himself at the boss, sword ablaze with fiery intensity that cuts through the battlefield like a blazing comet. The flaming blade pierces directly into the monster's core, striking its heart with surgical precision. A moment later, flames erupt from the creature, consuming it from the inside out, melting its bones and flesh in a violent inferno. Cheering erupts from the president's teammates, their voices carrying the awe and exhilaration of witnessing what feels like the birth of a legendary hero whose name will echo through history. The battlefield trembles, snow and frost swirling in the aftermath, marking a turning point that will be remembered long after the ice has melted. A drone hovering nearby steadies itself in the air, then projects the result loud enough for everyone around to hear. Its announcement confirms that their team has officially cleared a Grade D zone in just a little over 30 minutes, an achievement that instantly draws attention from the surrounding students. The moment those words reach their ears, the whole party erupts with excitement. Their faces light up with victory already written across them, and in their minds, first place is practically guaranteed. After all, they simply cannot imagine any other team clearing a zone faster than that. With that overwhelming confidence pushing them forward, they leave the lair with eager steps, already picturing their names displayed at the very top of the rankings. Every one of them is certain they are about to receive the recognition they deserve. But as they walk through the hallways outside the test area, the atmosphere feels different from what they expected. All around them, they pass one group after another of students who had given up midway and teleported out before completing their assigned zones. Most of those students look completely shaken. Their faces are pale, their bodies are tense, and some still seem trapped in the terror of their first real encounter with demons, as if the monsters are still lingering right behind their eyes. That is when one of the president's lackeys suddenly spots Chun and his squad sitting off to the side. Unlike the noisy crowd around them, they are quietly resting away from the commotion, looking exhausted after everything they went through. The lackey only needs to glance at their tired expressions and battered bodies before his mind jumps to its own conclusion. To him, their worn-out appearance already tells the whole story. In his eyes, it is obvious that Chin's team must have fallen apart almost immediately after entering the lair. He assumes they were crushed early, forced out, and left sitting there in defeat. With a smug grin spreading across his face, the lackey strolls toward Chun and begins mocking him openly. He laughs at Chun for acting so bold before the test, only to supposedly collapse halfway through when things became real. The loyal follower keeps running his mouth, clearly enjoying the chance to humiliate Chun. But before he can push it any further, his own boss cuts him off sharply, because the Alliance vice chairman is already walking toward them. The elegant man approaches with calm authority in every step, slowly clapping as he comes forward. In a composed voice, he congratulates the students, praising what he calls an excellent performance. As he draws nearer, the president does his best to keep his face calm and dignified, but the followers standing around him can barely hide their excitement, knowing they are now face-to-face with one of the most powerful men in the entire world. President Ting steps forward confidently, lifting his hand with a practiced smile. From his smooth posture and expectant expression, it is obvious that he is waiting for a respectful handshake. But Mr. Cavendish does not even spare him a glance. He simply walks right past the outstretched hand, treating President Ting as though he is not standing there at all. Being ignored so blatantly in front of everyone makes the president's pride shatter on the spot. The embarrassment strikes him harder than any monster attack, leaving his face stiff with humiliation. And before he can even recover from that public shame, the vice chairman makes the situation even more unbearable by loudly calling his rival a true legend. Mr. Cavendish places a firm hand on Chin's shoulder in front of the entire crowd and announces that Chin cleared a D-rank dungeon in only 20 minutes. He even adds that not a single professional team from his own guild has ever broken a record like that. The council president and every one of his lackeys freeze where they stand. Their smug expressions vanish in an instant, and for a moment, none of them can even find the words to respond. They simply cannot understand how 4 unknown students could somehow outperform their 10-man squad. Even worse, Chin's team did not just survive, they actually cleared an entire D-rank lair for real. Chun, however, barely shows any reaction at all. Even praise from the strongest man in the country does not shake his expression, though deep down, he quietly wonders why someone of Cavendish's status would personally come to the academy. Carl Cavendish looks at him with steady eyes and calmly says that from this day forward, he will remember Chin's name very well. After saying that, he finally shifts his attention away from Chun and turns toward Gong Lin, the very man who had invited him here in the first place. The vice chairman casually adds that Gong Lin's son is also talented, but the compliment is so restrained that it feels more like basic politeness than genuine admiration. Those words leave both father and son with a bitter taste in their mouths. After watching Chun receive such warm recognition right in front of them, this mild praise only makes the contrast feel even harsher. Once that brief comment is out of the way, the vice chairman announces that it is time for him to leave, as if the entire matter has already reached its natural end. Before the awkward atmosphere can grow any heavier, the academy director quickly steps forward, trying to smooth things over and regain control of the situation. He announces the final results, explaining that the 2 leading teams have finished with the same score. Because of this tie, every member of both teams will receive an official invitation to join the Imperial Guild. To Chin's roommates, that announcement sounds almost too good to be true. Thanks to Chun carrying the team through the exam, Their futures have practically been secured right in front of them. President Ting's lackeys begin celebrating too, cheering as if the outcome is still a major victory. But Ting himself remains silent, his expression dark, clearly nowhere near satisfied with sharing the result. Then the director adds one more reward. The team captains will both receive management positions in the guild for their leadership, and the $1 million cash prize will be split evenly between them. The moment this decision is announced, both team leaders are visibly caught off guard. Their expressions shift at almost the same time, neither of them fully expecting the reward to be handled this way. Chun quietly runs the numbers in his head and realizes that even $500,000 still will not be enough to clear his debt. Somehow, he has to earn the remaining money and keep his promise to the Mithril Exchange Guild. But before that worry can fully sink in, President Ting suddenly steps forward. In front of everyone, he openly refuses to accept the final result as a tie. He declares that the true winner should be decided through a one-on-one duel. In his eyes, there can only be one champion, and he is not willing to share that title with anyone. The sudden challenge sends a wave of shock through the crowd. Even the academy director and the vice chairman turn their attention toward him, clearly surprised by his bold demand. Alarmed by his nephew's reckless move, the director immediately tries to talk him down. He urges him to accept the tie, knowing that after the humiliation earlier, this shared victory is already the best outcome they could hope for. The director assumes Chen will see the duel as meaningless and reject it without hesitation. But instead, Chen accepts the challenge right away, only with one condition attached. Whoever wins the duel will take the entire $1 million prize for themselves. That unexpected condition is interesting enough to stop the vice chairman from leaving. He pauses his departure for the moment, clearly curious to see how this situation will unfold. With the terms now laid out, Chen steps forward and faces his opponent directly. His posture is calm, but his intent is clear. He is ready to settle everything once and for all. Sometime later, Qingzhu tells Si Chen that he always expected him to take first place. But even with that confidence, he never imagined Si Chen would go so far as to earn a perfect score. After seeing Si Chen's name spread across the news, Qingzhu becomes even more certain that supporting him financially was the right move. He offers to erase Si Chen's $1.5 million debt completely, calling it an angel investment in his future. But Si Chen does not accept it as a simple handout. His tone stays firm as he makes it clear that a debt is still a debt, and if he owes the money, then he will repay every last bit of it himself. Si Chen then explains that he came here today to discuss two matters. The moment he says that, Qingzhu's attention sharpens completely, waiting to hear what he wants. For the first matter, Si Chen asks for a 1-week extension on the repayment deadline. Since the graduation test ended in a tie, the prize money he received is still $500,000 short. Then he reveals his plan for getting the rest of the money. He will face the other champion, Gong Ting, in a one-on-one tiebreaker next week, and the duel will take place inside a wild devil's cave outside the school. Qingzhu is stunned the moment he hears this. He cannot understand why two students would willingly enter a wild dungeon just to settle the outcome of a school competition. He warns Si Chen that entering a place like that without professional training is far too dangerous. But Si Chen remains perfectly calm, telling him not to worry and promising that he will win the remaining $500,000. To make up for asking for more time, Si Chen also promises to hand over every monster material he collects from the cave as interest on the delayed repayment. Seeing Si Chen speak without a trace of fear, focused only on repaying what he owes, Qingzhu breaks into a nervous sweat. Deep down, he has to admit that this young man really is something extraordinary. Si Chen eases back with the kind of relaxed posture that makes it seem like he has been holding something back the entire time. A faint smile curls at the corner of his mouth as he casually brings up that his visit today actually has another reason behind it. One that is even more important than everything he has already said. But in the next instant, that easygoing smile fades from his face. Si Chen's gaze grows sharp, the light in his eyes turning firm and serious, and without softening the blow at all, he delivers the final piece of news he came here to reveal. The moment Qingzhu hears it, the words hit him like a bolt of thunder exploding right beside his ears. His entire face goes blank, his mouth falls open, and disbelief spreads across him so completely that he can barely react. For several heavy seconds, Qingzhu simply stands there, rooted to the spot, as if his body has forgotten how to move. All he can do is stare straight at Si Chen, shock and awe mixing in his eyes, while not even a single word manages to leave his throat. Later that same afternoon, over at Qingshui Middle School, the atmosphere is completely different. Si Chen's younger sister, Si Yun, finally lets out a long breath of relief after surviving her brutal final exams, while all around her, her classmates slump in exhaustion and complain about how difficult the test had been. She pulls out her phone and checks the screen, and the instant she sees the date and time, her face brightens with a happy smile. For her, this moment officially marks the beginning of summer vacation. But then, just as she is enjoying that sense of freedom, another thought suddenly pops into her mind. Today is not only the day her exams are over, it is also the day her brother is facing his graduation assessment. Her eyes naturally drift down to the lock screen of her phone, where a cheerful selfie of her and Si-chun is smiling back at her. Seeing the two of them together like that pulls her thoughts toward the memories, hopes, and dreams they have shared over the years. For years ago, Si-chun had rushed into the room filled with pure excitement, unable to hide the joy on his face. He waved his admission letter from the National Awakener University in his hand, his eyes shining brightly as he realized the potential that had finally opened up before him. Back then, the younger Si-yun had been so excited she could barely stand still. She bounced on her toes and looked up at him eagerly, asking if that meant her brother was going to become an awakener, just like their parents. At that time, Si-chun had been overflowing with confidence and hope. He promised her that once he became strong enough, he would enter a top guild, earn enough money to give her a much better life, and turn the dreams they had been holding onto into reality. And deep down, he believed there was another reason he had to grow stronger. If he could gain enough power and knowledge, then one day, he might finally uncover the truth behind the mysterious disappearance of their parents. Si-yun had believed in him with her whole heart. She cheered him on without hesitation, completely convinced that her brother would become a strong, dependable, and truly capable awakener. But in a more recent memory, that hopeful image of Si-chun had changed. He had been sitting alone at his desk with a gloomy expression, quietly weighed down by the fact that he was already a senior and still had not awakened his powers, while Si-yun watched him silently from the side. When Si-chun noticed the worry written all over her face, he immediately tried to hide his own disappointment. He did not want his frustration or pain to become another burden for his younger sister to carry. So he forced a gentle smile onto his face and spoke to her as calmly as he could. He reassured her that everything was all right, insisting that he only needed to push himself harder and work even more seriously to reach his goals. Thinking back on all of it, Si-yun cannot help reflecting on the long, difficult path her brother has walked. Even though he studied harder than anyone else and poured everything he had into improving himself, he was still the only student who had yet to awaken. She understands now just how lonely that must have been for him. While everyone around him moved forward and succeeded, he had to swallow his own pain in silence, pretending to be fine just so she would not worry about him. Just then, her classmate Ju Tong suddenly comes rushing toward her, calling out Si-yun's name with a bright and energetic smile, instantly pulling her back from her thoughts. Ju Tong leans in with excitement written all over her face and asks if Si-yun has already heard the latest news, her eyes sparkling with curiosity like she can barely wait to share it. She quickly explains that the National Awakener University has produced 2 genius graduates this year, and the way she says it makes it clear that this is not some ordinary school rumor, but a rare and impressive achievement. Ju Tong keeps going, saying that both of those graduates led their own teams to perfect scores. On top of that, they even received praise from the vice chairman of the Guild Alliance, a huge honor that suddenly pushed their entire county into the spotlight. Then Ju Tong seems to remember something and turns the topic towards Si-yun. Since her brother studies at that very university, she asks how he is doing, and the question makes a faint sadness flicker across Si-yun's face as she hesitates to answer. But before Si-yun can say anything, a pink-haired student suddenly cuts into the conversation with a teasing, flirtatious greeting. It is none other than the school idol, Jean Duoxin, who strolls over with a smug look and tells her he has already booked a private room before asking if she is free to go with him tonight. Ju Tong is immediately stunned, her eyes widening as she demands to know when Si-yun even became acquainted with the school idol. Si-yun, however, does not look impressed at all. Her brows tighten, and her expression makes it painfully obvious that the interruption has only annoyed her. Without giving Jean Duoxin even a single word in response, Si-yun turns sharply on her heel. The next moment, she bolts down the hallway, her irritation and determination pushing her forward with every hurried step. Ju Tong is left standing there in confusion, watching her friend suddenly sprint away for reasons she does not understand. Meanwhile, Jean Duoxin remains behind as well, looking bemused as his confident invitation is ignored and Si-yun disappears from view. As Si-yun races all the way home, her imagination keeps painting the worst possible picture. She sees her brother sitting by himself, crushed by failure, while the classmates around him celebrate their success, leaving him alone in a haze of despair. Wanting desperately to raise his spirits, she makes up her mind on the spot. She decides to prepare a feast so grand and comforting that it will remind him he still has someone by his side and help cheer him up after everything he has endured. Later that night, inside their warm and cozy apartment, Si-yun keeps herself busy in the kitchen. By the time she is finished, the table is covered with an impressive spread, complete with a steaming hot pot in the center and all kinds of carefully prepared side dishes arranged around it. When Si-chun sees the table, his eyes widen in genuine amazement. Looking from dish to dish, he can hardly believe the amount and quality of the food in front of him, and he asks his sister how she managed to prepare so much in such a short time. As Si-chin begins eating, clearly enjoying every bite, Si-yin stays quietly at the side and watches him. Her heart is still full of concern, but seeing him savor the food so happily softens her expression a little. Then, from the television nearby, a news report begins discussing the graduation test at the National Awakener University. The broadcast quietly adds a new layer of tension to the meal, even though the table itself still feels warm and lively. Si-chun continues eating with casual delight, seemingly relaxed as he listens to the report. The broadcast mentions Vice Chairman Carl's visit and the rare praise given out during the graduation assessment, but Si-chin's mood remains almost completely unaffected. Watching him behave so cheerfully, Si-yin can only assume he is forcing himself to act happy. In her mind, he must be hiding his disappointment behind that calm expression, pretending everything is fine despite the struggles he faced earlier. The news report then moves on to an even more unusual event. This year, 2 students managed to achieve perfect scores at the same time, an accomplishment so extraordinary that it was worthy of becoming headline news. The broadcast continues, emphasizing that the vice chairman personally praised one of the team leaders who had earned that perfect result. Then, in a clear voice, the news announces the name of that student, Si-chin. The instant Si-yin hears her brother's name from the television, her entire body freezes. Her eyes open wide, and she stares at the screen in complete shock, as if she needs to confirm that she truly heard it correctly. She can hardly believe what the report is saying. The brother she had been so sure had failed, the brother she had been trying to comfort with this meal, is actually the brilliant genius who achieved a perfect score in the graduation assessment. Meanwhile, somewhere far away from that warm apartment, the scene shifts into darkness. In a shadowy room, a blood-stained whip lies discarded across the floor, and a cold, calculating voice announces that the stage has already been set. The voice belongs to Gong Lin, who stands over his battered son, Gong Ting, with the whip still in his hand. His anger erupts as he shouts down at Gong Ting, declaring that he had invited a special audience specifically to witness his victory. Gong Lin's fury only grows stronger as he berates his son. In his eyes, Gong Ting has ruined the performance that his carefully arranged and meticulous plan was meant to showcase. Gong Ting, covered in blood and struggling just to breathe, tries to force out a response. But before he can properly defend himself, his father lashes out again, angrily reminding him that he had humiliated himself by tying with a nobody. With a cold and ruthless tone, Gong Lin makes it clear that Gong Ting will no longer be allowed to make any decisions on his own. He reveals that he has already taken control of the situation and rigged the upcoming tiebreaker to ensure their victory. Gong Ting lowers his head in silent defeat, knowing there is nothing he can do to resist. Above him, Gong Lin coldly declares that from this point on, he will personally handle the matter himself. For Gong Lin, the only thing that matters is making sure the Gong family takes first place. Consumed by that obsession, he vows to seize victory no matter what methods are required, refusing to let anything or anyone stand in his way. Back at home, after hearing the shocking report on television, Si-yin slowly turns toward her brother with her eyes still wide. Barely able to process what she just heard, she asks whether the Si-chin mentioned in the news is really him. Si-chun does not panic, explain himself dramatically, or even stop eating. He simply continues his dinner with a calm and relaxed expression, then confirms in the most casual way possible that yes, the report is talking about him. The confirmation hits Si-yin so hard that her hand loses its grip on the spoon. It slips from her fingers, crashes to the floor, and shatters, while a flash of lightning outside the window mirrors the sudden shock tearing through her emotions. She can only stare at Si-chun, completely unable to wrap her mind around what has just been revealed. The brother she had been worried about all this time has actually accomplished something extraordinary during his graduation assessment, and the realization leaves her utterly speechless. Si-yin can barely make sense of what she has just heard. Her brother did not merely guide his team to a flawless perfect score, he had even earned direct praise from the vice chairman of the Guild Alliance himself, a level of recognition she never imagined would land on Si-chun. For a brief moment, the lively dinner table seems to lose all sound. The food is still steaming, Si-chun is still sitting right there, but the entire room falls into a stunned silence, broken only by the faint voice of the television continuing in the background. Overwhelmed by the flood of emotions rising inside her, Si-yin slowly lowers her head. She quietly wipes at the tears gathering in the corners of her eyes, thinking of Si-chun as her silly, stubborn brother who had endured so much without ever letting her see the full weight of it. Then, with tears still shimmering in her eyes, she lifts her face and looks at Si-chun again. This time, her smile is full of joy, pride, and relief, because she finally understands that after all those painful years of struggle, Her brother has truly climbed to the very top. On the night of the graduation combat assessment, June 17, 2157, Vice Chairman Carl Cavendish is seated inside a private dining room. While chaos and attention swirl around the assessment outside, he calmly enjoys a plate of premium beef, looking completely unbothered as if none of it has anything to do with him. As he slices through the beef and slowly savors the taste, Carl keeps his movements elegant and unhurried. Without even looking rushed, he casually asks the woman seated across from him to report the latest progress on the assignment she has been handling. The person sitting opposite him is Lingyu. Her posture is steady, her expression is serious, and the calm look in her eyes makes it clear that she has come prepared to deliver information that is anything but ordinary. Without wasting time on unnecessary words, Lingyu pushes a black folder across the dining table toward Carl. Inside are top-secret documents, all connected to a mysterious subject known only by the name the Devourer. Lingyu explains in a measured tone that over the past year, this target has left behind absolutely no trace. She then warns Carl that if they continue pushing their surveillance too aggressively, they may not uncover the target first. Instead, they could be the ones who get discovered. Carl, however, shows no sign of concern. His expression remains calm as he praises Lingyu for the work she has already completed, then tells her to sit down and eat first before continuing with the rest of her report. Lingyu pauses for a short moment, as if weighing whether to speak immediately. Then she tells him that there is still one more important piece of information she needs to report. She reveals that recently, she noticed a highly suspicious person who had made contact with Carl. The instant those words come out, Carl's previously relaxed attention sharpens, and the mood at the table subtly tightens. According to Lingyu, what makes this person so alarming is the speed of their growth. Their power has been increasing at a rate far beyond anything normal, so abnormal that it is impossible for her to simply dismiss it. Meanwhile, inside the Devil Tower, a shirtless Si-chun stands in the middle of the battlefield with golden lightning crackling around his body. He reflects that he has already spent more than half a month on the first floor, and by now, nearly every monster on that level has been wiped out by his hands. At this point, Si-chun has completely adjusted to the crushing 10 times gravity pressing down across the floor. His system interface shows that his Lightning Assassin class has reached level 17, and the stats displayed beside it have already been raised to a remarkable degree. After the graduation battle, his Lightning Assassin class had finally reached full proficiency and rewarded him with an attribute point. That result proves something important to him. The more actively he uses a class in real combat, the faster that class can grow. As the glowing avatars of his 4 different classes appear around him, Si-chun quietly studies them one by one. Looking at those forms, he understands that none of his classes have reached their true upper limit yet, and each still has room to become even stronger. After considering his options, Si-chun decides to invest his newly gained attribute point into speed. For an assassin, after all, speed is not just a useful advantage. It is the core weapon that decides whether an attack lands before the enemy can even react. The moment the multiplier effect takes hold, his speed rises explosively, soaring all the way to 740. With that single boost, Si-chun's movement ability now stands on the same level as an A-rank assassin. But even after receiving such a huge increase, Si-chun still finds himself trapped in a dangerous standoff. Around him, a pack of glowing purple phantom lionesses keeps circling and pressing in, their eyes fixed on him as the tension refuses to ease. The biggest problem is not even the lionesses themselves, but the floor's lord behind them. The massive phantom lion king keeps lingering just outside his reach, always staying far enough away that Si-chun cannot land a clean hit no matter how he moves. When 2 phantom lionesses suddenly spring at him from different angles, Si-chun reacts instantly. He activates Divine Flash, and his entire body becomes a streak of golden lightning as he rushes forward and meets their attack head-on. As the battle drags on, Si-chun starts paying closer attention to the Lion King's movements. Beneath its evasive behavior, he begins to sense that there are strange abilities hidden in the way the creature controls the battlefield. Every time Si-chun catches even a glimpse of an opening and moves in to strike, the creature slips away at the very last second. Before his attack can connect, it disappears from that spot entirely, leaving him with nothing but empty air. Si-chun keeps his eyes locked on the pack, carefully observing every shift in their bodies and every change in their spacing. He studies how each beast moves, how they take turns, and how their attacks are coordinated around him. Their positions keep changing at high speed, making the whole battlefield feel unstable. But once Si-chun watches closely, the pattern becomes obvious. 2 lionesses always rush in to pressure him directly, while the remaining 2 stay back and wait for their turn. At the same time, the Lion King never gives him a fair chance to engage. It stays at a safe distance from the fight, carefully avoiding the range where Si-chun could close in and directly attack it. Si-chun narrows his eyes as frustration begins to build in his chest. The more he watches, the clearer it becomes. The floor's lord has no intention of facing him head-on and is deliberately refusing direct combat. Staring across the battlefield at the enormous beast, Sichin cannot help wondering what kind of combat class this evasive Lion King could possibly have. Its tactics are too slippery, too calculated, and far too annoying to ignore. Then another phantom lioness charges straight toward him, jaws open and body glowing with that strange purple light. Sichin counters without hesitation, driving a powerful bolt of lightning directly into the creature's open mouth. But just as he is about to follow up and finish it with a fatal strike, the lioness suddenly disappears in a flash of pink light. His attack cuts forward, but instead of flesh or bone, it slices through nothing but empty space. That instant makes Sichin realize something important. The teleportation ability does not belong only to the floor's lord. The lionesses themselves can vanish the moment he tries to land a decisive finishing blow. A spatial portal opens nearby, rippling in the air beside the Lion King. From within it, the lioness that had just been in danger safely reappears, returning to the floor's lord's side, as if Sichin's attack had never threatened it at all. Now the pack strategy becomes painfully obvious. The instant Sichin hesitates, pauses, or loses momentum, another lioness immediately lunges forward, using itself as bait to draw out his next attack. Determined to break apart their perfect coordination, Sichin gathers golden lightning around his entire body. Then he launches into motion, unleashing a rapid storm of slashes meant to tear through their formation before they can react. But no matter how fast his blades move, or how sharply his attacks cut through the air, the result stays the same. Each beast vanishes just before the strike can truly land, escaping by the narrowest margin every single time. The pack's formation does not collapse at all. Whenever one of the lionesses is forced into real danger, it simply teleports back to the Lion King, allowing the group to reset their positions as if nothing had happened. The lionesses continue attacking from every direction, their glowing claws flashing toward him again and again. Sichin is forced to block their strikes repeatedly, his attention constantly being pulled from one side of the battlefield to another. And each time Sichin swings back, trying to punish the beast that came too close, the same frustrating scene repeats itself. The lioness disappears before it can take any real damage, leaving his counterattack with no target to finish. Through those spatial portals, the lionesses rotate in and out with flawless timing. One retreats the moment danger closes in, while a fresh beast immediately rushes forward, making sure Sichin is never given even a clean second to breathe. Sichin keeps striking at the beasts as they lunge toward him, but the cycle refuses to break. Every target disappears at the exact instant his attack is about to connect, turning each promising opening into another wasted swing. The lionesses keep repeating this endless loop of assaults, dragging Sichin deeper into a battle of attrition. Every exchange forces him to move, defend, and attack again, slowly wasting more and more of his energy. Sweat begins to bead across Sichin's face as he glares toward the distant Lion King. At last, he realizes the floor's lord is not simply avoiding him. It is deliberately stretching out the fight, wearing him down, and toying with him from a safe distance. As Sichin leaps into the air to avoid another beast's attack, a sharp thought suddenly cuts through his frustration. Why is he stubbornly trying to defeat enemies that can teleport by relying on speed alone? With that realization, Sichin changes his approach. He opens his system interface and initiates a class switch, and in the next moment, cold blue energy begins surging around his body. As frost spreads across him like a layer of armor, Sichin calmly reasons through the situation. If the Lion King refuses to fight him directly, then there is no reason for him to keep depending on a close combat class built for chasing enemies down. The transformation takes over completely, turning his hair pure white while his eyes ignite with an icy blue glow. Sichin decides that this time, he will use his mage class to crush the Lion King's evasive tactics and shut down its escape routes altogether. The system confirms the switch, and his new form is officially marked as the level 17 Cloud Mage class, Frostbone Skeleton King. The cold aura around him grows heavier as that title appears. Now standing tall beneath an icy crown, Sichin no longer looks like someone preparing to chase the beasts one by one. Instead, he is ready to seize control of the entire battlefield with wide-range spells that can strike everywhere at once. Floating high above the battlefield in his level 17 Cloud Mage form, Frostbone Skeleton King, Sichin raises his power as freezing energy gathers around him. Then he unleashes a wide-scale spell across the area, sending out the attack known as Frost Spike. A merciless storm of ice spikes tears down from the sky, slamming into the battlefield again and again with brutal force. Every impact bursts outward in a violent explosion of frost, shattered stone, and flying debris, forcing the phantom lionesses to abandon their formation, scatter in panic, and pull back from the freezing blasts. High above the battlefield, Sichin looks down over the chaos with a calm, calculating gaze. He understands the trade-off clearly now. Mages may become vulnerable if enemies manage to close the distance, but from far away, their long-range attacks can dominate the entire battlefield before the opponent even gets the chance to reach them. Sichin gives the Lion King no chance to recover or catch its breath. Locking his focus directly onto the massive beast, he gathers his power once more, and a thick curtain of ice spikes forms overhead before raining down toward the Lion King in a concentrated, ruthless barrage. Just before that deadly shower of ice can rip into its body, the Lion King reacts with terrifying speed. Its spatial power suddenly flares around it, and in the space of a single blink, the huge beast disappears from the very spot where it had been standing. A portal tears open at a safer distance, and the Lion King steps out from inside it, completely slipping away from the attack. The ice spikes smash into the place it occupied only moments earlier, but by then, the beast has already escaped without taking a single direct hit. The Lion King quickly returns to the remaining lionesses, clearly trying to rebuild their formation and regain control of the battle. But before the pack can launch another coordinated assault, a massive vortex of icy energy rises around them, spinning upward and trapping the entire group inside its freezing grasp. Sichin's eyes stay cold as he watches the trap close around them, knowing his plan has succeeded. By forcing the beast into the exact kill zone he prepared, he has finally cut off their irritating hit-and-run tactic and gathered the entire pack into one place. The Lion King suddenly feels a terrifying pressure pressing down from above. Panic flickers through its eyes as it lifts its head and sees Sichin shaping a huge sphere of freezing energy in the air, a deadly frost blast bomb expanding ominously over the battlefield. Sichin stares down at the trapped beasts without even a trace of mercy in his expression, coldly telling them that there is nowhere left for them to hide. Beneath him, the shocked Lion King can only throw its head back and release a desperate, furious roar. With one sharp and decisive motion, Sichin sends the enormous ice bomb plunging straight toward the ground. The instant it crashes down, it erupts with overwhelming power, swallowing the entire area in a blinding white flash and a violent wave of freezing energy. When the dazzling glare finally fades, the full terrifying effect of the spell is revealed. The Lion King and its entire pack have been frozen solid, sealed inside towering jagged pillars of ice that rise from the battlefield like cold, silent graves. With every enemy completely immobilized, Sichin does not waste even a second. He rapidly switches classes, and in the next moment, a glowing pink sword appears in his hand, its sharp light slicing through the freezing air around him. A blue glow shines from Sichin's eyes as he grips the sword with complete confidence. Looking down at the frozen monsters before him, he declares that the battle on the first floor of the Dread Spire has finally come to its end. Now drawing on the power of his Stellar Warrior class, Sichin launches himself straight toward the trapped beasts. He raises his weapon high above him, then brings it down with crushing force, unleashing the attack known as Triple Cataclysm. The glowing energy blade cuts through the frozen lionesses with terrifying ease. Their icy prisons explode into fragments beneath the strike, and with one sweeping blow, Sichin slices down the trapped beasts before they have any chance to resist. One after another, the defeated monsters break apart and dissolve into dark mist, their forms vanishing from the battlefield. Once the final traces fade away, Sichin remains standing beside the fallen Lion King, victorious and fully in control of the fight. The system immediately confirms his victory, bringing up the results in front of him. His alias, Ash C, rises to level 24, and his rewards appear alongside it, including multiple Phantomane bones and a rare heart taken from the defeated boss. A fresh system prompt appears above the Lion King's collapsed body. The message makes it perfectly clear that the boss monster has now met the conditions and is ready to be devoured. Sichin stands over the dead beast and slowly raises one hand, a bright glow gathering in the center of his palm. As the light intensifies, he begins the absorption process without the slightest hesitation. His eyes shift into a fierce red glow as he focuses his energy on the corpse beneath him. What he truly wants to uncover is the evasive class this monster had used to escape him over and over throughout the entire fight. Sichin activates his absorber ability, and dark red energy starts spiraling out from the fallen beast. The swirling force twists like a vortex in the air before being pulled directly into his clenched fist. That gathered power condenses into a new system card resting in his palm, revealing the Lion King's class as Stellar Tamer. The card displays the troublesome nature of its abilities, from forcing contracts onto other beasts to instantly teleporting those contracted targets across the battlefield. Sichin studies the Stellar Tamer card with careful attention, his expression sharpening with interest. Even after all the strange abilities he has seen so far, This is still a kind of class he has never encountered before. The moment Si-Chen understands what the card is showing him, the Lion King's entire fighting style finally becomes clear. This was the real reason the boss kept avoiding direct confrontation from the very beginning. Piece by piece, Si-Chen works out the truth behind its strategy. The Lion King's own base stats must have been too weak for a head-on fight, so it had no choice but to hide behind its teleporting minions and let them fight in its place. As Si-Chen reads through the listed skills, even he has to admit that Stellar Warp is an incredibly powerful teleportation ability. If used properly, it can completely change the pace of battle and control how every exchange unfolds. The ability called Stellar Pact catches his attention as well, though it clearly works in a very different way. Its strength depends on terrifying the target so completely that the beast has no choice but to submit. Si-Chen quickly understands what that means for him going forward. If he wants to obtain a contracted beast of his own, he will need to take a far more aggressive approach, overwhelming the target and frightening it into obedience. Just then, the starry void around him suddenly begins to crack apart like shattered glass. A blinding burst of light floods his vision, catching him off guard as the entire space surrounding him starts to change. The illusion breaks completely, and the true first floor of the Dread Spire is finally exposed before him. Instead of that starry battlefield, Si-Chen now finds himself standing in a vast, scorching desert, surrounded by endless rolling dunes. He looks out across the barren wasteland, his eyes passing over the giant skeletons scattered across the sand. The sheer scale of the destruction makes him wonder what kind of disaster could have turned this place into such a ruined graveyard. A sharp crackling sound suddenly cuts through the silence of the desert, immediately drawing Si-Chen's attention toward a nearby dune. There, a vertical rift rips open in midair and slowly expands into a fiery portal. The blazing glow pouring from it makes one thing obvious. The gateway to the second floor has officially opened. Just as Si-Chen is about to step forward, he suddenly feels a hostile stare burning into his back. A low growl rises from the shadows behind him, and he immediately turns around to face whatever is watching him. His gaze follows the faint glow of a pair of pink eyes until he finally locates their source. Hidden nearby is a large ribcage half buried beneath the sand, its bones jutting out from the desert like the remains of some ancient beast. Inside those skeletal remains, a fluffy little lion cub is hiding. Even though magical chains are wrapped tightly around its small body, the tiny creature still bares its teeth and growls at Si-Chen with surprising ferocity. Si-Chen is genuinely taken aback by the sight. After all the destruction he just unleashed, he never expected that one small lion cub would somehow manage to survive the battle. At first, Si-Chen assumes the cub must be the final enemy left behind. A lightning dagger crackles into existence in his hand as he prepares to finish the job and eliminate the last possible threat on the floor. But as Si-Chen steps closer to the hiding cub, he notices something that changes his judgment. Since the cub did not vanish when the Lion King died, it clearly could not have been one of the boss's contracted minions. He looks more carefully at the magical chains wrapped tightly around the little creature's body, the restraints digging in as if they were meant to keep it trapped. The sight makes him wonder whether the Lion King had actually imprisoned this cub here against its will. Si-Chen stands over the bound cub and fixes it with a harsh, intimidating glare. The tiny lion immediately stiffens under the pressure of his gaze, clearly terrified by the overwhelming aura coming from him. But instead of attacking, Si-Chen moves his dagger in a swift, clean arc. The blade slices through the magical restraints, and the chains that had been holding the little creature captive shatter apart. With the bindings finally destroyed, the small lion drops free from the ribcage. Its body falls from the bones and lands safely on the sand below. Si-Chen turns away from the cub without making any further move to hurt it. In a calm voice, he tells the little creature that all he is doing is giving its freedom back. As Si-Chen prepares to leave, he glances back at the cub one more time. Looking over the ruined desert around them, he asks whether this desolate and broken place used to be its home. The tiny lion shakes the dust from its fur, scattering grains of sand away from its body. Even though it is no longer bound by chains, it keeps watching Si-Chen closely, still cautious and alert. A softer expression crosses Si-Chen's face as he thinks about everything the cub may have lost. Watching the people you love die and seeing every precious thing around you destroyed is the kind of pain that leaves a wound far deeper than words can describe. The cub continues staring at him in silence, its pink eyes fixed on his face. Si-Chen then admits in a quiet, heavy voice that he knows exactly what that kind of suffering feels like. After that, Si-Chen turns and begins walking toward the fiery portal, leaving the cub behind with one final piece of advice. He tells it to survive, to keep moving forward, and then says it is time for him to head to the next floor. But before Si-Chen can fully leave the first floor behind, a glowing system interface suddenly appears beside his face. On the screen, a new message pops up, showing a beast contract request. Since the beast had walked toward him completely on its own, the contract was practically guaranteed to succeed. And the moment that connection formed, two passive abilities awakened at once. One would let the experience they gained be shared so the cub's stats could grow, while the other would allow Si-Chin to see through the beast's eyes whenever it ended up facing danger. Si-Chin suddenly stopped mid-step, his body pausing as if something had just pulled his attention from behind. He turned back with genuine surprise in his eyes, brows lifting slightly, as the unexpected system prompt flashed in front of him without warning. Behind him, on the sun-warmed sand, the little white cub sat quietly and stared up at him with bright, steady eyes that did not waver for even a second. The system identified it as Lion King Leo, then displayed a clear request asking whether Si-Chun would accept this creature as his contracted beast. Si-Chun lowered his gaze and observed the tiny lion closely, taking in the firm determination shining in its eyes despite its small body. After a brief pause, he asked in a calm but testing voice whether it truly wanted to follow him on the dangerous road ahead. The cub did not hesitate at all. It immediately threw its head up and released a fierce, determined roar, answering him with a bold little cry that made its decision perfectly clear. Standing right in front of the blazing portal, Si-Chun explained his next goal to Leo. He planned to climb the Dread Spire, but he warned the cub that every floor above would be filled with monsters far more dangerous than the last. Then Si-Chun made the danger even clearer, his tone becoming more serious as he reminded the cub that one careless move could cost it its life. Looking down at Leo, he asked one final time if it was truly certain about coming with him. Leo answered him with another loud, fearless roar, its small frame trembling with energy as if courage was pouring out of every part of its body, even in the face of impossible odds. Seeing that the cub's resolve had not shaken in the slightest, Si-Chun gave a small nod. Without saying much more, he accepted Leo's choice with quiet approval. In the next instant, a radiant pink pentagram lit up inside both of their eyes, the glowing pattern flaring brightly as the contract began to take shape between them. The system's voice then confirmed what had just happened. The pact had been successfully completed, officially binding Si-Chun and Leo together as master and contracted beast. A more detailed interface unfolded before him, revealing Leo's Stellar Tamer class along with the Stellar Pact ability. The skill allowed forced contracts through intimidation, but it also carried a deadly condition. If the master died, the beast would die as well. At the same time, both passive skills activated immediately, one sharing experience to strengthen the cub's stats, and the other letting Si-Chun borrow the beast's sight whenever it encountered danger. After that, another ability finally unlocked as well, Stellar Warp. With this power, Si-Chun could teleport straight to the cub's location, or summon Leo directly to wherever he needed it to be. Now that their bond had been officially sealed, Si-Chun allowed a faint smile to appear on his face, his expression settling into calm determination. Beside him, the energetic little cub bounced forward happily, clearly ready to follow him no matter where the path led. As they drew closer to the vortex of flame, Si-Chun gave Leo one simple but important command. No matter what kind of battle broke out, the cub's first priority had to be staying alive. With that warning delivered, Si-Chun stepped forward without hesitation and passed through the fiery threshold. On the other side, they found themselves standing on a jagged cliff that overlooked a massive underground world. Rivers of molten rock flowed endlessly below, while towering columns of liquid flame rose through the cavern, bathing everything in a terrifying infernal glow. The heat struck Si-Chun almost immediately. Sweat rolled down his face as he adjusted to the scorching air, and he muttered under his breath that the temperature felt intense enough to melt him alive in just a few moments. As they moved forward cautiously, Leo crept toward the edge of a molten chasm and peered down into the glowing depths. Its tiny body was tense, but its eyes stayed sharp and alert, scanning the burning abyss beneath them. Si-Chun admitted inwardly that he had no idea what kind of enemy might appear in a place like this. But then, near the surface of the lava, a faint disturbance suddenly caught Leo's attention, causing the little cub to stiffen in an instant. A blinding burst of scorching light suddenly exploded from the molten depths. The glow flared violently through the cavern, flooding the entire space with a sharp, unbearable brilliance. Si-Chun's instincts reacted before his mind could even process it. His eyes flashed red as he sensed an overwhelming threat closing in, the kind of danger so intense it made every hair on his body rise. Before he had even the slightest chance to defend himself, an attack shot toward him at terrifying speed and pierced straight through his chest. The force behind it was so brutal and sudden that it seemed to defy all understanding. Si-Chun jolted upright in his bed with a sharp gasp, one hand clutching his chest, as if the wound were still there. His body was drenched in sweat, and the lingering terror of that final strike still echoed through his mind. Only then did the truth sink in. He had been killed instantly, wiped out before he had even managed to see what attacked him, leaving him completely stunned by the nightmare-level power of whatever lived there. Still shaken by the phantom feeling of death, Sichin struggled to steady his breathing. He could not help wondering aloud what kind of monster could possibly be waiting on the second floor of the tower. But before that dread could drag him any deeper, a familiar voice cut through the tension. From outside his door, Sichin called out to him, letting him know that breakfast was already ready. A little later, Sichin sat at the table and stared at the meal spread out in front of him. There were steaming bowls of ramen, along with a colorful assortment of fresh fruit arranged so generously that the table looked almost overflowing. He glanced over at Sichin, who was already busy packing her bag, and could not help commenting that she had made way too much food for only the two of them. While casually munching on a piece of toast, Sichin told him to wash the dishes after eating. Then, in the same relaxed and slightly teasing tone, she reminded him not to forget about hanging up the laundry later. Watching her slip into her sneakers near the door, Sichin asked where she was hurrying off to during summer break. Sichin answered brightly, saying she was on her way to a summer job. Sichin's expression turned concerned, and he reminded her that he was already handling their finances. He insisted that she did not need to push herself by working, clearly trying to stop her from overexerting herself. But Sichin only gave him a warm smile. She explained that since he had been doing so well lately, she did not want to fall behind either, and she wanted to help in her own way. She added that spending the entire summer doing nothing would be unbearable anyway. Then she waved to him cheerfully, once again reminding him to finish his chores before she finally headed out. After she left, Sichin followed her instructions one by one. He washed the dishes clean, then carefully hung the damp laundry across the living room, so everything could dry properly. Once all the chores were done, Sichin found himself thinking about his sister again. No matter how much time passed, Sichin had always remained the same reliable, energetic person he had known. His eyes eventually settled on a framed photo of the two of them together. As he looked at it, a quiet sense of admiration rose inside him for how strong and unshaken she had stayed through everything. The irony was that, even though she was not yet an adult, Sichin often felt as if she was the one taking care of him. In her own quiet ways, she had always been guiding him, supporting him, and protecting him. But soon, his thoughts grew heavier as he considered the responsibilities waiting for him. Once his school matters were dealt with, he would have to face Demon King Wrath, and that battle would likely pull him away from Sichin for a long and uncertain period of time. Even so, when he remembered her warm smile, Sichin could only admit the truth to himself. No matter how far away he went, and no matter how dangerous things became, she was the one person he could never stop worrying about. Then, all at once, an idea flashed through his mind. Sichin's eyes sharpened, brightening with a sudden spark of determination. He pressed his fingers lightly against his temple, focusing as he considered whether that experimental method might actually work. A soft pink glow slowly filled his eyes as he concentrated and activated his ability. Beneath his skin, he could feel the energy stirring and humming in response. In the very next moment, a portal appeared right in front of him. With a small tumble through the opening, Lion King Leo emerged safely into the room and landed on the floor. Sichin went completely still, staring at the little cub in front of him with wide eyes, as if he could hardly believe what he had just done. The realization left him stunned. He could actually summon his contracted beast out of the Dread Spire and into the real world, crossing the space between dimensions as if it were nothing. Leo, however, wasted no time being confused. The energetic cub immediately darted around the living room with unstoppable excitement, happily tearing through stray tissues and making itself comfortable in its new surroundings. Sichin glanced at his system interface, and a plan quickly began forming in his mind. With Leo here, he could command the cub to stay near his sister while he was gone, giving her both protection and peace of mind. And because of the passive abilities they had unlocked, if Sichin ever ended up in danger, Sichin would be able to see through Leo's eyes. More than that, he could teleport instantly to her side the moment something went wrong. Remembering how much Sichin loved animals, and how happy she always looked when petting strays, Sichin smiled to himself. Giving her a little lion cub seemed like the perfect gift, not just a cute companion, but a loyal guardian as well. Before Sichin could even enjoy that comforting idea for another second, a violent crash suddenly exploded from the kitchen. The sharp sound tore through the quiet apartment like something had just been smashed to pieces. Sichin's head snapped toward the kitchen at once, his expression tightening from surprise. Startled by the noise, he quickly hurried over to check what had happened inside. He had been imagining how happy Sichin would be when she saw her new pet, but the moment he reached the kitchen, all of that confidence vanished. Broken plates were scattered across the floor. The entire room looked like it had been hit by a tiny storm, and Leo was already biting down on the faucet as if it were some strange new toy. Meanwhile, somewhere outside in the city, the streets were glowing under the fading light of sunset. Without warning, a surge of dark energy tore through a security camera mounted high on a utility pole, making it spark, crack, and die out completely, leaving that stretch of road hidden from surveillance. Right beneath the destroyed camera, a wounded man staggered backward in absolute terror. Blood ran down his body as he gripped an ice blade tightly in one hand. Retreating step by step from an enemy he could barely bring himself to face. His voice shook as he desperately begged the unseen attacker to stop. But in front of him, a massive demonic claw began forming from the darkness, its terrifying outline pressing down on him like a nightmare made real. Then, in the very next instant, the demonic claw shot forward with brutal speed. Before the man could escape, it drove straight through his chest and impaled him where he stood. The man's eyes widened in pure horror as glowing crimson tendrils twisted around his body. They wrapped him tightly and lifted him off the ground, leaving him suspended helplessly in midair. A terrifying system interface appeared in front of him, cold and merciless. On the screen, a loading bar slowly began to fill, showing that the man was being devoured right there on the spot. Elsewhere, CC was finally on her way home after a long shift at her summer job. She walked slowly with bags in her hands, her tired posture making it obvious just how exhausted she was. She let out a heavy sigh, feeling like her feet had been completely worn down after dealing with the busy summer rush at the bubble tea shop. Just making it through the day had clearly taken everything out of her. Following her usual path home, CC entered a dim underpass where the light grew weaker around her. As she walked deeper inside, even the noise of the city seemed to fade into the distance. Without noticing anything unusual, CC passed directly beneath the same security camera that had just been destroyed. In that moment, she unknowingly stepped into a blind spot where no one could see what happened next. Her footsteps echoed softly through the underpass, but then she suddenly sensed that someone else was nearby. That strange presence made her stop in place, her body going still. CC turned around in surprise, her eyes searching the shadows behind her. From within the darkness, a cold voice suddenly spoke, saying that she had finally arrived. Standing in the dim underpass was Jean Duoshin, holding a large bouquet of red roses in his arms. Judging from the way he stood there waiting, it was obvious he had been lingering in that place for quite a while. He stepped straight into her path and presented the flowers as if her answer had already been decided for her. Then he reminded her that she had left school too quickly to hear his invitation, before proudly announcing that he had reserved the entire top floor of Purple Peak Tower for the two of them tonight. CC lowered her gaze toward the roses, but there was no trace of being touched in her expression. Instead, her face grew cold as she asked him how he even knew where she lived. Jean Duoshin answered with a smug look, openly boasting that his father was the director of the city hospital. To him, finding out a tiny detail like someone's address was apparently nothing difficult at all. CC was not impressed in the slightest. Her voice turned icy as she told him that the two of them were from completely different worlds, then warned him not to come looking for her again before turning away. But Jean Duoshin clearly could not accept being rejected like that. Annoyed, he hurried after her and grabbed her arm, forcefully stopping her from leaving. He began complaining about how much effort he had spent reserving the venue, his anger growing with every word. Then he demanded to know whether she really planned to stand him up and make him lose face in front of his guests. CC glared back at him without the slightest fear, making it clear that she did not care about his reputation at all. Then she called him out directly, saying it was disgusting and creepy that he had followed her all the way home. The word creepy hit Jean Duoshin like a slap across the face. His expression twisted with anger, and he stepped closer as the last bit of polite control he had been pretending to keep began to crumble. With a dark, threatening look on his face, Jean Duoshin warned her that she had no idea who she was talking to. He made it clear that she also had no clue what he was capable of doing. But before he could even finish that threat, CC moved first. She snapped forward without hesitation and slammed a hard headbutt straight into his face. The impact sent Jean Duoshin crashing down to the ground, where he cried out in pain and clutched his bleeding nose. Standing above him with anger burning in her eyes, CC shouted that he should go get his head checked at his father's hospital. Still furious, CC turned away and continued walking, warning him not to come near her again. As she left, she grumbled under her breath that his pathetic stunt had completely ruined her entire day. Later that evening, outside her apartment building, warm light spilled from the family window above. That gentle glow stood in sharp contrast to the dark alleyway lying below. When CC finally got home, the exhaustion on her face disappeared almost immediately. The moment the fluffy white lion cub Leo was presented to her, her whole mood changed. Her eyes lit up right away, sparkling with pure excitement and instant affection. It was obvious she had fallen for the tiny cub at first sight. She eagerly pulled the little beast into her arms and hugged it close, snuggling against its soft fur like she could not bear to let go. Barely able to contain her excitement, she asked her brother, Si-chun, where he had found something this adorable. Si-chun introduced the cub as Leo and explained that it was a special gift prepared just for her. Overjoyed, CC could hardly believe what she was hearing, marveling again and again that she actually got to keep a baby lion. As Leo purred comfortably in her arms, Cece suddenly noticed something odd about him. She wondered aloud why such a tiny cub already had such a large mane, since normally only adult male lions were supposed to grow one. However, that strange detail did not bother her for long. She was far too happy to keep questioning it, so she quickly brushed the mystery aside and happily declared that she would get him registered first thing in the morning. Watching Yun and Leo bond so naturally, Sichin finally felt a quiet sense of relief settle in his chest. With the beast staying beside her, he knew his sister would have protection even when he was away. Just then, a sharp chime from Sichin's phone interrupted his thoughts. He lowered his gaze toward the glowing screen in his hand. As Sichin read the email sent by the Guild's Supervision Bureau, the corners of his mouth slowly lifted. A satisfied smile gradually appeared on his face. The message confirmed that his application had officially been approved. Seeing that, Sichin felt relieved, knowing that everything could now continue moving forward according to his plan. With the situation at home settled and the necessary paperwork finally handled, Sichin's confidence returned. Now the next major challenge waiting in front of him was the graduation tiebreaker duel against Gong Ting, scheduled for 6 days later. 6 days passed, and the tiebreaker exam officially began on the outskirts of the city. The chosen location was deep within Greenlight Forest. Director Gong Xian stood in front of the candidates with a serious expression. He told both of them to listen carefully as he began explaining the rules and details of the exam. Behind him, at the base of a massive tree, a green portal shimmered with a strange light. Gong Xian announced that the school had selected this wild dungeon as the tiebreaker site, and according to the latest survey, it had been rated as a D-rank dungeon. He then confirmed that both Sichin and Gong Ting would enter at the same time. Their exam would take place together inside that exact same dungeon. After that, Gong Xian gave them a serious warning. Wild dungeons were unmapped and much more dangerous than the controlled school dungeons they were used to, so 3 senior guild members from Esternia would enter alongside them as examiners. Those examiners would follow the candidates into the dungeon, staying close enough to ensure they survived. At the same time, they would also observe and judge their performance throughout the entire test. The 3 examiners assigned to the team were Ivan from the Imperial Guild, Yasmin Kai from the Divine Eye Guild, and Sato Woda from the Silver Guild. Gong Xian explained that the final scores would be based entirely on what those 3 examiners personally witnessed inside the dungeon. Inside that room, Gong Lin watched the screen with a faint, knowing smirk. Without saying a word, he silently hoped that the 3 examiners would properly carry out their secret arrangement, finish the job cleanly, and leave behind no loose ends. Also sitting in the same room, Principal Yuan Long turned his attention toward Vice Chairman Carl Cavendish. With a questioning look, he asked why Carl was still at the academy, especially since his official schedule had already ended 2 days earlier. Carl let out a low, amused laugh, his gaze glued to the live feed on the screen. On it, Sichin and Gong Ting stood side by side at the foreboding dungeon entrance, their expressions burning with determination as if daring the unknown to challenge them. He leaned back slightly, a grin tugging at his lips, and remarked that nothing happening at that very moment could possibly be more entertaining than watching this match unfold. After all, it had been years since he'd witnessed 2 true prodigies clash head-on, and there was no way he would leave before seeing the outcome with his own eyes. Raising his hand decisively toward the shimmering green portal, Director Gong Xian's voice rang out loud and authoritative, announcing the official start of the graduation tiebreaker exam. Both candidates bristled with readiness, and in that instant, the long-awaited confrontation between Sichin and Gong Ting finally began. Neither of the 2 hesitated for even a heartbeat. Together, they stepped forward, crossing the threshold of the luminous green portal, leaving the ordinary world behind for the perilous unknown. Sichin emerged on the other side first, the green mist of portal energy clinging to him like ethereal smoke, slowly drifting and dissipating as he landed. His eyes swept across the landscape, taking in the grim, lifeless scene that unfolded before him. Twisted, barren trees stretched their gnarled branches skyward, their skeletal forms clawing at the dim light that barely pierced the gloom. Near the dungeon entrance, the examiners observed silently, taking in the eerie environment. Yasmin tilted her head, noting that the area resembled a flower-type dungeon. Beside her, Ivan casually offered a cigarette to Sato Woda, who promptly hushed him with a warning. They were on duty, and the camera drone overhead was recording every moment. Then, abruptly, a sharp buzzing erupted inside Sichin's mind, slicing through the oppressive silence of the dungeon like an electric scream. Sichin's eyes widened as a brilliant red hologram flashed violently from his chest. The warning pulses illuminated his face with an ominous crimson glow, casting deep shadows across his sharp features. A massive system alert appeared before him, signaling that an extremely dangerous creature was in close proximity. Sichin froze, the weight of the warning sinking in, It was the first time his demon heart had ever issued such a grave alert. Yet, almost as suddenly as it appeared, the warning vanished, leaving Si-Chin staring into the murky forest. A creeping doubt filled his mind. Could a high-ranking monster really be lurking within what was supposedly just a D-rank dungeon? Undeterred, he and Gong Ting pressed forward along the barren path, which twisted between enormous, interwoven roots and crooked branches that formed a cage-like barrier overhead, suffocating the narrow passage with their thick, gnarled presence. Gong Ting led the way with measured confidence, moving through the fog-drenched terrain as if he owned every step. Si-Chin followed quietly, observing the path and gauging the battlefield with a calm, calculating eye. From a high ridge above, Yasmin surveyed the candidates, noting how the fog had thickened to nearly oppressive density. Beside her, Sato Woda issued strict orders, commanding the examiner team to maintain full alertness and to keep their eyes locked on every movement of the students below. Suddenly, the tense silence shattered with a sharp, ear-piercing crack. Right before the candidates, the rocky ground split violently, sending jagged chunks of earth flying skyward in a chaotic display. From the ruptured ground, a grotesque, massive insectoid creature emerged with terrifying speed. The system immediately identified it as a poison cage ant, a D-rank flower archer, poised and deadly. Gong Ting reacted without hesitation. His katana shot from its sheath in a flash, and he surged toward the colossal insect with aggressive precision, every movement sharp and purposeful. Ivan's eyes widened in admiration at the young man's reaction speed, but Sato Woda interjected quickly, warning that monsters from wild dungeons were far more cunning, faster, and brutal than anything encountered in controlled school exercises. The poison cage ant initiated its attack, launching a barrage of glowing green toxic projectiles. Gong Ting moved fluidly, his blade arcing through the air to deflect each strike in a seamless dance of steel and precision. Then, with a single fluid motion, Gong Ting vaulted into the air, katana raised high, and brought it down in a devastating strike that cleaved the monstrous insect completely in half. The upper half of the ant crashed heavily onto the ground, shattering the earth beneath it. Simultaneously, Gong Ting's blade erupted with intense golden energy as he thrust it straight through the fallen creature, leaving nothing to chance. Tapping into the raw power of his nuclear warrior class, Gong Ting unleashed his signature Blaze Blade Barrage. The attack detonated with unimaginable force, reducing the monster to a fiery explosion that scattered debris in every direction. Watching from above, Yasmin lifted her wrist device, and a glowing green tin materialized above it, signaling flawless execution. She awarded Gong Ting a perfect score for his field response, praising how effortlessly he had neutralized the monster's ranged attacks with near-perfect efficiency. Ivan also displayed a 10, commending Gong Ting's tactical logic. He highlighted that cutting off the venom-launching organ first was a brilliant move, stripping the creature of its offensive capability. Sato Woda proudly added another perfect score, applauding the decisive finishing blow. Gong Ting's final strike was clean, swift, and executed with absolute confidence. Every action purposeful and precise. Standing calmly with his glowing sword, Gong Ting's poise drew admiration from all three examiners. They marveled at his battlefield control, flawless positioning, and cold, calculated composure, noting that maintaining such ice-cold calm against a wild creature was extraordinary for someone his age. Then Sato Woda shifted his focus to Si-Chin, who wandered casually to the side with his hands tucked in his pockets, seemingly indifferent to the chaos unfolding just meters away. He immediately criticized Si-Chin, declaring that such complete inaction at the appearance of the monster was unacceptable. To Sato, this relaxed, almost casual demeanor appeared as total disinterest, a glaring failure in the exam. Gong Ting, on the other hand, said nothing. He simply observed Si-Chin's unusually relaxed posture, studying how calm and unbothered his rival remained, seemingly unaffected by the unfolding events. Back in the VIP observation room, Carl Cavendish and Principal Yuan Long monitored Si-Chin closely on the live feed, their attention fixed on every subtle movement he made in the fog-laden dungeon. Carl asked casually what the principal thought Si-Chin was attempting out there, his tone laced with curiosity as he gestured toward the swirling fog that cloaked the dungeon floor. Principal Yuan Long allowed a faint, knowing smile to play across his lips, as if he had already deduced the answer. He inferred that Si-Chin wasn't wandering aimlessly. Rather, he was methodically hunting for a specific target within the treacherous terrain. Inside the dungeon, Si-Chin came to a sudden stop near a dense tangle of giant tree roots. He tapped his foot lightly against the gnarled surface, testing the structure beneath, feeling for weaknesses and hidden potential. After assessing the subterranean formation, he realized that this central node offered a unique opportunity. A single, decisive strike could eliminate the entire threat in one sweeping, calculated motion. Golden lightning flared around his hand, arcs of energy crackling sharply as they condensed into a jagged, radiant dagger that hummed with destructive power. With his target finally pinpointed, Si-Chen's voice was calm but deadly as he declared that he had located the source. Without hesitation, he drove the lightning dagger straight down into the massive roots, showing no mercy. The instant the blade struck, a titanic shockwave of golden lightning surged through the underground, tearing apart the earth in a violent, explosive eruption that ruptured everything in its path. Hidden within the roots, a nest of poison cage ants was caught entirely within the searing electrical blast. The monstrous swarm was obliterated in a single, catastrophic surge of power. The examiners broke into nervous sweats as they grasped the magnitude of what Si-Chen had just done. He had deliberately targeted the monster nest itself, provoking a horde of D-rank creatures, a reckless move that could have ended disastrously for everyone. Gong Ting watched the chaotic destruction with his usual calm faltering for the first time. A flicker of shock crossed his features, betraying his uncertainty as he wondered exactly what Si-Chen might be planning next. Si-Chen shifted his weight, channeling intense electricity into his boots until golden arcs danced around his feet. With explosive force, he propelled himself skyward, energy crackling around him like a storm contained within his body. Invoking the full might of his lightning assassin class, he activated Flash God, rocketing into the sky as a blinding streak of golden light, almost too fast for the eyes to follow. In midair, he intercepted the swarm of poison cage ants flung upward by his own explosive trap. They had no time to react before he descended upon them with lightning-quick precision. A relentless barrage of rapid slashes rained down, each cut precise, tearing through the airborne monsters one by one, leaving no chance for counterattack. He weaved between the targets with incredible agility, golden lightning tracing his path in sharp zigzags. Within moments, the entire cluster of beasts was reduced to shredded fragments, and Si-Chen descended smoothly back to the dungeon floor. As he landed, the remains of the D-rank monsters rained down around him. The golden lightning dissipated slowly from his hands, leaving behind the eerie calm of someone who had completed a massacre with seemingly minimal effort. High on the ridge, the three examiners were left completely stunned. Sato Woda wiped sweat from his brow, struggling to comprehend the overwhelming display of power they had just witnessed. Si-Chen casually brushed off the green ichor of monster blood from his jacket, his expression almost bored. Only then did the examiners recall that his official report rated him as a mere E-rank awakener, a label that made his effortless destruction of a swarm of D-rank monsters utterly absurd. Realizing that there was no conceivable way to assign a low score to such flawless performance, the examiners began whispering frantically among themselves, their faces betraying the unease and nervousness that came from witnessing something beyond their comprehension. Desperate to keep their dirty arrangement from falling apart, the examiners began scrambling for any excuse that might let them sabotage Si-Chen's score. They whispered anxiously, trying to dress up their bias as official judgment. Maybe they could accuse him of moving too recklessly, or twist his combat style into some supposed rule violation, anything that would give them a reason to unfairly drag him down. Meanwhile, inside the VIP observation room, Carl suddenly burst into loud, unrestrained laughter. His voice echoed through the room as he openly praised Principal Yuan Long, admitting with obvious excitement that the principal had been right all along when he said Si-Chen was still hiding his true strength. Carl could barely hold back his excitement as he stared at the live footage, saying it was almost unbelievable to see this kind of explosive power so early in the exam. With the match only just beginning, his interest only grew stronger, and he became even more eager to see how Gong Ting would respond when faced with such overwhelming force. Behind him, Gong Lin remained completely silent. He did not say a single word, but his expression kept growing darker and colder by the second, his eyes locked tightly on the monitors as the situation slipped further out of his control. Then, without the slightest warning, the live footage on the massive monitor suddenly began to break apart. Thick bursts of harsh digital static tore across the screen, swallowing the image in violent flashes. The picture flickered again and again, warping so badly that the scene became impossible to follow. Then the entire monitor went black, and a sharp red warning appeared in its place, announcing that the signal had been completely lost. Principal Yuan Long's expression immediately tightened as he stared at the dead screen. His brows drew together in concern, and he questioned aloud why the transmission would cut out again, especially at such a critical moment. Outside the dungeon entrance, the monitoring equipment began shrieking with rapid warning beeps. A technician leaned over the console, fingers flying across the controls while the system flashed a critical alert, reporting a severe abnormality in the signal. On the diagnostic screen, the dungeon's official D-rank classification started distorting violently. The once clear rank display fractured into a storm of glitches, flickering uncontrollably before collapsing into a single unreadable question mark. At almost the exact same moment, the internal communication signal plummeted without warning. The reading crashed straight down until it hit absolute zero, leaving no response from inside the dungeon at all. The technician froze in front of the console, his hands stopping in midair. He stared at the corrupted data with wide, stunned eyes, unable to process the impossible numbers flashing back at him. Director Gong Xian broke into a cold sweat as panic spread across his face. He snapped at the staff around him, demanding to know what kind of disaster could possibly be unfolding inside the dungeon right now. Their panic only grew worse when the swirling green energy of the portal suddenly began to dim. Right before their eyes, the glowing vortex started fading away, its surface breaking apart like it was being erased from existence. In the next instant, the luminous gateway vanished completely. What remained in front of them was no longer a portal at all, but an ordinary, empty cave entrance, leaving the candidates trapped inside with no visible path back out. Far deeper within the now isolated dungeon, a sinister and unnatural melody began drifting through the darkness. The sound did not merely echo through the air. It seemed to take physical form, turning into glowing pink and green musical notes that floated eerily through the gloom. Sichin stopped moving the moment he heard it. His body went completely still, and his attention sharpened as he listened closely to that strange, chilling tune spreading through the dungeon. Almost immediately, Sichin sensed what was hidden beneath the melody. The presence woven into that eerie sound felt terrifyingly familiar, sending a cold realization through him. It was the voice of the Demon King, Wrath. Outside the dungeon, at exactly 4 p.m., the cave entrance suddenly sealed itself shut. Stone shifted and hardened across the opening until it became a solid wall of rock. Director Gong Xian was thrown into panic, demanding to know how the gateway could have disappeared so suddenly, while a technician rushed to report that every connection had been lost and the equipment had triggered a chain of critical signal errors moments earlier. Sweat ran down Gong Xian's face as anxiety completely overtook him. Without delay, he ordered the staff to contact command, his voice tense with dread because he could already sense that something catastrophic had happened inside the dungeon they could no longer reach. At the same time, inside the dungeon, that eerie melody continued flowing through the air. Its sound kept forming into glowing musical notes, drifting around them like unnatural fireflies suspended in the dimness. Sichun and Gong Ting both paused, their eyes drawn toward the bizarre sight surrounding them. For a brief moment, neither of them moved, watching as those strange notes hovered silently through the dark air. The examiners were just as confused by the sudden shift in atmosphere. Yasmin Kai looked around with unease and asked whether the others could hear the sound too, while Sato Woda confirmed it, saying it really did resemble some strange kind of music. As the heavy rhythm began thudding through the dungeon, Sichin's expression turned deeply alarmed. To everyone else, it may have sounded like music, but to him, it was something far worse. He immediately recognized it as the voice of the Demon King, Wrath. His thoughts raced in disbelief as he struggled to understand why Wrath would appear here, inside a low-level dungeon of all places. According to what Sichin knew, the Demon King should not show up for another 3 years, and yet that terrifying presence was now unmistakably close. Then, all at once, the Demon Heart system began hammering Sichun with severe high-danger alerts. Each warning slammed across his senses like an emergency alarm, one after another, louder and more urgent than the last. Sichin's entire body tightened as he realized the interface was not simply cautioning him anymore. It was practically screaming at him that a lethal threat was approaching right now. Heavy thuds began shaking the ground beneath his feet, each step landing like something massive was drawing closer. Through the fog behind him, Sichin suddenly understood that something enormous was standing there, hidden just beyond the reach of his sight. A sinister laugh rolled through the cavern, echoing from within the mist like a voice crawling out of a nightmare. Then a towering shadow began moving closer, its massive outline slowly becoming clearer through the thick fog. Sato Woda visibly trembled under the crushing pressure of that presence. As he stared into the haze, he wondered what kind of monster could possibly be hiding there, just as two glowing eyes suddenly pierced through the darkness. The creature finally stepped forward, revealing its horrifying shape. It was a grotesque humanoid mantis monster, its twisted body radiating dark energy as it loomed over the rocky ground like a nightmare given flesh. Looking down at the group with a cruel, predatory glare, the monster welcomed the humans in a chilling voice. Then it declared that they had walked directly into its trap. The moment Sato Woda heard the creature speak, his shock deepened. A monster capable of forming human words was no ordinary beast, and he immediately realized that this thing had to be at least a high-tier C-rank threat. That shock quickly turned into frantic confusion. Sato could not understand how a monster this powerful could possibly exist inside a dungeon that had supposedly been classified as only D rank. Afraid that the high-level monster would tear the students apart, Sato instantly summoned a massive glowing axe into his hands. Without wasting a second, he threw himself forward, trying to intercept the beast before it could reach anyone else. As he charged in, Sato shouted for everyone to get behind him. His voice was urgent as he positioned himself in front of the others, trying to become their shield against the approaching monster. But before Sato could even bring his attack down, the mantis demon moved first. Its counter came with terrifying speed, so fast that the eye could barely keep track of its movement. In one brutal motion, the monster swung its scythe-like limb through the air. The strike landed cleanly, and before Sato could react, his entire arm was severed from his body. The other examiners froze in horror, unable to process what they had just witnessed. In that same instant, the mantis demon vanished from sight and reappeared directly behind Gong Ting, raising its bloodied scythe as it coldly mocked the group and told them to curl up and accept their fate. With a sickening, heavy impact, the monster drove its blade straight through Gong Ting's shoulder and out through his chest. Its voice turned ruthless as it commanded the young man to die. Even with his body impaled, Gong Ting did not collapse. He clenched his teeth against the unbearable pain, and instead of showing fear, a fierce, almost crazed grin spread across his face. Using the monster's close range against it, Gong Ting swung his flaming golden sword downward with vicious force. The blade cleaved through the trapped scythe arm and chopped it clean off, leaving the mantis demon staring wide-eyed in shock. Gong Ting did not give the beast even a second to recover. He immediately followed up with a powerful midair kick, sending the crippled monster flying backward across the rough rocky terrain. Blood poured from the massive wound torn through Gong Ting's shoulder, but he acted as if the injury meant nothing. His glowing eyes remained locked on the enemy, burning with a dangerous glare. He declared that since the Overlord had drawn first blood, the kill belonged to him according to the rule of combat priority. Then, with fierce intensity in his voice, he warned Sichin not to even think about interfering in this fight. Sichin kept his attention fixed on the monster, watching its every movement with sharp concentration. A green glow lit up in his eyes as he activated his ability and began measuring the creature's true level of power. The system interface quickly updated the mantis demon's classification, and the result confirmed their worst suspicion. This was no ordinary dungeon monster, but a highly dangerous C-rank high-tier beast. Seeing the huge hole torn through Gong Ting's shoulder, Yasmin Kai shouted urgently for him to receive medical treatment. She begged him to suspend the exam and let them pull him out, warning that this monster was far beyond what he could handle. Gong Ting rejected her immediately, without even the slightest hesitation. He gathered intense fire magic into his hand, the heat surging around him as his stance became even firmer. No matter how badly he was injured, Gong Ting completely refused to back down or give up. Si-chun can only stare in stunned silence as Gong Ting lifts his burning hand and presses it straight against the bleeding gash in his chest, using the fierce heat of his own flames to seal the terrible wound through sheer, brutal cauterization. Even with pain tearing through him, Gong Ting forces himself to endure it, his eyes blazing as he growls that this battle will not be over until one of them is lying dead. Then, without wasting even a second, Gong Ting kicks off the ground, launches himself high into the air, and brings his flaming sword crashing down toward the crippled mantis demon, determined to keep the pressure on. At the same time, beyond the sealed dungeon, Silas Lin, the leader of the Imperial Guild's King Squad, stands before the spot where the entrance vanished and quietly studies the situation. With a calm, measured expression, he explains that a phenomenon like this means an unusually intelligent monster is operating inside, one clever enough to lure the humans in first before slamming the trap shut behind them. Director Gongshin immediately loses his composure, panic spreading across his face as he urgently asks whether there is any possible way to force the entrance open again, since the students are still trapped inside. Silas gives him a cold, unflinching answer, making it clear that there is only one method left to bring the exit back. The people inside have to find the dungeon's overlord and kill it, because only the overlord's death can make the sealed passage reappear. Clinging to the smallest bit of hope, Director Gong Xian tries to reason his way through the disaster. Since an ordinary D-rank dungeon should only produce a C-rank overlord at most, he argues that the examiners and students trapped within should still have a real chance to defeat it and escape alive. But Silas immediately crushes that hope. He reveals that the so-called D-rank reading was nothing more than a false mask, deliberately created by the overlord to hide the dungeon's true and far deadlier nature. As the pieces click together, Silas realizes this dungeon must be the same threat responsible for the recent wave of Awakener disappearances that his team has been tracking. Then, with a grim look, he tells the horrified Gong Xian the truth. The trap sealed in front of them is not D-rank at all, but an exceptionally dangerous B-rank dungeon. Meanwhile, deep inside the dungeon, the monstrous insect refuses to slow down, striking again and again with its long, scythe-like arms. Gong Ting plants his feet and meets the attack head-on, raising his flaming katana to parry each heavy blow as sparks and fire scatter around him. The moment another sweeping attack comes at him, he quickly pulls back, retreating just in time to avoid being cut down. Then, as the beast lifts one bladed arm high for a crushing strike, Gong Ting suddenly vaults upward, launching himself into the air above the danger. The creature's attack slams down and misses completely, its sharp limb stabbing deep into the ground and becoming firmly wedged in the rocky floor. Seeing the opening instantly, Gong Ting's eyes sharpen, and he declares that the monster is finally trapped. With one fast, powerful swing, he drives his glowing sword through the creature's neck, cleanly severing its head in a flash of blazing light. The severed head rolls and tumbles across the rough stone terrain, while the rest of the group rushes in and gathers around the fallen monster. Yasmin stands there in stunned disbelief, unable to hide her amazement that Gong Ting actually managed to bring down the overlord completely by himself. She finally admits, with genuine awe in her voice, that his strength is far more formidable than she expected. Nearby, Ivan focuses a soft green healing aura into Sato Woda's wounded arm and asks if he is recovering. Still sweating from the pain, Sato lets out a shaky breath and thanks him for stepping in at exactly the right moment. But that brief relief disappears almost instantly when Sato glances down and checks his smartwatch. His face tightens with alarm as he warns the others that the device has completely lost signal, meaning they have been cut off from the outside world. Yasmin and Ivan immediately check their own equipment as well. Yasmin confirms that her connection has vanished too, while Ivan grimly adds that every signal is dead, even their compass positioning system. Sato's panic spikes as he demands to know exactly when the camera drone stopped working and went offline. Gong Ting turns back toward him with a confused look, clearly not understanding why Sato is reacting so urgently. Then, without warning, the headless mantis monster rises back to its feet, as if death never stopped it at all. Before anyone can fully process what is happening, the decapitated creature lunges straight toward Gong Ting, catching him completely off guard. Si-chun reacts instantly, stepping in and unleashing a rapid barrage of golden lightning that tears through the creature and slices its body into pieces. A system notification appears immediately afterward, confirming the kill and awarding Si-chun the experience points. Still shaken by what just happened, Gong Ting demands an explanation, asking how the monster could possibly keep moving after he had clearly chopped off its head. Si-chun answers calmly, explaining that the mantis was never the real overlord at all. It had been under hypnosis the entire time, which allowed its body to keep fighting even after death. His tone turns urgent as he orders the examiners and Gong Ting to leave the dungeon right away, warning them that any one of them could become the next target. Gong Ting, still tense and defensive, immediately questions him, demanding to know how Si-chun could possibly be so certain. Sato snaps in anger, accusing Si-chun of losing his mind and insisting that a dungeon like this can only have one C-rank overlord. He argues that the high-tier monster they just fought had to be the boss, because from his point of view, no other explanation makes any sense. But before Si-chun can push the argument any further, his system suddenly floods his vision with urgent critical warnings about an extremely dangerous creature nearby. In the next instant, a massive, pulsing wave of psychic energy surges through the cavern, sweeping over everyone like an invisible blast. Caught directly in that psychic wave, Yasmin, Ivan, and Sato freeze as their eyes begin glowing with an eerie pink light, the true overlord's hypnosis seizing full control of their minds. Si-chun realizes at once that his warning came too late, and he quickly activates the wireless earbud he had prepared. The moment the sound reaches him, he recognizes the distinct, pulsing frequency without any doubt. In his past life, he had seen the Demon King, Raph, use that exact same frequency to hypnotize ordinary humans with terrifying precision, slaughtering millions across the entire globe. When Si-chun turns around, Yasmin, Ivan, and Sato are already moving in perfect synchronization, marching forward like empty shells trapped in a mindless trance. Now certain that the dungeon's true overlord is directly tied to Raph, Si-chun's expression goes cold as he resolves to confront the creature head-on. Following the hypnotized examiners deeper into the dark cavern, Si-chun keeps moving while his system relentlessly bombards him with warnings about highly dangerous creatures waiting ahead. Before long, the group reaches a vast and eerie lair, where glowing green egg sacs pulse throughout the chamber and towering dark serpents stand guard around a central figure draped in cloth. Si-chun remains completely unaffected by the monster's alpha frequency, protected by the counter-frequency audio track playing through his earbud, a safeguard he had prepared specifically because of Raph. But with the unprotected examiners under unbearable mental pressure and at risk of dying at any moment, Si-chun decides there is no time to hesitate. He has to kill the overlord immediately. The instant they step into its territory, the sinister presence lurking in the cavern notices them. Its icy, starving voice spreads through the darkness, dripping with cruel excitement, as if it is already imagining the taste of their warm, fresh flesh being torn apart. Sichin slowly raises his eyes toward the source of that voice, his gaze cold and unwavering. There is no fear on his face at all, only a sharp, frozen calm, while every muscle in his body seems prepared for the battle that is about to explode. Many years in the past, inside a brutal memory that still reeks of blood, a young Gong Ting stands there completely drained, his body stained red from the violence. On the ground beneath him lies his brother, Gong Cheng, beaten until he can barely move after Gong Ting struck him over and over again with a broken wooden stick. Their father, Gong Lin, stands nearby and watches the horrifying scene unfold without even a flicker of tenderness in his eyes. Instead of stepping in to stop the cruelty, he looks at 8-year-old Gong Ting with chilling approval and coldly congratulates him for winning. Later, Gong Lin sits calmly at an elegant dining table, surrounded by the polished luxury and status of the Gong family. With the comfort of a man who sees nothing wrong with cruelty, he begins laying out the merciless rules his children are expected to follow. In the Gong family, the winner is the one who earns the right to sit at the table and eat. The loser, young Gong Cheng, is not even allowed that small comfort, and instead must kneel on the ground until the sun rises. Outside, Gong Cheng obeys exactly as he was ordered, kneeling in the cold with bruises still marking his small body. Too terrified to fight back or complain, he keeps himself bent low against the ground while his empty stomach twists and growls from hunger. Unable to keep watching his brother suffer like that, Gong Ting quietly slips away under the cover of darkness. He approaches Gong Cheng in secret and, with a careful hand, offers him a small piece of bread. Gong Cheng lifts his head in shock, his frightened eyes widening the moment he sees what Gong Ting is doing. In a shaky whisper, he warns his brother that if their father catches him helping, the punishment will be absolutely terrifying. But Gong Ting does not withdraw his hand, and he does not let fear make him hesitate. Ignoring the danger right in front of him, he firmly tells Gong Cheng to stop talking and just eat before anyone notices. But that tiny act of kindness, hidden in the dark for only a moment, is not able to stay secret for long. Soon after, Gong Ting is struck viciously across the face, the slap hitting hard enough to whip his head to the side. Then he is forced down onto his knees, shaking on the floor while his father looms over him, gripping a whip in his hand. Gong Lin stares down at his battered son with a cold, emotionless expression. In that icy voice, he asks Gong Ting if he understands why the Gong family has been able to hold on to so much power, status, and influence for so long. Then, with absolute pride in his own brutality, Gong Lin gives the answer himself. To him, the reason is simple. He has never once allowed himself to lose a fight. He pushes that ruthless belief deep into his son's mind, telling Gong Ting that winners are the ones who decide the rules of the world. Losers, on the other hand, have no right to argue and can only lower their heads and obey. Even after being beaten and forced down, young Gong Ting still refuses to surrender completely. With defiance burning through the pain in his eyes, he asks his father whether that means if he beats him, he will get to create the rules too. Gong Lin merely laughs at the challenge, his reaction full of contempt, as though the very idea is nothing more than a foolish joke from a powerless child. Years slip by, and once again, Gong Ting finds himself collapsed on the ground. This time, he is badly beaten, struggling just to keep himself propped up on his hands and knees. Blood runs from his mouth as the shattered remains of his sword clatter beside him. Burning with anger and humiliation, he demands to know why his father refused to face him directly in a proper, fair duel. Still glaring upward from the ground, Gong Ting presses the question even harder. He asks why Gong Lin chose to send Silas Lin to attack him instead of accepting the challenge with his own hands. Gong Lin is not shaken in the slightest. With a faint, superior smirk, he explains that his true strength has never been limited to his own fists, his own weapons, or his own body, but comes from the power and authority he can command through others. Standing above his defeated son, Gong Lin looks down on him as if he has simply failed to understand the most basic truth of the world. In a cold tone, he tells Gong Ting that reality has never operated by fair rules. In Gong Lin's eyes, the world is driven by only one merciless law. No matter what method is used, no matter how ugly it becomes, the only thing that matters is winning. He continues forcing that lesson into Gong Ting, insisting that the process means nothing and the result means everything. As someone born into the Gong family, Gong Ting is expected to stand above everyone else, even if reaching the top means throwing away family, loyalty, and his own dreams. Gong Lin ends the lesson with one final, heartless sentence. He tells Gong Ting that winning is the only reason he is even permitted to remain alive. Those cruel words echo backward through Gong Ting's entire childhood, cutting into him like a wound that never fully closes. Over time, That scar twists into a belief that survival itself is only possible if he keeps winning. Back in the present, the group now stands directly before the enormous hidden monster overlord, the true ruler waiting in the deepest part of the dungeon. Around the creature's lair, massive snakes coil and shift through the darkness, while eerie green egg sacs glow and pulse like living things, as if whatever is inside them could break free at any moment. Sichin remains completely untouched by the monster's mind control magic. The special audio track playing through his earbud shields his mind, a countermeasure he had prepared in advance because he had always expected that sooner or later he would have to face the Demon King wrath. The hypnotized examiners, however, have no protection like that. Sichin understands that their minds could break under the pressure at any second, and because of that, he decides the monster must be eliminated immediately. But just as Sichin is about to act, Gongting suddenly reaches out and grabs his wrist. His grip is tight, tense, and almost desperate as he lowers his voice and whispers for Sichin to stop. To rip his mind free from the monster's control, Gongting drives his fingers straight into the terrible wound in his own chest. Fresh blood spills down onto the floor, while the sharp pain violently drags his fading consciousness back into focus. Gongting breathes hard, his body trembling from the agony, and admits that he has no idea how Sichin is resisting the trance so easily. For him, the only way to stay awake and clear-headed is to keep hurting himself badly enough that the pain anchors his mind. He warns Sichin in a low, urgent voice not to rush and recklessly. One careless movement could expose their position completely, and if that happens, everyone inside the lair could end up dead. Sweat slides down Gongting's face as he forces himself to stay focused. Then he points toward the countless glowing eggs gathered around the monster's throne. He explains that if they disturb the nest, those eggs will release dozens of C-rank monsters all at once. Once that swarm pours out and surrounds them, escaping alive will become almost impossible. As Gongting studies the traps spread out before them, he quickly understands just how dangerous this enemy really is. This intelligent overlord deliberately disguised its lair as a weak dungeon, using that false appearance to lure unsuspecting awakeners inside and slaughter them. Because of that, Gongting is convinced the monster will not simply leave them alone. If they remain patient, then sooner or later, it will come closer to check its prey on its own. He immediately lays out a new plan. They should pretend to be caught in the hypnosis, stay completely still, and let the overlord believe its spell is working. Then, the moment it gets close enough to strike, they can attack together by surprise and finish it in a single blow. Sichin looks at Gongting with a faint trace of surprise in his eyes, clearly a little impressed despite the danger around them. He admits that he did not expect Gongting to remain so calm and think this logically under such crushing pressure. Even so, Sichin immediately rejects the plan. His expression turns serious as he warns Gongting that waiting will not work, because this particular monster does not even have to move closer in order to kill them. He explains that the overlord does not need claws, fangs, or any physical attack to end their lives. With just a single thought, it can order anyone trapped under its spell to kill themselves. The moment Sichin says this, the hypnotized examiners begin to move, as though the monster itself is proving his warning right in front of them. Each one starts preparing to take their own life. Sato pulls out a saw, Yasmin lifts her gun and points the barrel directly at her own head, and Ivan's hands lock around his throat as he begins choking himself. Sichin moves before any of them can complete the act. In a blur of lightning-fast motion, he strikes all three examiners one after another, knocking them unconscious just in time to stop them from harming themselves. That sudden burst of movement cuts through the stillness of the lair and immediately draws the overlord's attention. Realizing that its prey is no longer obediently standing still, the monster flies into fury. To it, the humans it planned to consume have been ruined before it could properly enjoy them. In response to the threat, the overlord activates the glowing green egg sacs scattered throughout the lair. One after another, the swollen sacs begin to rupture violently. From the burst eggs, dozens of dangerous C-rank blade arm mantises crawl out, their slick bodies unfolding from the slime. At the overlord's command, the swarm turns toward the intruders, ready to tear them apart. As the deadly horde closes in from every direction, Gongting instantly understands that their stealth plan has completely collapsed. With no time left to hesitate, he decides they have no choice but to switch to an emergency backup plan. With his sword already drawn, Gongting steps forward and plants his feet like a wall in front of the unconscious examiners. He puts his own body directly between those helpless adults and the monsters pressing in, refusing to let the swarm reach them first. Keeping his eyes locked on the danger ahead, Gongting barks an order at Sichin, telling him to lift the three unconscious adults and escape the dungeon immediately. As for the monsters closing in, he makes it clear that he'll stay behind alone and hold the entire swarm back with his own life. For a brief moment, Sichin just stands there, frozen in place. He is truly shocked that Gong Ting, of all people, would choose something so selfless, willingly throwing himself into certain death just to give everyone else even the smallest chance to survive. Gong Ting doesn't try to make himself sound stronger than he is. He openly admits that there is no way he can defeat a full swarm of C-rank monsters by himself. But even with that truth hanging over him, his voice stays steady as he says he can at least buy Si-Chin enough time to get everyone out. The next second, a mantis monster rushes straight toward him with terrifying speed. Gong Ting swings his flaming sword up to meet it, and the blazing blade slams hard against the creature's scythe as he shouts that he will take responsibility for everything. With his teeth clenched tight, Gong Ting's expression twists with guilt. In his mind, this disaster started because he was the one who demanded the tiebreaker duel, and that choice was what dragged everyone into this deadly trap. But the gap in raw strength is far too obvious. The mantis monster's physical power completely surpasses what Gong Ting can withstand, and the force of its strike crushes through his defense instantly, sending him flying backward as if he weighed nothing. Gong Ting drives his sword deep into the ground, using the blade like an anchor to stop himself from sliding back any farther. Breathing hard and forcing himself to stay upright, he stubbornly insists that because all of this is his fault, he has to be the one to make it right. Si-Chin steps forward, his expression slowly changing as he looks at Gong Ting again. In that moment, he admits that he had completely misunderstood what kind of person Gong Ting truly was. As his system begins shifting his class, Si-Chin reminds Gong Ting that he wasn't the only one who accepted that duel. Gong Ting may blame himself, but the decision belonged to both of them, so the responsibility cannot fall on Gong Ting alone. In the very next instant, Si-Chun completes his transformation into his level 24 lightning assassin class. A sharp blade made of golden electricity gathers in his hand, crackling and flashing with a dangerous light that cuts through the darkness around him. With mantis demons closing in from every side and the giant overlord's buzzing presence pressing down from ahead, golden lightning begins flowing through Si-Chin's entire body. Even in the middle of that deadly pressure, he calmly says that he has a plan. Gong Ting, still bleeding heavily from his injuries, reacts immediately. His face tightens as he rejects the idea of staying here and fighting, knowing their current situation is far too dangerous to gamble on a direct clash. He warns Si-Chin that the Overlord is not on the same level as the rest of the swarm. From the pressure it gives off, Gong Ting guesses it must be at least B rank, and if things are even worse, it could be a terrifying A rank monster. With urgency cutting through his voice, Gong Ting tells Si-Chun to take the unconscious examiners and run right now. In his eyes, continuing the fight is suicide, and escaping is the only realistic option they still have left. Si-Chin admits that the monster ahead of them is absolutely a nightmare to deal with. But then he points out the fatal flaw in Gong Ting's plan. The dungeon gates have already been sealed shut, because if the exit were still open, the Imperial Guild's rescue teams would have stormed in long ago. Gong Ting's eyes widen in disbelief as the meaning finally sinks in. They are not simply surrounded by monsters anymore. They are completely trapped inside the dungeon with no open way out. Si-Chin keeps his gaze fixed on the silent overlord standing ahead of them. He studies every tiny movement, every trace of pressure from the creature, trying to find the safest path through this deadly situation. He thinks through the danger carefully. If this monster really is a rank, then its combat strength should be close to the phantom main Lion King he once faced inside the Dread Spire. Then, without the slightest warning, the swarm suddenly launches its attack. One mantis demon leaps forward with its heavy scythe raised high, bringing the weapon down with brutal force. Si-Chun meets the attack head-on, lifting his lightning dagger and blocking the blow with surprising ease. At that exact moment, another mantis drops down from above, aiming for Si-Chin's blind spot. Gong Ting's face tightens with panic, and he immediately shouts for Si-Chin to watch out. Before the creature can complete its attack, Si-Chun and Gong Ting move almost perfectly together. Their glowing blades flash across the battlefield at the same time, and each of them cuts down an attacking mantis demon in a single instant. But that brief opening disappears almost as soon as it appears. A moment later, a massive swarm of mantis demons screeches violently, their voices ripping through the air as they rush straight toward the two of them. Gong Ting clutches his bleeding chest, his teeth clenched from pain and frustration. Seeing that many monsters charge all at once, he realizes that it is only a matter of time before he and Si-Chun are completely overwhelmed. Even with the odds stacked so badly against them, Si-Chin refuses to retreat or lose focus. He steadies himself in the middle of the chaos and begins gathering his energy with a sharp, controlled intensity. Drawing power from his lightning assassin class, Si-Chin forms several blades of crackling electricity in his hand. Each golden blade shines fiercely, trembling with power as if it is ready to tear through anything in its path. With one swift motion, Si-Chun releases a wave of golden lightning blades. The attacks shoot forward and rip straight through several charging beasts at once, cutting across the swarm before the monsters can stop their momentum. But Sichin doesn't pause there. The instant that first wave of attacks connects, he follows up immediately and activates his Flash God skill. His speed explodes so violently that his body almost vanishes from sight. In a blur of movement, he darts straight into the swarm and slices through several monsters in one rush, sending their heads flying before they even have time to react. Gong Ting stares at the scene with his eyes wide open, completely stunned by the unbelievable display of power. What Sichin is doing right in front of him feels like something that should not even be possible. Gong Ting knows very well that the assassin class is naturally weak in base strength, which should make it terrible when surrounded by large groups of enemies. And yet, right before his eyes, Sichin slips past a massive side swing with effortless precision. Then Gong Ting notices something even more shocking. Every single time Sichin strikes, his blade lands cleanly on a weak point, as if he can read the monster's bodies perfectly. That is when Gong Ting finally understands what Sichin is doing. He is covering the assassin class's lack of raw power with overwhelming speed, flawless technique, and a level of precision that is almost frightening to watch. As Gong Ting watches those blurred afterimages flash across the battlefield, he can barely keep up with Sichin's movements. The sheer speed in front of him leaves him completely amazed. And while Sichin tears through the rest of the swarm in a storm of lightning slashes, Gong Ting reaches a shocking conclusion. His rival's speed has already reached A-rank level, and it might even be beyond that. Seeing Sichin fight with such incredible skill lights a spark inside Gong Ting's chest. He tightens his grip around his glowing sword, and for the first time in this battle, he realizes that they may actually have a chance to survive. But the Overlord, clearly irritated by their stubborn resistance, finally begins to move. A massive wave of dark pink energy gathers around the Overlord's body. The power swells violently in the air, growing heavier and more dangerous as the creature begins activating a powerful boost. That dark energy spreads outward and washes over the remaining Mantis demons. It wraps around their bodies like a sinister aura, sharply increasing both their strength and the pressure radiating from them. Filled with rage, the Overlord gives a brutal command to the newly strengthened swarm. It orders them to tear Sichin apart immediately and chop his body into pieces. Sichin remains where he is, refusing to take even a single step back. Electric blades burn brightly in his hands as the strengthened enemies begin closing in around him. One of the buffed mantises lunges forward, trying to crush him with its newly enhanced power. But Sichin springs over the attack in one clean motion and slices the monster apart while still in midair. Seeing the battle grow even more intense, Gong Ting's fighting spirit surges again. He raises his own blade and shouts for Sichin to hold on, preparing himself to jump back into the fight. Sichin pushes himself right to the edge, unleashing a relentless storm of golden slashes. Again and again, he cuts into the supercharged swarm, forcing his way through the enemies with everything he has. Then, all of a sudden, a mantis demon appears directly behind him. Trusting completely in his insane speed, Sichin vanishes from that spot just in time. The deadly strike cuts through empty air as he slips away before it can connect. He reappears almost instantly and launches a rapid barrage of close-range slashes. But this time, his blades fail to cut through the creature's newly strengthened armor. The enraged mantis wastes no time retaliating. It swings back with a heavy, brutal blow, pouring its enhanced strength into the attack. Sichin raises his blade and blocks the strike head-on, but the impact is still overwhelming. The sheer force drives him far backward, forcing him to give ground as the blow pushes him across the battlefield. Breathing hard from being forced back, Sichin quickly takes in the change around him. The Overlord's boost has amplified every single monster's stats, pushing the entire swarm up into terrifying B-rank territory. The air itself seems heavier with their newfound menace. His eyes narrow, scanning their reinforced shells. The monster's carapaces now gleam like solid iron, almost impervious to direct attacks. He knows that to land a true strike, he must first find a way to shatter this armored barrier. From behind, Gong Ting's voice rings out, laced with gratitude. He shouts that Sichin has already done more than enough. His efforts bought exactly the time needed for what comes next. Without hesitation, Gong Ting sacrifices every ounce of speed, every fragment of stamina, even the delicate control of his elemental power. He channels all remaining energy into sheer strength. Instantly, flames erupt around his sword, coiling upward like a colossal, blazing pillar as he unleashes his ultimate move, Liyue. Later that evening, in the warmth of the rental apartment, Ju Tong finally arrives, juggling bags of groceries in both hands. She steps inside, apologizing for taking longer than expected to buy the drinks, her voice tinged with fatigue. CC Yun, Leo perched quietly on her shoulder, smiles gently and reassures her, saying not to worry. Their brother still hasn't returned yet. Zhu Tong blinks, surprised, asking in disbelief if he's really still outside. Curious, Zhu Tong asks whether CC Yun's brother already knows about her success at the art academy. CC Yun shakes her head, admitting she hasn't revealed the result, only mentioning that she has big news. Since he's likely just running late, she suggests they begin celebrating without him. Just as they prepare to start, CC Yun lifts an empty jar and frowns, realizing the garlic sauce is completely gone. She instructs Zhu Tong to stay behind while she and Leo make a quick trip to the store. Taking the opportunity, she plans to pick up extra snacks too, ensuring their celebration will be properly indulgent when she returns. A short while later, CC Yun emerges from the nearby convenience store, bags in hand, stepping out onto the quiet street. Leo, safely tucked inside her backpack, nibbles contentedly at his food, peeking out only occasionally with bright eyes. CC Yun chuckles softly, brushing a hand over him and calling him her little angel for staying so quietly hidden the entire time. She praises the cub warmly, telling him he's been such a good boy and promising that next time, she'll buy him cookies as a reward. Unbeknownst to her, shadowed figures lurk in a nearby alley, eyes fixed on her every movement. One man, standing beside a hooded partner, holds up a picture of CC Yun and reports into his radio that they have located their target, then asks if they should attack immediately. A crackling voice responds through the radio, instructing him to wait and follow her until she is safely out of the street camera's range. The man nods silently and resumes his watchful surveillance from the alley. As CC Yun continues along the street, the faint thud of heavy footsteps follows closely behind, each step matching her pace with deliberate precision. The stalkers inch closer, steadily closing the gap as the tension in the air thickens. CC Yun, aware she's been trailed since leaving the store, quietly wonders what these men could possibly want from her, her grip tightening on the backpack strap. Inside the backpack, Leo emits a low, warning growl. Gently, she steadies him, whispering to see if he senses the danger too. She lowers her voice further, instructing Leo to remain hidden for now, keeping his presence secret. Casting a sharp, fearless glance over her shoulder at the men behind her, she murmurs softly, almost with thrill, that her night has suddenly become far more interesting. Deep within the dungeon, Si-chun pants heavily, fully aware that the monster boss's dark energy has now transformed the bug swarm into an even deadlier threat. Seeing the insect's shells gleaming like solid iron, he realizes his blades can no longer slice through them as before. To strike their weak points, he must first find a way to shatter their armor. At that moment, Gong Ting shouts from behind, gratitude and determination lacing his voice, thanking Si-chun for buying him precisely enough time. Throwing caution aside, Gong Ting sacrifices his speed and every remaining ounce of energy, transforming it all into raw strength. Flames explode outward, forming a towering inferno that swirls violently around him. With his body pushed to its absolute limit and eyes blazing with fury, Gong Ting raises his flaming sword and announces, a voice full of resolve, that this is his final move. He swings with all his might, the sword trailing waves of scorching fire, declaring that no matter how formidable the monster is, he will burn it to ashes. The enormous inferno crashes into the charging swarm, engulfing the bug monsters in violent, roaring flames, tearing through their ranks with unstoppable force. The blazing blade cleaves through the mass of enemies, surging past the swarm and heading straight for the calm, waiting boss behind them. The strike connects with the boss, detonating in a blinding explosion that wraps the monster in a massive wave of roaring fire. Gong Ting can barely remain on his feet, his knees buckling as he leans heavily on his sword, utterly drained of both physical energy and magical power. Exhausted, he wipes the sweat from his brow, letting out a long, relieved breath. As the flames slowly die down, revealing the charred remains of the swarm, Gong Ting exhales with relief, muttering that the grueling battle is finally over. But then, slicing through the fading smoke, a sinister, mocking laugh echoes. The boss's voice sneers, questioning whether that pitiful attack was truly all they could muster. Gong Ting freezes, struck by shock, while Si-chun remains calm, his eyes narrowing as he assesses the source of the voice. As the smoke clears, the boss is revealed completely unharmed, enveloped in a massive, glowing green shield. It gazes down at them, voice dripping with disdain, calling their attack disappointing. Pure terror spreads across Gong Ting's face at the sight. The monster hasn't been harmed at all. All hope collapses instantly. He has expended every last ounce of power, yet failed to even scratch the creature. Si-chun remains silent, his gaze fixed on the enemy's formidable defenses, carefully analyzing the shield surrounding the boss. He quickly pieces together what has happened. The boss absorbed the life force from the remaining monster eggs just before the fire attack landed, using that energy to forge an impenetrable barrier. Gong Ting trembles, barely standing, panting heavily from exhaustion. Feeling utterly defeated, he wonders if this is where they are going to die. Then, Si-Chen steps past the broken Gong Ting and calmly extends a deal. As he begins shifting his combat class, he tells Gong Ting he can take first place in the exam, but only if Si-Chen keeps the entire cash prize. He lays down one strict condition. Gong Ting must never reveal a single detail of what he is about to witness. Si-Chen summons his glowing sword, and in the next heartbeat, his form fully transforms into his hidden demonic class. Gong Ting stares, utterly dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend that his rival has been concealing not one, but two combat classes. Without warning, streams of glowing pink energy erupt from the corpses of the slain bugs, twisting and writhing towards Si-Chen. He activates a special skill, draining the residual energy and strength from nearby corpses, pulling their power directly into himself. A towering pillar of vibrant pink energy surges around Si-Chen, spiraling skyward as his power skyrockets to an entirely new level. Gong Ting throws one arm up in front of his face, barely managing to shield himself from the violent wind ripping through the cavern. Through the narrow gaps between his fingers, he stares at the unbelievable surge of power exploding before him, his eyes stretched wide with shaken disbelief. Even the boss monster falls completely still for a brief moment, its body freezing in place as it silently locks its gaze onto the boy standing in front of it. Si-Chen exhales through his sharp teeth, and a thick stream of energy spills from his mouth, like dark smoke. His body has already been driven to the edge, with both his strength and stamina scraping against their limits. But surrounded by that sinister demonic glow, he still stands with terrifying confidence and repeats the promise he made before. This monster will die by his own hands. Then, at last, the Overlord makes its next move and releases its skill, Soul Rest Enigma. A violent pulse bursts out from the Overlord's glowing green shield, spreading through the cavern in an instant and filling the entire space with a crushing wave of psychic pressure. The mental assault slams straight into Gong Ting. Already bleeding and completely drained, he grabs his head with both hands as pain twists across his face, cursing under his breath while that hateful hypnosis starts clawing its way back into his mind. But Si-Chen, now fully transformed, doesn't even shake beneath the weight of that psychic pressure. The Overlord stiffens as Si-Chen begins walking toward it, his massive sword resting calmly across his shoulder. Unable to hide its confusion, the monster demands to know why its hypnosis has no effect on him at all. Desperate to stop him before he can close the distance, the Overlord unleashes Sonic Hell, sending a brutal shockwave blasting through the cavern. The force tears across the stone chamber like a raging storm. Si-Chen plants his feet and holds his ground without giving up a single step, while Gong Ting is crushed under the pressure, bending over in pain as a strained cry escapes him. The Overlord's gaze stays locked on the boy, watching him closely as unease begins to creep into its expression. Si-Chen simply stares back, his glowing eyes cutting through the darkness with a cold, fearless intensity. Then he takes another step forward, followed by another, continuing straight toward the shielded monster without even the slightest hesitation. Panic finally flashes through the Overlord. Its voice breaks into a stammer, unable to understand how its attack could have failed so completely. The Overlord roars for its summons to tear Si-Chen apart, and in response, a massive shadowy serpent lunges toward him with its jaws stretched wide open. Si-Chen tightens his grip around his glowing sword. Then, with one savage swing, he cuts straight through the serpent and splits its head cleanly in two. The giant beast instantly loses all strength, its massive body crashing down hard against the cavern floor. Before the dust can even settle, two more enormous serpents drop from above, diving at him from the darkness overhead. Si-Chen braces his stance, draws his blade back, and sweeps it out in a wide, merciless arc. With a single cut, both serpents are beheaded at the same time. With nothing left blocking his path, Si-Chen surges forward and charges straight toward the Overlord. The monster bursts into arrogant laughter, loudly declaring that its barrier is impossible to break. Si-Chen looks up at it and asks if that is really true. Then he launches himself high into the air, rising above the glowing shield as his next attack begins to take shape. The system announces the activation of his Stellar Warrior skill, Ossuary Collapse. Power begins draining from the monster corpses scattered across the cavern, their remaining strength being pulled into Si-Chen's body to fuel his strike. With that borrowed force surging through him, Si-Chen lets out a fierce roar. He brings his sword down with every last bit of force he can gather, and the Overlord's barrier explodes apart, shattering into countless glowing fragments. The Overlord can only stare in place, frozen in complete disbelief at what just happened. Gong Ting is just as stunned. Right before his eyes, his rival has destroyed that supposedly unbreakable shield with a single strike. Si-Chen lets his weapon fall away, then pulls his fist back as blinding energy begins gathering tightly around it. The system confirms that triple cataclysm has activated in crushing mode. In the next instant, Si-Chen drives his fist straight through the Overlord's body, and a violent surge of raw energy blasts the monster apart from the inside. That devastating punch hammers the Overlord down into the ground with overwhelming force. Smoke rolls upward from the crater. As it slowly clears, the Overlord is left as nothing more than a broken, shadowy remnant, weakly muttering while clinging to the last bit of life it has left. Sichin stands over the shattered monster and coldly orders it to speak. His voice drops as he demands to know what connection it has to Wrath. The Overlord is stunned by the question, staring at him as it asks how a mere human could possibly know Lord Wrath's name. Sichin doesn't back down for even a second. His stare remains cold and firm as he demands an answer. The Overlord spits the words back at him, saying that if it truly knew where the Demon King was, it wouldn't be rotting away inside this dungeon. Instead, it would already be trying to break the seal that held him. Sichin suddenly freezes. The meaning behind those words strikes him hard. Someone in this world had actually managed to seal Wrath away. The Overlord breaks into wild laughter, warning him that Lord Wrath will rise again. It swears that the Demon King will one day reclaim his armies, return to power, and slaughter every last human until nothing remains but bones. Then the Overlord's core ruptures, cracking apart before dissolving into the air. Sichin reaches out as the system activates, pulling in and devouring the monster's glowing green essence. The system confirms the absorption. Sichin gains a new Flower Mage class known as Phantom Sorcerer, along with the Overlord's psychic attacks and barrier abilities. His level rises all the way to 25, and as part of the reward, he also receives 3 rare black scale snake galls. As Sichin reviews the details of his new class, the pieces begin falling into place. Wrath hadn't simply appeared out of nowhere in the future. The Demon King had already been trapped in their world long before the invasion ever began. That means a massive hidden conflict must have happened sometime in the past, one powerful enough to seal Wrath away, and Sichin realizes he knows absolutely nothing about it. His thoughts are suddenly interrupted when he notices Gong Ting limping toward him through the cavern. Badly injured and coughing up blood, Gong Ting admits that he never expected to end up fighting someone with dual classes. He acknowledges that Sichin stands on a completely different level from him. With no more excuses left, he admits that Sichin is the winner of their duel. Gong Ting then gives his word that Sichin's secret will stay buried with him. Everything he witnessed today, he promises, will be taken with him to the grave. A moment later, the last of his strength finally leaves his body. He coughs up another mouthful of blood and collapses back against the cavern wall. Sichin quickly tells him to hold on, refusing to let him slip away there. With the Overlord finally dead, the seal on the dungeon's exit should break open at any moment. And once that passage opens again, the guild's rescue teams will be able to rush in from outside and reach them. But before Sichin can even let his guard down, his entire body suddenly freezes in place. His passive pact skill triggers on its own, and a sharp, urgent warning floods directly into his mind. In the next instant, the system forces a shared vision into his head. Through the eyes of his contracted beast, Leo, Sichin sees exactly what the little cub is facing. Inside that vision, a hostile man stands ahead, wrapped in dark, swirling energy. The moment Sichin realizes where Leo is, his expression changes completely, and he cries out his sister's name in alarm. Through the psychic link, he sees an awakener with eerie green eyes glowing in the darkness, controlling shadow-like tentacles that twist, stretch, and spread around him. The man is closing in on the terrified Yun, while she clutches Leo tightly against her chest. With her own body, she shields the small cub from the creeping appendages reaching toward them. Late in the afternoon on June 24th, Siyun walks by herself through the cramped backstreets of the city, heading home as the warm daylight slowly drains away between the tall buildings around her. But the uneasy feeling starts the moment she leaves the convenience store. Something is off. No matter which narrow street she turns into, 2 unsettling shadows keep trailing behind her, matching her pace like they have been waiting for the right chance. Just a short distance behind her, 2 rough-looking thugs follow with smug, crooked grins spread across their faces. And the worst part is that they barely even bother pretending their intentions are harmless. Inside Siyun's backpack, little Leo senses the danger before anything actually happens. The tiny cub gives a quiet, protective growl, and when Siyun feels the bag shift against her back, she calmly murmurs to him, asking if he can feel those dangerous men nearby too. Even then, Siyun refuses to panic. She steadies the backpack with one gentle hand, keeping Leo from moving around too much, and softly tells her little partner to stay hidden inside no matter what happens next. Instead of shrinking back in fear, Siyun glances over her shoulder with a sharp, fearless look in her eyes. Honestly, a small part of her almost seems pleased that they chose to follow her, because what had been shaping up to be a boring evening has suddenly become much more interesting. Her survival instincts kick in without hesitation. If someone is following you, the first thing to do is get somewhere crowded. So without wasting another second, Siyun hurries down a flight of stairs and heads straight toward the busy market district. At this hour, the restaurant street is packed from end to end, overflowing with hungry customers, rushing workers, bright storefronts, and waves of people moving through the narrow road in every direction. Siyun takes full advantage of the dinner rush. She slides into the thick crowd as naturally as if she belongs there, weaving between shoppers and diners until the stalker's clear view of her begins to break apart. Behind her, the two thugs quickly start losing ground. The man in the beanie grows visibly irritated, pushing people aside with his shoulder and forcing his way through the crowded street, desperate to catch up before she slips away completely. But Siyun's escape strategy is far too clean for them. Every turn she takes and every body she passes behind makes it even harder for the men to keep their eyes locked on her. Then, at the exact moment the crowd pulls their attention away for even a tiny second, Siyun vanishes from their sight, slipping out of the flow of people as if she has disappeared into thin air. The two thugs stop dead in the middle of the street, completely stunned by how quickly they lost her. A second later, panic rushes over them, and they whip around, searching every face, alley, and corner for any sign of where she went. Meanwhile, Siyun has already broken away from the noise and lights, darting into a quiet, isolated alley where she can hide for a brief moment and catch herself. She pauses there, breathing hard, then carefully turns her head and checks behind her. Once she confirms the creepy stalkers are no longer following, the tight tension in her face finally loosens with relief. But just as Siyun begins to think she has truly shaken them off, a heavy footstep suddenly echoes from directly in front of her. Her whole body freezes. Standing right on the steps of her own apartment building is a suspicious older man with slicked-back white hair, waiting there as if he already knew she would come. The man casually smokes his cigarette with the relaxed attitude of someone who owns the place, then mockingly complains that he has been waiting too long because the front door of the building was locked. Siyun's heart drops as the truth hits her all at once. This was never some random encounter. It was a trap set up in advance. Horrified, she steps back and demands to know who they are, and how they somehow knew exactly where she lived. Before the white-haired man gives her any answer, the two thugs from earlier finally catch up behind her, blocking off the way she came while laughing about how fast this little chick can run. With every escape route cut off, Siyun realizes she is completely surrounded. Even so, she refuses to stand there and give up, so she makes a desperate dash down the corridor while the hunters behind her burst into cruel, manic laughter at her hopeless struggle. But these men are not just ordinary street punks chasing a helpless girl. They are awakeners. In the very next instant, a blast of ice magic races across the ground and locks Siyun's foot solidly in place. Her body keeps moving forward, but her trapped foot cannot budge at all. The sudden stop throws her completely off balance, and she crashes face first onto the hard pavement as her backpack is knocked away from her body. Her foot is pinned beneath a thick, broken layer of ice, the frozen shards gripping her in place. Above her, a glowing blue hand wrapped in frost reaches closer, looming over her like a terrifying shadow. The disgusting thug in the beanie stands over Siyun with a warped, drooling expression, looking less like a person and more like a deranged predator enjoying the sight of prey that can no longer run. He mocks her with a nasty grin, asking if she has already run out of energy, then tells her to take a little breather and entertain him for a while. As the creepy stalker bends down and reaches toward her, ready to put his hands on her, Siyun screams out in pure panic. But before his fingers can even touch her, a massive spectral paw crashes straight into his face with terrifying force. The blow launches him backward through the air and sends him slamming brutally onto the pavement, shocking even the white-haired leader. A heavy thud shakes the ground as the thug's body hits the pavement, and for one stunned moment, the entire alley falls into sudden silence. Standing protectively in front of the trembling Siyun is a colossal white lion, enormous and majestic, its overwhelming presence glowing through the alley like something legendary has descended. Siyun can only stare from where she has fallen, her eyes wide and her mind struggling to understand what has just appeared in front of her. As she looks up at the radiant, mythical beast, disbelief spreads across her face. This terrifying predator is not some stranger that came out of nowhere. It is her tiny Leo. The beanie thug clutches his bleeding face with both hands, screaming in horror after being smashed aside by an attack he never could have expected. He frantically shouts at his partner, whining that the client who hired them never said a single word about having to fight a giant, insanely powerful monster lion. Leo opens his jaws wide and releases a deafening roar, the sound exploding through the narrow alley with enough force to shake the air and echo off every wall. The hooded stalker is clearly terrified, but desperation pushes him to move anyway. In a panic, he charges yellow lightning around his fists, trying to prepare one last defense against the enormous beast in front of him. But for a baby cub like Leo, maintaining such a massive legendary form takes an unbelievable amount of strength. Right after that heroic entrance, Leo's energy gives out completely. His giant body suddenly shrinks back down, returning to his tiny, adorable cub form before he tumbles onto his back, dizzy and utterly drained. Seeing her fluffy little guardian collapse from exhaustion, Siyun panics instantly. She scoops her tiny champion into her arms, hugs him close against her chest, and frantically checks whether he is okay after using up all that strength. The white-haired leader watches the legendary lion shrink into a helpless, dizzy little baby, and disappointment spreads across his face. With a cold scoff, he mutters that for a brief moment, he actually thought the beast might be something impressive. Then, with a sharp snap of his fingers, he decides the game is over and finally reveals the terrifying Awakener ability he has been holding back. Massive wooden roots covered in sharp thorns violently rip through the concrete floor, spreading across the narrow alley as he sneers that the cub could not even keep its form for 10 seconds. The huge twisting vines coil and writhe around Siyun, tightening their formation from every side until she is trapped inside a living cage of thorn-covered branches. Siyun clutches the dazed Leo tightly against her chest, her whole body tense with fear, and desperately warns the man not to come any closer. But a warning like that means nothing to someone like him, a seasoned killer who has clearly heard fear shaking in people's voices more times than he can count. The leader draws the thorny branches nearer and nearer to her face, letting the sharp tips hover just beside her skin as he coldly tells her not to waste his time. Then he gives Siyun a horrifying choice. She can hand the beast over willingly, or he will gladly tear it away from her dead body. Just as the leader is about to tighten his thorn-covered trap, Leo's eyes suddenly begin to shine, and the legendary contract skill activates, Stellar Warp. As Leo's mental control is consumed, a massive warp portal opens beside them. In a flash of pink light, Sichin teleports directly to Leo's location and drives a devastating kick straight into the leader's face. The force behind that teleporting strike is overwhelming. The thug is hurled backward like a ragdoll, smashing brutally through the metal bins stacked in the alley as the impact rings out around them. Sichun turned his head toward his sister, his expression still unbelievably calm, almost as if he had not just stepped into the middle of a life-or-death mess. With that same gentle tone, he apologized for keeping her waiting, then explained like it was nothing serious that the dungeon situation had taken longer than he had planned. Only after reassuring her did his gaze shift between her shaken face and Leo beside her, quietly checking whether the two of them had managed to stay unharmed. At that exact moment, the hooded thug could only stand there, completely stunned, his thoughts nearly locking up from the absurd thing he had just seen. He had no idea where this terrifying man had come from, or how someone that strong could appear so suddenly. To him, it felt less like a person had arrived, and more like some overpowered monster had dropped straight into their ambush out of nowhere. Sichin's sister was still shaking from the shock, her complexion drained pale as the fear from moments ago clung to her body. Her words came out quickly, almost tumbling over one another, as she tried to tell him what had happened. She warned Sichin that she did not know how these people had managed to track her location, and what made it even more dangerous was that every single one of them seemed to be a high-level awakener. But Sichin only looked at her with a warm and steady smile, the kind of calm expression that made the suffocating fear around them loosen just a little. His voice stayed soft as he told her to take a breath and settle herself, because from this moment on, her big brother was already here, and as long as he was standing in front of her, there was no need for her to be afraid anymore. At the same time, not far away among the shattered rubble, the enemy leader began forcing himself back up again. The moment he understood that his carefully prepared plan had been ruined in a single instant, rage twisted across his face. His jaw tightened, his eyes burned with fury, and he cursed himself for lowering his guard even for one brief second. That tiny opening, that one careless mistake, had given Sichin the chance to cut in and destroy everything. Then thick wooden roots covered in sharp thorns began wrapping around the leader's body, twisting and tightening over him like living armor born from his anger. As the roots coiled harder, his fury erupted completely. He roared that Sichin had just made the biggest mistake of his life, then swore he would take their severed heads back to his client and demand triple the original payment for all the trouble they had caused. But even after hearing that vicious threat, Sichin did not so much as flinch. He slowly curled his fingers into a fist, and the instant his knuckles tightened, golden lightning began bursting to life around his hand. Sharp crackles flashed through the air, wrapping his fist in violent sparks as the atmosphere grew heavy around him. Without looking away from the enemy in front of him, Sichin calmly told his sister to move behind him and stay there, promising her in a steady voice that this fight would end very quickly. Sichin's mind drifts back to the days when he was still a child. In a filthy, dust-filled alleyway, his small body is getting beaten around mercilessly, slammed into the ground while dirt and gravel scrape against his skin from every direction. Standing at the center of the group is his orange-haired cousin, the one leading the entire assault. With a cruel grin stretched across his face, the boy keeps barking at Si-chun to remember his place and stop acting like he belongs above the rest of the family. Several thugs pin young Si-chun flat against the filthy pavement, holding down his arms and shoulders while trying to crush not only his body, but his spirit along with it. But there was one thing those bullies failed to account for completely. They forgot about his sister. Out of nowhere, young Si-yun rushes straight into the alley, gripping an oversized metal pipe with both hands. Her tiny figure trembles with anger as she screams at the gang to get their filthy hands off her brother immediately. The orange-haired cousin doesn't look intimidated in the slightest. He bursts out laughing, openly mocking the idea that this little girl actually thinks she can save anyone by herself. The second Si-chun sees the gang turning their attention towards Si-yun. Panic flashes across his face. Struggling violently against the thugs restraining him, he desperately screams at his cousin not to go anywhere near her. He reminds him again and again about the promise he made before, the one where he swore he would never touch Si-yun no matter what happened. But the smug cousin only laughs harder. Without a shred of guilt, he casually admits that the promise was nothing more than a lie from the start. With arrogance written all over his face, he boasts that today is finally the day he's going to teach this unbearable family a lesson they'll never forget. But while the ringleader keeps running his mouth and enjoying the moment, he completely lets his guard down. And that mistake costs him dearly. Taking advantage of the distraction, young Si-chun suddenly notices a heavy brick lying nearby. In one explosive motion, he snatches it off the ground and smashes it straight into the face of the thug holding him down, the sickening impact instantly shocking everyone in the alley. At that moment, young Si-chun is absolutely furious. Rage burns violently in his eyes as every ounce of fear disappears from his face. Clutching the blood-stained brick tightly in his hand, he charges directly toward his cousin without even the slightest hesitation. The arrogant orange-haired leader instantly goes pale. Watching Si-chun sprint toward him with pure killing intent written all over his face, the boy's confidence completely crumbles. Si-chun swings the brick with brutal force and slams it directly into his cousin's face for breaking his word. The impact sends the bully crashing violently onto the hard concrete pavement. Bleeding heavily and sobbing on the ground, the defeated cousin shrieks in absolute terror, screaming that Si-chun is a complete psychopath. Breathing heavily after the fight, young Si-chun finally lets the brick fall from his hand. Then he slowly turns toward the trembling Si-yun and gently tells her everything is okay now, reassuring her that she doesn't need to be scared anymore. Back in the present day, Si-chun calmly tells Si-yun to stay hidden somewhere safe and out of danger. Without the slightest trace of worry in his voice, he assures his sister that he'll finish dealing with these people in no time at all. Unwilling to let their target get away, the stalkers immediately rush straight toward him, weapons ready as they charge in to cut him down. Holding little Leo tightly in her arms, Si-yun panics instantly. She frantically warns her brother that these aren't ordinary people, but three extremely dangerous awakeners who have clearly lost their minds. In her eyes, there's no possible way he can fight all of them alone at the same time. The hooded thug takes the lead, charging forward while pulling back a massive fist crackling violently with lightning energy. As he closes the distance, the thug screams at Si-chun, mocking him for just standing there motionless without even trying to defend himself. But before the attacker can even process what happened, Si-chun counters instantly with a single devastating punch. The blow sends the thug flying headfirst into the concrete wall with terrifying force. Watching her brother casually crush a high-level awakener with one hand, Si-yun's eyes widen so much that her jaw practically drops open in disbelief. Right after that, the bleeding thug in the beanie suddenly leaps into the air, desperately lunging forward with a glowing elemental dagger aimed directly at Si-chun. Without even looking remotely pressured, Si-chun calmly catches the thug's wrist in midair. Before the man can react, Si-chun drives a brutal knee straight into his face. The sheer force behind the strike blasts the beanie thug backward like a ragdoll, launching him directly into a pile of alleyway garbage bins where he crumples motionless. Suddenly, a gigantic thorn-covered root tears violently through the alley toward him from behind. But with unbelievable reflexes, Si-chun casually tilts his head aside at the last possible second and avoids the ambush completely. The massive vine misses him entirely and whips into the tiled brick wall behind him, smashing against it with explosive force. Seeing both of his subordinates get taken down so easily, the white-haired leader completely loses control. Furious veins bulge across his face as he screams that some kid wearing a school uniform is humiliating all of them. Fueled by rage, the boss unleashes his plant magic at full power. Massive glowing wooden spikes erupt around him as he roars that he's going to turn Si-chun into a human pincushion. Even facing the overwhelming barrage, Si-chun remains perfectly calm. Using his absurd speed and godlike agility, he slips through the storm of razor-sharp vines effortlessly, weaving between every deadly strike without receiving even a single scratch. Then, in one smooth and fluid movement, Sichin suddenly bursts through an opening in the defenses and closes the distance in an instant. The white-haired boss is horrified beyond belief. Panic floods his face as he screams that this shouldn't even be possible, unable to understand how anyone could move that fast. Watching her brother completely dominate the fight, Sichin suddenly realizes something important. She almost forgot that Sichin didn't merely pass his graduation combat exam by luck. He absolutely crushed every single competitor there. Sichin calmly pulls back his fist before driving a crushing punch straight into the leader's jaw, making it painfully clear that he exists on an entirely different level from the rest of them. The impact is so overwhelming that the white-haired boss gets launched backward like a missile, smashing violently into the alley wall behind him. And just like that, the white-haired leader collapses onto the pavement unconscious, bleeding heavily and utterly defeated. Meanwhile, over by the overturned trash bins, the beanie thug still hasn't moved an inch and remains completely unresponsive. Not far away, the hooded thug sits slumped lifelessly against the wall, fully unconscious as well. In less than a minute, the entire threat has been wiped out completely. After casually brushing the dust from his clothes, Sichin turns toward his sister and tells her to take little Leo and head straight home, where it's safe. With a relaxed smile on his face, he reassures her that he'll just dump these clowns at the local guard station real quick and be back at the apartment before she even notices he's gone. Still stunned by everything she just witnessed, but feeling completely protected now, Sichin hugs her fluffy little cub tightly against her chest and happily agrees to head home first. Several hours pass beneath the dim glow of a crescent moon before the severely beaten white-haired leader finally starts drifting back into consciousness. Groaning painfully, the battered boss struggles to pry open his blood-covered eyes while every inch of his body aches from the brutal beating he took earlier. But the moment he fully wakes up, confusion immediately turns into pure dread. He realizes that he and his two subordinates have been stripped of all their weapons and tightly tied back to back around a concrete pillar, while Sichin stands nearby staring directly at them in silence. The leader instantly panics, hysterically demanding to know where they are and why they were dragged out to this isolated location. Beside him, the beanie thug whimpers miserably, complaining that his shattered skull feels like it's literally splitting apart. Completely unmoved by their whining, Sichin coldly asks whether they work for the Black Mountain Society. Knowing people like them never move unless someone is paying, he directly demands to know who hired them to kidnap his sister. The battered white-haired boss only lets out a bloody chuckle and refuses to answer. With arrogant defiance still lingering in his eyes, he explains that in their line of work, snitching means death, so there's no chance he plans on opening his mouth. Sichin didn't even bother reacting to their threats. His expression stayed completely calm, like none of this was worth getting worked up over in the first place. Looking at the mercenaries standing in front of him, acting tough and refusing to cooperate, he simply let out a quiet sigh. Since they were so determined to make things difficult, then fine, he'd deal with them the hard way instead. The very next second, a sinister wave of energy suddenly burst out around Sichin's body. Thick black aura twisted violently through the air like a living storm, spiraling around him in dark layers as the system rapidly activated a class transition. The atmosphere instantly turned heavy, and even the surrounding mercenaries could feel an unsettling pressure creeping into their minds. A cold system notification rang out soon after, confirming that the class switch had been fully completed. Standing there within the swirling darkness was Sichin's true form, the terrifying level 25 Phantom Sorcerer. The moment the title appeared, the entire mood of the battlefield shifted completely, as if something far more dangerous had just awakened right in front of them. Now armed with horrifying psychic abilities like Soul Rest Enigma and Ripple Hell, Sichin slowly raised his gaze toward the mercenaries ahead of him. Dark mental energy quietly spread outward from his body, making the air itself feel suffocating. These people had wanted to act fearless just moments ago, but they were about to experience a kind of psychological torment far beyond anything they had ever imagined, the kind of nightmare that would stay carved into their minds forever. With spells like Soul Rest Enigma and Ripple Hell at his command, Sichin is ready to carve a kind of fear into these mercenaries' minds that they will never be able to erase. As he begins interrogating the captives in front of him, Sichin does not waste even a second. He immediately activates the Phantom Sorcerer magic he has just obtained, forcing that eerie power straight into the white-haired leader's mind. Pressed down by the hypnosis spell, the mercenaries' minds start to buckle, and the defenses they were clinging to begin cracking apart one layer at a time. Before any of them can fully understand what has changed, the concrete beside them suddenly splits open, and a thorn-covered root bursts up right next to their bodies. The thug in the beanie instantly goes pale with fear, screaming at the top of his lungs as he demands to know what is happening to his boss. Sichin does not react to their panicked cries at all. With his expression still cold and steady, he releases Soul Rest Enigma and chooses the legs as the first place to strike. In the next instant, a razor-sharp vine shoots forward and punches straight through the leader's thigh, sending fresh blood splattering across the floor. Then Sichin's eyes shift with frightening calm, and he quietly marks the man's hands as the next target. Another thorny branch rips up from below and drives through the mercenary's palm, pinning it in place so he can never raise that hand against anyone again. And in that moment, the pain feels less like punishment and more like the price they owed for daring to touch Sichin's sister. After watching his partner get torn apart so effortlessly, the beanie-wearing thug completely loses the last bit of courage he had. His voice cracks as he screams in terror at the terrifying power standing in front of him. Sichin turns his icy gaze toward the remaining man and tells him that his turn has finally come. Around them, the wooden roots begin twisting closer, as if they are already preparing to repeat the same torment. That single threat shatters the mercenary on the spot. He breaks down, sobbing and begging for his life, before spilling everything in a rush and revealing that the person behind the kidnapping is the son of the first hospital's director. Trying desperately to save himself, the thug blurts out the client's name, Jean Duishin. And later that evening at 5 o'clock, high above the city at the luxurious rooftop pool party on Purple Peak Tower, Jean Duishin is still lounging in comfort, completely unaware that his hired men have already betrayed him. Around him, his rich friends begin laughing and teasing him, openly mocking the so-called campus heartthrob who somehow managed to get rejected twice by the same junior schoolgirl. Jean Duishin sits there fuming without a word, humiliation burning behind his eyes. In his mind, she had embarrassed him in front of everyone, and tonight, he swears she is going to regret every second of it. The constant mocking finally pushes his temper over the edge. When a girl tries to follow after him, he snaps at her in irritation, then storms away toward the restroom, trying to cool his head. While he stands at the urinal, the lights above him suddenly begin to buzz and flicker, the strange flashing instantly pulling his attention upward. Already in a foul mood, Jean Duishin growls under his breath and curses his luck, complaining that even the electricity in the building seems determined to mess with him tonight. Then, without warning, a dark shadow falls over him from behind. Jean Duishin whips around in alarm, only to see Sichin standing right there behind him. Sichin looks at him with unsettling calm and asks directly whether he is Jean Duishin. Down in the surveillance room, the security guards are chatting among themselves, gossiping about how those rich kids bought out the entire top floor and even had all the security cameras turned off so they could party without anyone watching. One guard lowers his voice and leans closer, whispering an even darker rumor. Many of the girls upstairs may not have come by choice, but were tricked and lured into that place. The other guard is stunned by what he hears, his face tightening as he struggles to believe something that disgusting could really be happening right above them. The informant confirms it without hesitation, explaining that not long ago, a student ended her own life after being abused at one of these parties, but the rich parents smothered the whole scandal with a massive pile of hush money. He warns his colleague not to be fooled by their designer clothes, polished smiles, and pretty faces, because once the doors close, those spoiled heirs are no better than beasts. Meanwhile, inside the restroom, Jean Duishin's confidence collapses into panic. He shouts at Sichin, demanding to know who he is, and threatens to call the police and have him thrown out on the spot. Sichin does not bother answering him. Instead, he calmly takes out a phone and places a call. Jean Duishin's body goes rigid when his own phone suddenly starts ringing, and the caller name on the screen shows an incoming call from his mercenary contact, Blackie. Holding Blackie's phone in his hand, Sichin fixes Jean Duishin with a cold stare, confirming without a doubt that he is the one who ordered the attack on his sister. Jean Duishin turns horrified and demands to know what happened to Blackie. But instead of giving him a normal answer, Sichin crushes the phone in his hand with terrifying ease, lightning crackling as the device breaks apart. Fear completely overtakes the spoiled heir. He stumbles backward, screaming at the monster in front of him to stay away, while desperately asking what kind of person he has provoked. In the blink of an eye, Sichin sends Jean Duishin flying straight through the restroom's glass window. The window explodes into glittering shards, and Jean Duishin's body crashes down toward the pool deck below as broken glass rains around him. He lands hard on the floor, battered and bleeding, then immediately starts shrieking for help, begging anyone nearby to come save him. But when he turns his terrified eyes toward the pool area, what he sees makes the blood drain from his face. Every single guest from his party is already down, either floating face down in the water or collapsed unconscious around the deck, like discarded bodies. Then Sichin steps out onto the pool deck, his figure wrapped in a dark and oppressive aura that makes the entire rooftop feel colder. Jean Duishin scrambles backward on his hands and knees, cursing in a broken panic as he tries to put even a little distance between himself and Si-chun. Looking up at the glowing eyes of the person stalking toward him, he screams in desperation, demanding to know who Si-chun is, what he ever did to deserve this, and why he is being hunted like prey. With nowhere left to run, Jinduoshin tries to use the last weapon he has, loudly bragging about his father's powerful position as the director of the first hospital. He shrieks that if Si-chun dares to lay even one finger on him, his father will use every bit of his status, influence, and connections to bury him completely. Si-chun has no patience left for his empty threats. He coldly orders Jinduoshin to shut his mouth, and in the same instant, his hypnosis spell takes hold, seizing control of the heir's mind. The moment the spell sinks in, Jinduoshin's body loses its resistance, and he drops heavily to his knees like a puppet with its strings pulled tight. Si-chun looks down at him without a trace of mercy and gives his next command, ordering him to pick up one of the sharp shards of shattered glass scattered across the deck. Jinduoshin's hand moves on its own, reaching down toward the floor before closing around the jagged piece of glass. At that moment, one thing becomes painfully clear. True evil is not something that only crawls out from inside dungeons. Sometimes, it walks openly among ordinary people every single day. Jinduoshin and his friends had committed unforgivable crimes against a helpless student who had no power to fight back. These spoiled brats relied on their endless wealth to cover up what they had done, pushing that poor girl deeper and deeper into despair until she finally took her own life. And when the tragedy could no longer be ignored, they simply leaned on their family's power and influence, making sure the blame slid away from them as if their crime had never happened. Jinduoshin had gone so far as to fabricate the autopsy report himself, twisting the truth until the whole thing looked like nothing more than a heartbreaking accident. And with that same arrogant confidence, he even bragged that in this world, money was the real power, and people like him could buy their way through anything. This was the very same monster who had thrown a fortune at those mercenaries, paying them without hesitation and ordering them to destroy Si-chun's life no matter what methods they had to use. But this time, Jinduoshin had crossed a line he never should have touched. He had aimed his cruelty at the wrong person's sister. Now, with his mind trapped under hypnotic control, his fingers tightened around that razor-sharp shard of glass as he slowly lifted it toward his own throat. Si-chun's resolve turned ice-cold as he silently swore that he would track down and erase every single threat that dared to come near his sister, even if that meant becoming the judge, the jury, and the executioner with his own hands. Even if the path ahead forced him to step into the deepest and filthiest darkness the world had to offer, Si-chun would not flinch, would not retreat, and would never hesitate for even a second. Then, without the slightest mercy left in his eyes, Si-chun gave his puppet the final order to end everything right there. Even if the road ahead forces him to step into the deepest, blackest corners of the world, Si-chun will not slow down, and he will never allow hesitation to take hold of him. Without wasting another breath, Si-chun gives his puppet a cold and simple command, ordering it to finish everything right there. After that vicious tiebreaker battle inside the wild dungeon finally comes to an end, Si-chun stands as the victor above his wounded rival, Gong Ting. Looking down at him with steady eyes, he calmly tells Gong Ting that the dungeon overlord has already been killed, the exit has opened, and all he needs to do now is stay alive until the rescue team reaches him. Gong Ting, still battered and barely holding himself together, looks at Si-chun and makes a firm promise. The moment they make it out of this place, he swears he will tell everyone the truth, that Si-chun was the one who saved all of their lives. But even after surviving such a deadly fight, there is no chance for anyone to relax or celebrate just yet. At that very moment, Si-chun's senses suddenly flare with warning, and through the mental connection he shares with his beast, Leo, a terrifying image flashes into his mind. The eerie mercenary known as Blackie is already moving closer and closer to his younger sister, Si-yun. The instant Si-chun understands that Si-yun is in real danger, he reacts without hesitation and immediately activates his Stellar Tamer ability, Stellar Warp. Pouring out his remaining mental energy, Si-chun teleports away in a blink and vanishes from the cave, leaving Gong Ting frozen in place, staring wide-eyed at the empty space where he had just been standing. Only then does Gong Ting realize that Si-chun is not merely a rare dual-class user. His rival is controlling several classes at the same time, and the thought leaves him wondering just how many secrets Si-chun is still hiding from everyone. Not long after Si-chun disappears, the heavy sound of rushed footsteps pounds through the tunnel. Director Gong Xian storms into the cave with emergency medics behind him, shouting frantic orders for them to save the students immediately. The rescue team wastes no time and quickly charges down into the crater, heading straight for Gong Ting's collapsed body. As the medics gather around him and begin using healing magic to stop the heavy bleeding, Gong Xian steps closer, his eyes locked on Gong Ting's condition. Seeing how badly his student has been injured, Gong Xian breaks into a cold sweat. He notes that the dungeon boss possessed terrifying B-rank strength, then tells Gong Ting that surviving a battle against a monster like that is nothing short of a miracle. At the same time, other medics move between the remaining survivors. They confirm that Sato Woda is stable and fully purified, but even though Yasmin Kai is physically safe, she sits there shaken and hollow-eyed, only able to mutter in a daze about the mental nightmares she just endured. Gong Xian soon notices that Si Chun is nowhere to be seen. After the search teams fail to find even a trace of him, the director assumes the boy must have panicked and fled, so he orders his men to spread out and search the surrounding area. Rage quickly rises in Gong Xian's face, and he places the blame for the entire disaster squarely on the inspection agency's incompetence. He angrily declares that Gong Ting's injuries are entirely their responsibility, then vows that once they return, he will make sure every last inspector involved loses their position. On the other side of the bloody scene, Gong Ting's sharp-minded father, Gong Lin, studies the situation for a moment before a sly smirk begins to form on his face. Without missing the opportunity, Gong Lin immediately starts shaping a false version of events, turning the whole disaster into a tragic beast outbreak that the examiners simply failed to control. In Gong Lin's version of the story, his heroic son will be the one who stepped forward when everything seemed hopeless and saved the lives of everyone there. Overwhelmed by guilt at the thought of stealing that credit, Gong Ting struggles to speak. He tries to tell the truth and admit that Si Chun was the person who actually killed the boss. But before he can get the words out, his father shuts him down instantly by pressing hard into his freshly bandaged shoulder wound, sending sharp pain through his body. Gong Lin leans in and whispers a chilling threat, making it clear that Gong Ting will accept the credit, while the nearby witnesses lower their heads and remain silent out of fear. Then, with a cold voice, he orders his son to clean himself up, telling him that tomorrow's graduation ceremony will be the stage where Gong Ting appears before everyone as the school's greatest hero. Later that evening, back inside their small rental apartment, the heavy tension of the dungeon is replaced by a much warmer and happier atmosphere. Sitting around a steaming meal, Ju Tong can barely contain her excitement as she congratulates Si Yun for passing her exam and being accepted into the prestigious Central International Academy of Arts. Ju Tong is genuinely thrilled for her best friend, cheerfully saying that Si Yun is finally chasing the dream she has always wanted and is now one step closer to becoming a world-class artist. Meanwhile, Si Chun simply sits nearby, casually sipping his soda with the same calm, unreadable expression on his face. When Si Yun notices how little excitement he is showing, she pouts and asks why he looks so bored, almost as if he already knew from the beginning that she would pass. Si Chun quickly softens his expression and smiles, reassuring her that he really is happy for her. But deep down, he remembers very clearly that in his previous life, Si Yun had received her acceptance letter on this exact same day. Ju Tong then admits with obvious envy that she is incredibly jealous, because studying in the elite city of Sandhaven is the kind of rare opportunity ordinary people can only dream about. Even so, Si Yun cannot help worrying about how far away Sandhaven is and how expensive it will be to live there. Seeing the hesitation in her eyes, Si Chun steps in at once and tells her to stop worrying about money or anything else. He sets his soda bottle down on the table, then calmly announces that once he graduates, he will also be working in Sandhaven, right there alongside her. The news hits both girls like a shockwave. They immediately jump up in surprise, demanding to know how he managed to get recruited by a Sandhaven guild when those elite organizations only accept the very best. Si Yun's face lights up with happiness as she cheers at the thought of moving to Sandhaven together, while Ju Tong groans in jealousy and jokes that she will have no choice but to study hard so she can join them later. As Si Chun watches his sister celebrate with such a bright smile, warmth spreads across his face. Silently, he promises himself that in this lifetime, Si Yun will never again be forced to give up her dreams for anyone. Later that night, Si Chun stands beneath the shower in silence, letting the water wash away the exhaustion and blood-soaked tension of the long day. As the water runs over him, he thinks back on everything he has accomplished. His sister's stalkers have been dealt with, and the dangerous graduation exam has finally come to an end. More importantly, his secret arrangement with Gong Ting is unfolding exactly the way he planned. By allowing his rival to take the public credit, Si Chun will be able to collect the $1 million prize tomorrow, which is exactly the money he needs to wipe out his family's debts. Even as he relaxes in his room afterward, Si Chun knows he still cannot afford to let his guard down. His thoughts turn to Demon King Wrath, and he realizes that if the Overlord was sealed the moment it entered the human world, then the timeline has already shifted far away from what he remembers. The 3 years he once believed he had before the apocalypse are no longer certain at all. If he knew where Wrath's seal was hidden, he would break it himself and end the threat early, which makes finding Wrath his most urgent priority before he heads to Sandhaven. But before Si Chun can even think about facing a Demon King, he knows he needs a powerful ally he can truly trust. Fortunately, Tomorrow's graduation ceremony will give him the perfect chance to recruit the exact person he has in mind. Meanwhile, inside a quiet tea room, Student Council Vice President Ling Yu sits across from Carl Cavendish, the Vice Chairman of the World Guild Alliance. She reports that a dangerous rogue awakener known as the Glutton has appeared in Everfield County, and the name immediately draws Carl's attention. Ling Yu explains that she rushed to the scene as soon as she could, but by the time she arrived, every security camera had already been wiped clean. All that remained at the location were fresh bloodstains and deep scratch marks carved across the ground, signs that matched the killer's usual pattern of destroying his victims and consuming them afterward. She warns Carl that this killer does not choose targets at random. He specifically hunts elite awakeners with rare and powerful abilities, and with each new attack, the rank of his victims keeps climbing higher. That can only mean one thing. The killer is taking their strength for himself, evolving at a terrifying speed by devouring stronger and stronger targets. Ling Yu's expression grows even more serious as she tells Carl that once the Glutton marks an area, he never simply stops and leaves. In her gut, she feels that another attack is already close. Carl only let out a faint smirk, as if the monster showing up at this exact moment was far too interesting to be a simple coincidence. Ling Yu calmly pushed a fresh file across the table, then added that the Glutton's latest attack had happened in a narrow alley tucked inside a low-income housing district. What made it even more unsettling was the location itself, because the murder scene was less than 100 meters away from Si Chen's apartment. Ling Yu admitted that they still had no clear photos of the Glutton, but at the same time, Si Chen's strength had been increasing at a speed that was almost impossible to explain. But before Ling Yu could even finish that thought, Carl's smirk deepened, and he quietly suggested the most dangerous possibility of all. The power-devouring Glutton might actually be Si Chen himself. Faint, knowing smirk on his face, Carl suggests that the one carrying the power-devouring Glutton ability may actually be Si Chen himself. Back at the academy, Principal Yuan Long's assistant cannot hide his confusion as he asks why Yuan Long plans to miss the graduation ceremony for the students he personally helped nurture. Yuan Long only smiles gently and explains that when those students were still weak, all he wanted was to give them a safe place where they could grow stronger. Now, they have finally grown into adults. As he speaks, Yuan Long opens the window and releases his birds into the open sky, saying that the time has come for them to leave the nest and discover their own roads in life. But while the other birds fly away without hesitation, one stubborn little bird remains inside the cage, making Yuan Long quietly wonder where it truly wishes to go. Meanwhile, inside the enormous graduation hall, Ma Long and Xiang's will look around in amazement at the grand venue, realizing the academy has spared no expense to welcome the leaders of the major guilds. Ma Long starts wondering how Lu Sheng and Gong Ting performed during the secret trial. As the twins talk about how strict the academy's rules were, Ma Long confidently boasts that Lu Sheng must have completely dominated the competition. That boast does not last long, because Gong Ting's younger brother, Gong Cheng, suddenly cuts in and tells Ma Long to shut his mouth and stop praising Si Chen. Gong Cheng lets out a smug laugh, claiming Si Chen has absolutely no chance of winning. In his eyes, there is no doubt that Gong Ting will be the one walking away as champion. Irritated by his arrogant attitude, the group immediately begins firing petty insults at one another, exchanging mocking gestures and thumbs-down signs across the room. Away from the noisy crowd, Gong Lin surveys the grand ceremony hall and notices that representatives from every major guild across the nation have gathered here today. With the full board of the prestigious Imperial Guild also in attendance, excitement is already spreading through the crowd as everyone eagerly waits to see these legendary figures in person. Before long, Imperial Guild co-founder Guam Yuan and founder Titan Ming make their grand entrance to greet the elite guests, while Gong Lin quietly begins calculating how this ceremony can help his own plans. He intends to use this very occasion to win over the board members who have not yet chosen a side and finally break the deadlock in the board election. With that advantage in hand, Gong Lin is determined to claim the coveted chairman's seat and place the Imperial Guild under his control at last. Turning to Gong Ting, Gong Lin assures his son that Carl, the vice chairman of the World Guild Alliance, will personally present him with the champion's trophy, signaling the beginning of their climb to the very top. But Gong Lin's voice quickly turns stern as he warns Gong Ting not to ruin this opportunity. He orders him to deliver a flawless speech and prove to everyone exactly what he is capable of. Crushed beneath his father's suffocating expectations, Gong Ting says nothing. His fist tightens at his side so hard that the fabric of his suit wrinkles beneath his grip. Right on schedule, the host steps onto the main stage and formally opens the long-awaited 2157th National Awakener University graduation ceremony. The moment she announces that the final assessment has officially ended, Ma Long and the twins immediately brighten up with excitement in the audience. Now that the powerful board members, guild representatives, and academy officials have all taken their seats, the historic graduation ceremony finally begins in earnest. Thunderous applause rolls through the entire auditorium. Yet while Gong Ting remains seated with a tense, unreadable expression, Sichen simply watches the event unfold in calm silence. A moment later, the announcer returns to the stage and prepares to reveal the official results of this year's brutal final assessment. With a dramatic gesture, she points toward the gleaming golden trophy displayed on the stage, waiting to be claimed by the ultimate champion. She then introduces the special guest responsible for presenting the award, inviting Carl Cavendish, vice chairman of the World Guild Alliance, to come forward. Beneath the bright stage lights and rising applause, Carl steps forward with a composed expression, ready to personally announce the winner of the grand award. Carl begins by thanking the Imperial Guild for inviting him, saying that it is an honor to stand here and witness Esternia's next generation of exceptional talent. Then his words suddenly shift, and he hints that something completely unexpected happened during the final test, leaving Ma Long and the twins staring toward the stage in surprise. Carl drops a shocking revelation on the entire hall. The supposedly harmless D-rank dungeon assigned for the examination had actually been a disguised B-rank dungeon. The news sends a wave of panic and disbelief through the audience. People begin whispering that even experienced professional teams struggle against B-rank threats, wondering how a group of students could possibly have survived. Carl continues, explaining that just when the situation seemed hopeless and everyone believed the students were finished, one heroic student used overwhelming skill and flawless technique to achieve the impossible. He reveals that this lone fighter defeated the B-rank dungeon boss entirely on his own, then brought every member of his team safely back alive. As Sichun listens calmly from the crowd and Gong Ting sits beside the tension, Carl prepares to announce who will be recognized as the strongest graduate of their generation. Raising his arm before the packed auditorium, Carl officially names Gong Ting the undisputed champion of the year. Confetti bursts into the air and rains down across the hall as Gong Ting rises from his seat, his expression serious while the crowd erupts into deafening applause. Meanwhile, Ma Long and Xiangzwen nearly lose their minds in the audience, completely convinced that something must have been manipulated for Sichun to lose the title. Seeing their stunned reactions, Gongcheng immediately begins gloating. He rubs the victory in their faces and proudly declares that his brother was simply born on an entirely different level. The surrounding students remain awestruck, quietly murmuring that clearing a B-rank dungeon alone is far beyond anything they could ever compare to their own struggles. The praise keeps pouring in as the crowd cheers wildly for Gong Ting, admiring not only his legendary strength, but also his composed appearance and presence. As Gong Ting slowly begins climbing the stairs toward the stage, Sichun remains seated below, silently following him with an unusually calm gaze. The moment Gong Ting looks back, his mind flashes to their private deal inside the dark cave, where Sichun offered him first place in exchange for the entire $1 million prize. He remembers Sichun's one firm condition as clearly as ever. Gong Ting was never allowed to reveal anything about Sichun's hidden demonic class transformation. Back in the present, Sichun continues watching without a word, seemingly curious to see how his rival plans to handle the glory that was never truly his. But once Gong Ting stands before the enormous crowd, his father's harsh warning echoes in his mind again, demanding that he give a perfect speech and prove his true worth to the world. The announcer warmly welcomes Gong Ting to the microphone, inviting the newly crowned champion to deliver his speech before the gathered guests. The crowd is instantly charmed by his calm, dignified appearance, whispering that he already looks like a true hero destined for greatness. They praise him as a worthy heir of the prestigious Gong family, saying his future has no limits. Watching from below, Gong Lin smiles with visible pride and approval. But as Gong Ting lowers his eyes to the notes in his hands, bitterness rises inside him. He quietly wonders whether this stolen glory is truly all he is worth. He begins by admitting that the vice chairman was completely right about the student who survived an impossible battle, saved the entire team, and defeated the dungeon boss. Then Gong Ting shocks the entire hall by revealing the truth. None of those legendary accomplishments belonged to him. Every one of them had actually been done by Sichun.